Ningzhou University of Technology, the auditorium. Even though the air conditioning was running at full power, it still couldn't disperse the sweltering heat brought on by over 2,000 people. Xiaolin sat in the crowd listening to the old man on stage speaking eloquently. On July 17th, an incident occurred at Ningzhou Rene Hospital where a deceased person came back to life. The resurrected individual's skin peeled off completely, and in a mentally deranged state, they began to devour corpses. And that hospital is only 5 kilometers away from here. Those 5 kilometers represent the distance between you and a mysterious invasion. Our world is becoming increasingly strange. How should we cope with these changes? He tapped the blackboard. Modern occultism. This discipline is our new tool. The old man's voice was steady and powerful, while Yang Qi, sitting next to Xiaolin, was flushed with excitement. My God, this is amazing. I can't believe I'm actually listening to Yue Taizhou speak. My God, is it really worth getting this excited? Xiaolin glanced at him indifferently. Of course it is. Elder Yu is the founder of modern occultism. He took on this heavy responsibility to represent all of humanity against mysterious threats, and he's considered the person most likely to save the world. If I could meet him alone, I would die happy. Seeing Yang Qi in such a fanatical state gave Xiaolin goosebumps. He even suspected that if Yue Taizhou were standing right in front of them, Yang Qi would definitely hug and kiss the man. But he also felt a bit of pity for Yang Qi, because no matter how much he yearned for it, he likely wouldn't have the chance. A scholar of this caliber was from a completely different world than them. If it weren't for the fact that Yue Taizhou happened to be at their school for the professional launch ceremony, he probably never would have had the chance to see the man in his entire life. The lecture only lasted 40 minutes, but it still moved quite a few students, including Yang Qi. As soon as the ceremony ended, he rushed impatiently to the registration window to sign up, saying he wanted to dedicate himself to the great cause of saving human destiny. Watching him push his butt into the crowd like a sardine, Xiaolin was speechless and decided to head back to his dorm alone. Leaving the auditorium, the sun outside was bright and the campus looked so calm that one might think the mysterious threat invading the world didn't exist. As Xiaolin walked down the steps with the flow of people while thinking about lunch, a voice rang out from behind him halfway down. Xiaolin, please hold on. He turned back and saw a young man in a suit and leather shoes, standing on the steps with a stern and professional expression. This person looked a bit familiar, but Xiaolin couldn't recall where he had seen him. May I ask who you are? Qi Haisheng, assistant to Professor Yue Taizhou. The other person's voice was calm. Xiaolin suddenly remembered. Yes, before Yue Taizhou went on stage to give his speech, this was the man who had been adjusting the microphone. But why would he know his name? Is there something you need? Xiaolin asked. Qi Haisheng looked at him with a slightly scrutinizing gaze, and after a moment said, "The professor wants to see you." Xiaolin was confused. He didn't remember having any interaction with Yue Taizhou. During the speech just now, he was nothing more than one of 2,000 faces in the crowd. He came here specifically for you this time. He wants to talk to you about that door, Qi Haisheng continued. A chill instantly exploded in Xiaolin's heart, spreading throughout his entire body. About a month ago, Xiaolin encountered a mysterious invasion. His dreams had been fixed. Every time he slept, he would dream of a massive stone door standing in the darkness. It would open just a crack, spilling out dazzling, impossible colors. He had never told anyone about this dream. Why would Yue Taizhou know about it? 5 minutes later, Xiaolin met Yue Taizhou in a temporary office. The old man was hunched over a report with a photo of Xiaolin attached to the corner of the document. Judging by the thickness of the report, the man probably knew how many pairs of underwear he owned. Yue Taizhou didn't speak, just signaled for him to sit down, remaining focused on the data. Xiaolin didn't speak either. He sat quietly waiting while lost in thought. You must be wondering why I know about your dreams, right? Yue Taizhou asked suddenly. Xiaolin was stunned and nodded. If you want to know, you have to answer 3 questions for me. Please go ahead, Xiaolin said, neither humble nor pushy. Yue Taizhou closed the folder containing the data and placed his hands with fingers interlaced on top of it. First question, what do you think is behind the door? Xiaolin didn't know how to answer for a moment, because he had never thought about it. Just tell me your feeling is fine, the professor said. Xiaolin pondered for a moment. Something extremely powerful. Something extremely ultimate. Yue Taizhou looked at him, his gaze calm. Second question, do you believe there exists a single individual who can shape the world and influence the progress of civilization? I am an atheist, Xiaolin answered quite bluntly this time. Yue Taizhou didn't comment. He paused before asking the third question. Last question, do you want to become an extraordinary being and save the world? If this were Yang Qi, he would likely be weeping with excitement by now. But Xiaolin was the complete opposite. He intended to refuse. Xiaolin was a person without a family. His family members had each started new lives long ago. To survive, his life had become very narrow. He almost never wasted time, calculated every penny he spent, didn't pursue dreams or love, and chose the cheapest entertainment. Yang Qi always joked that he lived like an animal, and he felt that this metaphor was quite accurate. He was an animal wandering through the city, aimless, simply surviving. Let such an animal save the world. Why? He hadn't really received much from this world. Shouldn't saving the world be done by those who are happier? Sorry, Professor, I'm afraid I cannot accept. Xiaolin stood up and bowed slightly toward Yue Taizhou. Don't you plan on asking for the details? I don't think it's necessary. Saving the world is not an attractive choice to me, and my relationship with this world isn't very good. All right, then let's look at it from another angle, from your perspective. The professor looked at him with profound eyes. Have you ever thought about what refusal means? What does it mean? Xiaolin was puzzled. It's equivalent to having had the chance to be the first astronaut to land on the moon in 1969, but you chose to walk away. Xiaolin's body shuddered violently, as if something had exploded in his mind. The room was very quiet, and he could faintly hear a song playing over the school broadcast system. It was David Bowie's Space Oddity. This is ground control to Major Tom. Ground control calling Major Tom. You've really made the grade. You have created history. And the papers want to know whose shirts you wear. The news media wants to know which team you support. Xiaolin knew this song. In 1969, when the first manned spacecraft headed for the moon took off, Major Tom also boarded a ship to head into space. His feat was admired by the world, but he did not achieve the same fame as the former. He lost contact with Earth and was lost forever in the boundless universe. Embarking on a great adventure is an ultimate romance that transcends life and death, Professor Yu said softly. Armstrong and Major Tom, I would accept either fate. What I cannot accept is never having stepped onto this path. In a daze, Xiaolin seemed to see a giant rocket lifting off amidst roaring flames, dragging a long trail of light into the heavens. But he wasn't on the rocket. He was just standing on the ground, looking up. I will see things that others can never imagine, right? Xiaolin slowly sat down. Yes, Yue Taizhou replied softly. Tianyan Research Institute, 10 a.m. When Xiaolin came to see Yue Taizhou, Yu was reading a book on obscure local mythology. His desk looked like a high school senior's, with books and files stacked into towering walls. Seeing Xiaolin enter, he closed the book and smiled. How is it? I heard you've been undergoing firearms training lately. Are you getting used to it? Yeah, it's tiring, but it's more fun than the academic courses. Xiaolin sat down across from Yue Taizhou, his expression calm. All right, as long as you like it. But it's a pity that the training has to be suspended for now. Why? Yue Taizhou raised his eyebrows, his expression meaningful. Yesterday, 2 members of the selection team passed the transcendent training. Xiaolin was slightly stunned. He wasn't the only one who dreamed of the Stone Gate. Besides him, there were 9 others in the institute, though he was the only one personally invited by Yue Taizhou. When he arrived, the others had already been undergoing transcendent training for nearly a year. Transcendent training has 3 stages, all conducted within dreams. The first stage is to establish a complete self-awareness in the dream, maintain sobriety, think normally, and perceive coherent time. The second stage is to embody one's cognition. The body must be complete, capable of free movement and complex actions. The third stage is to manifest personal items in the dream, which must not only be structurally identical, but also fully functional. At the time, everyone else had already reached the third stage, and Xiaolin thought he might have to give it his all just to catch up. 3 months later, Xiaolin completed all the training, while they were still stuck in the third stage. So much so that when Xiaolin saw them training hard, he even felt a bit guilty. Now, a year has passed, and finally, others have passed. Does that mean we can proceed to the next step? Xiaolin asked. Yue Taizhou didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, haven't you always been curious about why I know about your dreams? Xiaolin was taken aback. He had asked this question more than once over the past 2 years, but Yue Taizhou had always told him he would find out later. Now, the answer was finally about to be revealed. 3 minutes later, they stood before a heavily guarded, fully enclosed elevator. Once inside the cabin, the elevator descended deep underground. You couldn't see outside, but they descended so far, to the point of seeming isolated from the world, before the elevator finally stopped. When the elevator doors opened, a white corridor appeared before Xiaolin. The corridor was long, with floors and walls in a soothing white, and soft, cool white light poured across the ceiling, creating an unexpectedly calm atmosphere. At the end of the corridor was a white metal sliding door, deep, heavy, and spotless. Do you know? Actually, this is where I first met you. Yue Taizhou looked at the door, his voice low. What do you mean? Xiaolin asked, puzzled. Go take a look, and you'll know. Xiaolin walked toward the door. The access light blinked rhythmically. He placed his hand on the screen. A soft beep sounded, followed by the hiss of air valves releasing. The metal door slid open slowly before his eyes, and the scene behind it revealed itself bit by bit. He began to tremble, his pupils slowly contracting, his chest heaving violently as if a vast burst of white light had exploded in his mind. He saw the door, not in a dream but in reality. It stood right there in the room, clear, magnificent, and enormous. The reliefs and symbols on the door were filled with an ancient aura, as if they were a tiny bubble rising from the deepest depths of the river of time. The stone gate opened a crack, and countless colors flowed behind it, mixed with strange hues that didn't exist in this world. Even though it was just a crack, the gate was so massive that those colors looked like a brilliant and eerie vertical galaxy. He had tried to enter the stone gate in his dreams, but would wake up as soon as he got close. Now, he was seeing it in the waking world. Shaolin, every time you enter a dream, you appear here. This is where I saw you for the first time. Yue Taizhou's voice echoed behind him. Among all the transcendents, you alone have this talent. Your connection to this place is tighter than anyone else's, and you will be the first to witness the world behind the door. 3 days later, the Mystery Journey project officially began. Time, 10:06 a.m. The entire institute entered a state of emergency lockdown. Meanwhile, countless research centers around the world were monitoring this journey, and many world leaders sent their congratulations. But strangely, the closer it got to the departure time, the calmer Shaolin became. He even started thinking about trivial daily matters, like whether he should buy some clothes or if he had locked the door. Yue Taizhou told them, "Remember, this is humanity's first journey to another world. Do not take risks under any circumstances. Even if you just take a look and come right back, that's fine, understand?" He had been rambling all morning, not like the knowledgeable professor he was, but more like a nagging, ordinary old man. Shaolin's phone buzzed with a message from Yang Qi. "Shaolin, I'll treat you to a meal when you get back. Whole roasted lamb. I know this doesn't mean much to you anymore, but don't turn your nose up at it, okay?" Shaolin couldn't help but feel moved. Throughout his year of training, he had stayed in touch with Yang Qi. Aside from the professor, this good friend was his greatest source of encouragement and could be called his spiritual pillar. Moreover, Yang Qi was a poor guy just like him. They had met while working part-time jobs. For a guy who usually didn't dare to eat much meat, to offer to treat him to a whole roasted lamb meant he was really breaking the bank. "You're in for it then. You're going to bleed money," Shaolin replied with a smile. Time, 11:40 a.m. Location, preparation room. The Mystery Journey countdown had begun. Shaolin was wearing a specialized all-environment protective suit, which made him look a bit bulky. His two teammates, Yu Shuang and Ai Sheng, were also there. Yu Shuang was a little older than Shaolin. She wasn't pretty, dark-skinned and thin, but she was an incredibly capable woman. At only 28, she already held dual degrees in geology and biology, and she had been to many dangerous places on Earth. At this moment, she was fidgeting with her portable instruments over and over, appearing somewhat anxious. Shaolin asked her, "Nervous?" Yu Shuang nodded. "I just hope the environment behind the door isn't one that exceeds our comprehension. You know, some carbon-rich planets have diamond layers thousands of kilometers thick, and the temperatures are extremely high, like 55 Cancri E, for example. And then there are those massive tidal waves. By the way, have you seen Interstellar? Those kinds of waves exist in theory, though they would be much more chaotic." It was hard to tell if Yu Shuang was talking to Shaolin or just muttering to herself. That's how this girl was. She easily sank into her own world and couldn't get out, which made her quite difficult to talk to. Shaolin could only pat her on the shoulder and say, "Don't worry, we're just going to take a look. If there's any danger, we'll just turn around and run." Hearing their conversation, Ai Sheng tugged at his gloves. "Risk is necessary. The whole world is waiting for our results. If we don't bring anything back, we might as well wait to be replaced." He looked up at Shaolin, his gaze sharp beneath his visor. "Shaolin, I know you're a genius who finished training in 3 months, but that doesn't mean you have leadership skills. I come from a military family and have participated in many exercises, so I think I should be the one in command." Shaolin glanced at him, shook his head and said, "We follow the plan and we must not take risks." Ai Sheng frowned inside his helmet, as if he wanted to say something more, but eventually gave up. Time, 12 p.m. Location, Level 0. The Institute was playing David Bowie's Space Oddity. Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Commencing countdown, engines on. Commencing countdown, engines on. Check ignition and may God's love be with you. Check ignition and may God's love be with you. Accompanied by the sound of the countdown, the great white door slowly slid open before their eyes. Time, 12:06 p.m. The first transcendent team enters the dream. Watching the three of them holding hands as they stepped into the illusory, twisted colors, Yue Taizhou stared at the monitor and whispered to himself, "May science protect you."
10 minutes have passed, or maybe 15. Shaolin appeared in the dream chamber all by himself. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, the white mist from his breath rapidly condensing and dissipating on his visor. He had almost completely lost his perception of the surroundings. Everything seemed to be roaring around him. He could only struggle to his feet and stumble toward the exit. Yu Shuang was dead. After seeing that thing, she had suffered a mental breakdown and lost her mind. Then her body began to mutate, becoming more and more bloated. Within a few seconds, her body filled the loose, bulky protective suit. The full environment protective suit, meant to keep her safe, became a lethal cage. She couldn't take it off, and she couldn't burst through it. She was squeezed to death inside it. Her corpse looked like a giant ball of white chocolate. Xiao Lin kept moving forward, heading toward the door. Ai Sheng was in slightly better shape. He hadn't gone insane, nor had he mutated. After seeing the scene behind the door, he whispered, "Xiao Lin, we are going to go extinct, aren't we?" Then he drew his sidearm, pointed it at his head, and pulled the trigger. Xiao Lin's guess was right. The ultimate entity existed behind the door. It was a silver giant thousands of kilometers long, possessing hundreds of pairs of brilliant radiant wings. It was flawless, unbearable to look at directly, carrying a divinity like the scorching sun. Anyone who saw it would realize that it was a deity, the creator, the ultimate existence that overshadowed all concepts. One would then imagine the sublime posture of it, flapping wings powerful enough to stir up typhoons, shaping the entire world with earth-shattering divine power. Now it was dead, like an animal run over on the road, fallen across the continent, its corpse as vast as a mountain range. Its head was swollen like a rotting fruit, eyes unfocused, mouth wide open, revealing the fear and horror peculiar to humans. Its body was decaying and bloated, covered in pustules, with giant worms emerging from within, swaying like seaweed. Countless grotesque parasites were pouring out of this rotting divine corpse. They gathered into a tide, swimming through the ocean of corpse fluid, spreading and creeping across the whole world. Xiao Lin could clearly feel that overwhelming greed and malice. Those parasites had discovered their presence. One day they will cross the stone door and come to this world. That stone door must be closed. He must inform Yue Taizhou immediately. Xiao Lin raised his eyes. The white door in front of him slid open slowly. The corridor outside was bright and silent, empty, with nothing but the faint hum of the ventilation system. This silence made Xiao Lin feel inexplicably uneasy. Why was no one waiting outside? Why did no one come to meet him immediately? Theoretically, this shouldn't be happening. But he had no time to think it over now. He dragged his heavy suit down the long corridor, boarded the elevator, and pressed the button for the office level. After a long ascent, a soft ding sounded, and the elevator doors slowly opened before him, but the expected commotion did not rush in. The corridor, usually bustling with people, was as silent as the grave, just like the dream chamber, completely deserted. The only sound was Space Oddity playing over the intercom. "Is anyone there? I need help!" Xiao Lin shouted, his hoarse voice echoing through the corridor, but it failed to break the profound silence of the dead. The people at the research institute seemed to have all left, as if the whole plan was just an April Fool's joke, and they had hidden away after sending him through the door. Perhaps they were somewhere right now, observing his reaction and slapping their thighs with laughter. The uneasiness intensified, and Xiao Lin walked toward Yue Taizhou's office. Yue Taizhou was a strange guy. No matter when you opened his office door, he was always there, sitting behind stacks of files, as if he were part of the building's infrastructure. But this time, Yue Taizhou wasn't there either. His seat was empty, and everything was exactly as it had been when he left. Even the book on obscure local mythology he had been reading recently was lying on the desk. The only difference was a worn-out notebook placed squarely on the desk. Its pages were brittle and yellowed, as if it were a relic from the last century. The name Yu Renqing was written simply on it. This was the name of the Institute's parapsychology expert. For some reason, Xiao Lin felt a subtle sense of dread about this object, but he took a deep breath, picked it up, and slowly flipped it open. The title page bore a sentence written in a heavy hand. "I have recorded here the fall of the Tianyan Research Institute, March 16, 2025. The first mystical expedition was declared a failure. First-generation transcendents, Xiao Lin, Yu Shuang, and Ai Sheng are missing. The Tianyan Research Institute urgently activated the backup first-generation transcendents, but they failed to enter the door. Professor Yu Taizhou urgently sent blood samples of the first-generation transcendents around the world to promote the cultivation of second-generation transcendents. June, second-generation transcendents Yang Qi, Fang Jie, Li Zongyi, and Jinsheng and others were activated, but failed to enter the door. August, third attempt failed to enter the door. October 4th attempt failed. The power of the transcendence is decaying with each generation, and the door has rejected us all. July 2028. The transcendents have demonstrated power in the real world that should not exist, which does not align with the professor's assessment. They began to participate in containing mystical events. At that time, everyone thought everything would be okay, except the professor. January 2033. The most terrible thing happened. Transcendents were thrown into human battlefields. World War III broke out amidst the spreading destruction. None of us can escape this hell. The professor said we must focus on our work until the final hour before the world ends. July 2035. Yang Qi defected. He murdered Professor Ye Taizhou with his own hands, destroyed the institute, and wiped out all our efforts to save the world. The last sentence. On my deathbed, I curse this world to perish in madness. Shaolin looked at those words, feeling as if he had sunk into a terrible nightmare. He realized he had not taken a giant leap for mankind like Armstrong in 1969. He was lost in his own universe, looking back at a home that seemed within reach but could never be returned to. The music in the institute was still playing. Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control calling Major Tom. Your circuit's dead, there's something wrong. Your circuit board has encountered an error and crashed. Can you hear me, Major Tom? 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 Can you hear? Am I floating round my tin can? I am drifting around the capsule. Far above the moon. Drifting away from the moon. Planet Earth is blue. The Earth is as blue as ever. And there's nothing I can do. And there is nothing I can do. P.S. Space Oddity is truly a great song. There will be another chapter this afternoon. By the way, Happy Dragon Boat Festival. It felt like a century had passed, yet the clock had only ticked forward by half an hour. Shaolin gradually began to calm down. He started to feel that this matter was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. If he really had been missing for many years as the notebook claimed, and the research institute had been destroyed by Yang Qi, then this place should be in ruins. But as it stood, the institute was exactly the same as when he had left it, as if he had only been gone for a brief moment. Just then, he caught sight of the desk phone. It was Yu Taizhou's office line, and both the power and network indicators were lit up. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Should he try calling Yue Taizhou? Not many people knew Yue Taizhou's private number, but as it happened, he was one of them. Even if he wasn't sure if it would work, it was better than doing nothing at all. He pressed the speakerphone button and quickly dialed the number. A long, rhythmic beeping sound echoed through the phone, but there was no response. Shaolin sighed softly, feeling no great sense of disappointment. Because he never really expected the call to go through from the start. In a bizarre place like this, it would be even stranger if the phone actually worked. He leaned back slowly in his chair, which let out a loud, creaking noise. At that very moment, a slightly distorted, familiar voice suddenly sounded, "Hello, who is this? Didn't I tell you not to touch my office phone?" Shaolin trembled all over, tears almost welling up in his eyes. It was Yue Taizhou's voice. He recognized it instantly. "Professor Yu, it's Shaolin. Where are you right now?" Shaolin said hurriedly. "Shaolin? I'm in the middle of a meeting here. What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Hearing this question, the fear, confusion, and terrifying sense of loneliness he had been suppressing for so long flooded into his heart, making Shaolin desperately want to vent it all out. But he clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay calm. He didn't know if this phone connection was stable or how long it would last, so his top priority was to relay the intelligence as efficiently as possible. Controlling his negative emotions, he spoke calmly and coldly. "Professor Yu, please, you must believe what I am about to say. I've come out of the stone door and traveled several decades into the future. I found a diary that contains 3 important milestones." He quickly flipped open the brittle, yellowed notebook and read aloud, July 2028, Transcendents gain power in the real world. January 2033, Transcendents are deployed to the battlefield and World War III breaks out. July 2035, the Research Institute is destroyed by the second-generation Transcendent Yang Qi. "Wait, Shaolin, why are you telling me this? What on earth has happened to you?" Yue Taizhou's voice sounded anxious. Shaolin took a deep breath. "Professor, I don't know if I can make it back alive, but I swear everything I've said is true. You must prepare. And about that stone door, please do everything in your power to close it. Behind that door lies the burial ground of gods. That world has already been corrupted. Shaolin, where are you? I'm coming to find you right now. Stay where you are. Zzz. A shrill sound of electrical interference rang out. It felt as if Shaolin had been shot in the head at close range by a nail gun. He instinctively pulled the receiver away, curling into a ball. By the time he regained his composure, only a hollow busy signal remained on the line. Shaolin leaned on the desk and tried redialing the number forcefully, but despite several attempts, the call would not go through again. Shaolin felt a sense of relief that he hadn't vented his emotions during that brief window, but had instead made the right decision. However, a chill immediately crept into his heart. He realized that the last line of communication with the past had been severed. The office was deathly silent. Shaolin felt as if he could hear the sound of fear and loneliness slowly crawling through the room. He felt as if his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand. His breathing grew rapid, and his face slowly turned pale. No, I must stay calm, Shaolin began to force himself to think. Maybe the time he traveled wasn't that long. Maybe the world hadn't changed much, and perhaps there was someone who still recognized him. He needed to relax his mind and get some air. Shaolin stood up and walked to the window, reaching out to pull the cord of the blinds. With a soft rustle, the slats of the blinds turned, revealing the scene outside. When he saw the landscape outside, a tidal wave of bewilderment engulfed him. The sky outside the window was the color of dark, clotted blood. Beneath the sky, the city he once knew had become a rotting ruin, covered in layers of black filth. Dark red, flesh-like filaments were woven chaotically throughout the city, entangling piles of wrecked cars and buildings as if it were a giant nest. 100-meter-long battleship was wrapped in filaments like a cocoon, suspended in the sky and swaying gently. And amidst this apocalyptic scene, there was one more terrifying thing that Shaolin found hard to believe. It was the molted exoskeleton of a giant arachnid creature hundreds of meters long, standing silently over the ruins. It served as a warning to Shaolin that this world was already completely different from what he had known. The last sentence from the note surfaced in Shaolin's mind. Curse this world and perish in the madness. Woo! A shrill alarm suddenly sounded, interrupting Shaolin's thoughts and tightening his heart. He knew what this meant. Something had invaded the research institute. Was it human or something else? Shaolin didn't panic for long. Instead, he made an immediate decision and headed toward the security room. It was the security hub of the Tianyan Institute, equipped with both a comprehensive monitoring system and lethal weapons for extreme situations. He entered the password, the security room door slid open, and the entire wall opposite the door was a monitoring array composed of hundreds of screens. The images of the intruders appeared on the monitors. They were not monsters, but humans. 4 men and 1 woman, all wearing identical black trench coats. They were carrying weapons, but they were not drawn. They moved through the institute casually, looking as if they were conducting an aimless search. Shaolin breathed deeply. He needed a method to ensure the swift elimination of these 5 people. He turned his head toward the weapon cabinet, where a row of automatic shotguns lay quietly. These were the weapons used by the station guards. They had a 12-round capacity and supported high-speed rapid fire. As for the recoil, the tactical suit Shaolin was wearing was top-tier, equipped with an exoskeleton for support, and the materials had excellent shock-absorbing properties. He grabbed a gun, checked the ammunition, attached a choke to suppress the spread of the pellets, and compared the institute's floor plan while watching the monitors. The 5 of them had no intention of splitting up for now, so he needed to find a corridor with enough depth to ambush them at the end. Corridor 3, typically the most heavily trafficked area, was the most likely path they would take. The corridor was about 30 meters long, deep enough. 12 rounds of rapid-fire ammunition would be enough to tear any biological entity in that corridor to shreds. Shaolin didn't hesitate, quickly heading to the corner at the end of Corridor 3, backing against the wall, holding his breath and waiting. At this moment, he suddenly found it slightly ironic. He had just been so desperate for someone to talk to. But now that people had actually appeared, he might have to kill them. Everything went exactly as he had anticipated. It wasn't long before clear footsteps and voices echoed in Corridor 3. However, Shaolin didn't rush to reveal himself, choosing to wait until they were deeper in, ensuring they couldn't retreat quickly. This is ridiculous. Not only has the exterior of the building been restored, but even the internal facilities are operating, and there's actually power, said the girl in the group. It's like it suddenly came back to life overnight. I've never seen a phenomenon like this before, the captain leading the way replied. What I didn't expect was that this building had such advanced facilities. What did they actually do here? Someone else asked from behind. They should be close enough now, Shaolin thought. He lunged out from the corner, raised the shotgun at an angle, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The massive blast echoed through the entire corridor, and pieces of the ceiling crumbled down. This was Shaolin's opening line. Before the five of them could react, he kept the gun pointed at them, standing in a silent standoff. The first to speak was the girl. She shrank behind the captain. It's a humanoid monster, and it can use firearms. It's so scary, my uncanny valley effect is kicking in. She had frizzy hair, thick glasses, and was clutching a large book. She looked a bit dazed. Shaolin paused for a moment and said, I am human, not a monster. It can talk too. The girl became even more terrified. I said I'm not a monster. Shaolin pushed back the visor of his protective suit to reveal his face. It even looks exactly like a human, the girl cried out in horror. Shaolin facepalmed, then looked at the captain, only to find the captain wearing the same exasperated look. At that moment, he suddenly felt a subtle understanding between himself and the men present, a shared sense of speechlessness. The captain turned back to the girl. Student Lin Nianian, may I ask, if a creature uses tools like a human, speaks like a human, and looks exactly like a human, then what is that creature? Lin Nianian tilted her head. Then is it possible that the person in front of us is actually a human? The captain sighed helplessly. Ah, Lin Nianian nodded. The captain turned back to Shaolin. Hello, we are the law enforcement team from Satellite Town, sent by the mayor to investigate this building that suddenly came back to life. We don't intend to get into a conflict with you. If you don't mind, could you tell us who you are? Shaolin looked at them earnestly, and after a moment he spoke. You might have heard of me. My name is Shaolin.
Shaolin. The name didn't spark any reaction among the five-member squad, only confusion. Should I have heard of you? The captain asked cautiously. Actually, I'm quite famous. I'm the one who... Shaolin felt a bit awkward. The young girl named Lin Nianian suddenly raised her hand high and said, I remember now. You're the lead singer of that disaster metal band, right? I really love your song, Die For Me, You Bastards. No. Then you must be the lady who sold steamed buns on Chunxing Road 10 years ago when I passed by. I loved your buns so much. I can't believe I'm seeing you here. But you've lost so much weight and your chest is gone too. Shaolin. Nianian, let's just let Mr. Shaolin tell us himself. Wouldn't that be easier? The captain cut off Lin Nianian's nonsense. He turned to Shaolin and said, Sorry about that, Mr. Xiao. This girl has some mental health issues and a disorder of common sense. Disorder of common sense? What does that mean? The captain shrugged and explained, It's a very rare side effect of superpowers, mostly seen in psychic-type superpowered individuals. Patients can't accumulate common sense in their brains. Even to distinguish between a person and a tree, they have to judge based on shape, color, height, and whether it sheds leaves. Shaolin keenly caught a term from his words. She's a superpowered individual? Actually, we all are. The captain glanced at the shotgun. So your weapon won't be very effective. Can we talk properly? Shaolin hesitated for a moment but still didn't lower his gun. Sorry, I can't fully trust you yet, but I am willing to communicate. The captain wasn't offended and instead expressed understanding. Fair enough, building trust this quickly isn't easy. Let's start with self-introductions. He tugged at his collar and introduced himself formally. Satellite Town Enforcement Squad Captain Yan Ji, male, 32 years old, extroverted personality, high work capability. That introduction was a bit too serious, Shaolin thought. I have 3 questions, Yan Ji said gravely. First, why did this building come back to life? Second, why are you here? Third, who are you? Shaolin was stunned for a moment. Building coming back to life? What does that mean? What do you mean? What does it mean? Yan Ji looked puzzled as well. The two stared at each other for a moment before Shaolin realized, You mean, this place was supposed to be in ruins? Not supposed to be, it always has been, until today when it suddenly came back to life. So, you came back to life along with the building, right? Wait, I feel like our information is severely mismatched, Shaolin asked quickly. How long has this laboratory been destroyed? Over 200 years, Yan Ji replied. Shaolin fell silent. Captain, my assessment was right. He is definitely not human, Lin Nianian suddenly muttered. Even though he looks like one, he isn't. He's a kind of creature I can't even describe. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold and dangerous. An enforcement team member quickly raised his hand, mysterious blue light flickering in his pupils. The air between them solidified, and Shaolin could even see the boundaries of the solidification with his naked eye. Immediately after, someone quickly drew a pistol and aimed it at Shaolin. At that moment, Xiaolin almost pulled the trigger, but at the last split second, Yan Jie raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone stay calm, put your weapons down." Xiaolin didn't put his weapon down, and neither did they, but both sides restrained themselves, and the situation didn't escalate further. Yan Jie wiped his forehead and said, "It looks like the first two questions have answers. Now for the third one, Mr. Xiaolin, who exactly are you?" "You really don't know who I am?" "We don't." Tianyan Research Institute, core member of the Mysterious Journey Project, first-generation superhuman Xiaolin. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 people opposite him suddenly looked utterly shocked, as if they had just heard some earth-shattering secret. Xiaolin thought they might have heard of the Tianyan Research Institute or the Mysterious Journey Project. After all, the former was a world-renowned top-tier institute, and the latter was a project with high discussions in the circle. But Lin Nianian suddenly said, "Impossible." None of the 7 first-generation superhumans retained human form. They were the closest beings to gods. The standoff finally came to an end. In the institute's cafe, 5 people sat outside the counter while Xiaolin was behind it, making coffee while narrating his experience. He only told part of the story, leaving out key confidential details like the existence of the stone door. "So, you participated in the mysterious journey and then traversed to here?" Yan Jie rested his elbows on the counter, deep in thought. He asked Lin Nianian, "Nianian, do you have any impression of the city of Yanzhou?" Lin Nianian thought for a moment while propping up her chin, then shook her head and said, "It's not in the records I remember. It might have been destroyed or disappeared." "How is that possible? A history gap is impossible over 200 years, especially since this place was Yanzhou," Xiaolin said. "If you think like that, you're wrong," Yan Jie said, looking at the cup in his hand. "History no longer exists." "Doesn't exist? What do you mean?" Xiaolin was baffled. Yan Jie replied literally. "The world is becoming more and more unfamiliar now. We don't know how big it is, what shape it has, or what the starry sky above us is. History has also been distorted. Abnormal things are forcing their way into our past. We don't know what's real and what's fake. In 200 years, this world has become a pitch-black mess." As a traveler, Xiaolin didn't have personal experience of Yan Jie's claim, and he found it hard to understand, so he changed the subject. "By the way, are you all superhumans?" he asked. Yan Jie shook his head. "We are superpowered individuals." Aren't superpowered individuals the same as superhumans? The two are completely different concepts. Superpowered individuals refer to those who gain extraordinary powers through various means. It's a general term. Then, what about superhumans? They are born powerful. They possess innate divinity, existences that superpowered individuals can't compare to at all. For some reason, Xiaolin thought of Yang Qi. "Then do you know Yang Qi?" Yan Jie suddenly paused. "You come from 200 years ago, but you know Yang Qi. How do you know him?" "He was my college classmate and a very close friend," Xiaolin answered truthfully. The expression on Yan Jie's face suddenly turned strange. He stiffened for a moment before answering Xiaolin's question. "Yang Qi, second-generation superhuman, Lord of Justice City, a godlike existence. Half a year ago, he single-handedly destroyed a city of 500,000 people." Xiaolin was dazed, feeling an unprecedented sense of deep alienation. Even Yan Jie's voice sounded like it came from far away. A few days ago, Yang Qi had messaged him, complaining that he had a conflict with someone while working part-time in the cafeteria and had his wages deducted, feeling very aggrieved. When he left, Yang Qi even said he'd treat him to roast lamb when he got back. Now, just a few hours later, the span of a single meal or a lunch break, his best friend had killed his most trusted teacher and became a terrifying deity that people spoke of with fear. The world rumbled on, crushing everything he was familiar with and leaving behind a pile of strange dust. "So, do you still insist that you're a first-generation superhuman?" Yan Jie's voice brought him back to reality. "It's not about insisting. I am one. Not just the first generation, but the very first one." Xiaolin calmly added some coffee for him. "Then, I'd like to introduce you to someone, the mayor of our satellite town." "Is he a superhuman?" "Not exactly. He's also a superpowered individual, but he's very strong. His power comes from a real superhuman, and he acts as an agent for that superhuman." Satellite Town was not a natural-born town, but one born from mystery. Thus it is not modern, but carries a heavy Victorian style. Rows upon rows of pointed arch buildings stand along streets paved with grayish-blue stone bricks. Stained glass windows, reliefs, white stone pillars, coal plants, and churches. It rains every month from the 7th to the 14th. The sun never shines on this town, and the sky is always a gloomy, grayish-white. However, standing in stark contrast to this ancient atmosphere, not far from the town hall lies something extremely unusual. It is the wreckage of an artificial satellite. It lies upon the ruins of a building, a massive object over 15 meters long. The silver-white cylindrical structure looks precise and elegant, with 2 sets of longitudinal solar arrays on either side. But this object, which once traveled high above the atmosphere, is now battered and broken. The main body is covered in holes, and everything inside was long ago stripped away by scavengers, leaving only a messy frame. a corpse of technology. Whenever Lan Shiyu looks at that satellite, he always feels a strange sense of dissonance. This is his 3rd year as mayor. At this moment, he stands by the window of his 2nd-floor office, silently watching the desolate streets and the satellite resting quietly not far away. Ivy climbs the outer walls, swaying in the dull wind. Lan Shiyu feels a bit restless. The revival of that mysterious laboratory has made him uneasy, and he already had enough trouble as it was. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Without turning around, Lan Shiyu simply said, "Come in." The person who pushed the door open was Zhou Zheng, a member of the enforcement squad, the oldest and most senior among them. "Mr. Mayor, Captain Yan Jay's discovered someone while investigating the research lab." Zhou Zheng spoke in a serious tone. "Someone? A local or from another faction?" Lan Shiyu asked with a hint of indifference. It could only be one of those two, and he could handle either outcome. Neither. Captain Yan Ji believes that he was revived along with the laboratory. Lan Shiyu stopped moving. He looked up in astonishment. Revived along with the lab? And he claims to be a 1st-generation transcendental. Zhou Zheng added. Hearing this term, Lan Shiyu remained calm. He didn't even believe it one bit. It is common knowledge that 1st-generation transcendentals have no human form. As if I didn't have enough trouble already. Lan Shiyu sighed, set his glass on the windowsill, and said, "Let's go, let's take a look." "So, transcendentals are actually super strong?" Xiaolin asked with a hint of shock. "Exactly, and the earlier the generation, the stronger they are. I'm actually curious, why did you think they were weak?" Yan Jie countered. Xiaolin didn't know how to explain. As the former strongest transcendental who now had no abilities, he felt he held some authority on the matter. "Xiaolin, can I have another cup of coffee?" Lin Nianian asked, raising her hand high. She had already had about 4 cups, and she always added 3 spoons of sugar each time. It was quite wasteful. Xiaolin picked up the pot to refill her cup, and the girl immediately wore a look of bliss. "Mr. Xiaolin, even though you aren't human, the coffee you brew is delicious." Xiaolin felt like he had been insulted, but he didn't know how to argue back. He continued to ask, "Then is your mayor, the Lan Shiyu you mentioned, also very powerful?" "Let's put it this way. He is the most powerful person I have ever met," Yan Jie said, rubbing the handle of his coffee cup. "Even if he doesn't lift a finger, you can still feel the powerful aura around him." Xiaolin's hands froze as he fiddled with the coffee pot. He looked up and asked, "Tell me, do I have that kind of aura you're talking about?" Yan Jie looked him up and down and smiled slightly. "Absolutely not." Xiaolin felt a bit helpless. Just then, there was a commotion outside, followed by clear footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Yan Jie and the other members of the enforcement squad stood up one after another. "Our mayor is here," Yan Jie said. As the footsteps grew closer, Xiaolin began to feel nervous. After all, in Yan Ji's account, this person was a formidable existence and definitely not someone he could handle with a shotgun. He just hoped they wouldn't come into conflict. Click, the door was pushed open and Lan Shiyu walked in. He was a middle-aged man of about 50, tall and slender, dressed in a sharp suit and glasses, looking very much like a scholar. Xiaolin felt the exact aura Yan Jie had described, powerful and mysterious, lingering around Lan Shiyu like a damp mist. Lan Shiyu also scrutinized Xiaolin, observing his appearance, physique, features, and behavior. He was experienced and found it not difficult to distinguish between humans and anthropomorphic beings. He quickly realized that the subject before him was just an ordinary human. This brought Lan Shiyu a sense of relief, accompanied by a bit of joy. As he walked in, he had already seen how advanced this research lab was. The equipment alone was worth a massive fortune. He had no intention of plundering, of course, but it was beneficial to their negotiations if the other party was just an ordinary person. However, to be safe, Lan Shiyu still utilized his transcendental power, the detection ability unique to his kind. His pupils twitched slightly and suddenly his vision changed, the world in his eyes turning a grayish white. Then, he looked at Xiaolin. It felt as if his entire brain had been jolted. Then, Lan Shiyu's heart began to race, his ears rang, and he felt as though he were plunging into a pitch-black, windless, bottomless abyss. He couldn't comprehend what kind of thing was standing before him. It was bizarre, chaotic, imperceptible, and incomprehensible. Just looking at it made him feel a bone-chilling cold. He was absolutely not human, he just looked like one. "Mayor, this is Mr. Xiaolin. It seems he was revived along with the research lab." Yan Jie's voice snapped Lan Shiyu back to reality. He managed to force a faint smile. "I have already been briefed on the general situation. Mr. Xiaolin, welcome." His opening put Xiaolin at ease. Xiaolin smiled politely as well. "Thank you, Mr. Mayor. By the way, would you like some coffee?" Lan Shiyu took a light sniff and said, Certainly, certainly. That's a rare and precious commodity in our town." Watching Lan Shiyu sit down while Xiaolin turned to pour the coffee, Yan Jie felt very confused. Lan Shiyu wasn't a harsh person, but he wasn't lenient to the point of being irresponsible either. He was, after all, the mayor of Satellite Town. Yan Jie vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Mr. Lan, Xiaolin might be from 200 years ago, a time traveler. That's super rare. I want to slice off a few pieces to take back, Lin Nianian said excitedly. Zhou already told me. But that's not exactly strange. This world is already crazy enough, so a time traveler from 100 or 200 years ago is nothing, Lan Shiyu said jokingly. Xiaolin handed him the coffee, and he took a sip before asking, Mr. Xiaolin, what are your plans for the future? Do you intend to leave here or settle down? I don't have any plans for now, so I intend to stay in the research lab. I hope that won't bother you. Xiaolin spoke politely while observing Lan Shiyu's reaction. But Lan Shiyu didn't react much. He nodded and said, Fine. Our town is very close by. Tomorrow I will have Nianian bring you a map, and you can come to me directly if you need anything in the future. Good, thank you, Mr. Lan. Lin Nianian, who was to the side, raised her arm excitedly. Mr. Xiaolin, can you give me some of your coffee beans? I really need them. Lin Nianian, don't be so rude. Lan Shiyu glared at her, like someone scolding a child. But Lin Nianian was just as stubborn as a child. Just a little bit. Xiaolin took a single coffee bean and handed it to her, saying, There, a little bit. Lin Nianian made a huffing expression, and the others around them burst into laughter. It's not that I'm reluctant to give it to you, it's just that you wouldn't know how to brew it anyway. Xiaolin laughed. If you want to drink some later, just come by my place. Any time is fine. Yay, we have a coffee shop in our town now, Lin Nianian said with enthusiasm. In fact, it wasn't that Xiaolin didn't want to give her any. He hoped to establish ties with the townspeople. After all, as a time traveler, he couldn't survive on his own forever. After chatting for a while, the mayor said his goodbyes to Xiaolin and left with the members of the enforcement squad. As they walked outside, the scene that met their eyes was a dark and silent city in ruins. Pale black mist drifted through the stagnant air, and only this huge 3-story advanced building of the research lab stood among the ruins, looking exceptionally out of place. Equally out of place was the small town nearby. They had inexplicably squeezed into this space, like pieces of a landscape puzzle that had been put together wrong. Mayor, is that Xiaolin dangerous? Is he really a transcendental? Yanjie asked Lan Shiyu. He had actually noticed that Lan Shiyu's attitude toward Xiaolin was very cautious, never asking about the others' affairs, but instead retreating and showing friendliness. This was definitely not the usual Lan Shiyu. Judging rationally, I think he is not a transcendental, but an ordinary person, Lan Shiyu replied. Then why, when you were scrutinizing him just now, because my intuition and feelings tell me that I am facing an existence that cannot be understood and is extremely unsettling. Several of them fell into silence, until Lin Nianian said, But I feel like he's very friendly and very scared. If he really is powerful, isn't that a good thing for us? Lan Shiyu didn't commit to an answer, only sighed. Tomorrow I will go ask Mr. Bai and seek his opinion.
After Lan Shiyu and the enforcement squad left, the research institute returned to silence. Xiaolin stayed in the cafe where the warmth still lingered, pondering about the future. He didn't need to worry about survival for the time being. The institute had a supermarket and a cafeteria with enough supplies to last him a long time. But with survival no longer an issue, what should he do? Find a way to travel back to the past? That was what Xiaolin wanted most, but he knew it wasn't realistic. Because strictly speaking, he didn't time travel. He just missed 200 years, and those 200 years had passed second by second. Since there was no time travel involved in arriving here, there was no way to travel back. Then should he go find Yang Qi and avenge Huitezhou? Thinking of this, Xiaolin felt incredibly conflicted. On one hand, he couldn't muster any hatred for that dear friend from yesterday. On the other hand, the guy was a powerful demigod, an existence capable of destroying entire cities, while he probably couldn't even defeat a chicken in this world. Xiaolin's mind was a mess. Even though he had drunk a lot of coffee, he was starting to feel drowsy. He looked up at the wall clock. It was already 10 o'clock at night. It is what it is. Better to just go to sleep and deal with tomorrow's issues tomorrow. To be safe, he locked the doors of the research institute, followed his usual routine, returned to his dormitory, washed up, changed into pajamas, and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps due to being under such mental strain, he slept very soundly and dreamed of many things. He dreamed of his past experiences with Yang Qi and of working together at a restaurant. He also dreamed of Huitezhou celebrating his birthday. It was the first birthday he'd ever had. Though simple, many people showed up. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a cart was wheeled over, carrying his birthday cake. It was a giant spherical white cake, looking rather irregular, much like an oversized chocolate ball. Everyone started hacking at the cake, and crimson juice flowed out, spilling all over the floor. For some reason, Xiaolin felt uneasy. He moved to the front and was suddenly horrified. He saw Yushuang's face under the visor. This was Yushuang's corpse! At that moment, her face was bloated and swollen, filling the entire helmet, watching Xiaolin with eyes squeezed out of shape. Why are you the only one who survived? Why? Xiaolin woke up with a jolt. He sat on the bed, dazed, his mind chaotic for several minutes before a realization hit him. His dreams were unlocked. He was no longer just dreaming about that stone door. What did this mean? Xiaolin felt a bit overwhelmed. If it were the old professors at the institute, they would surely be able to analyze many things from this. Unfortunately, he was a blockhead who couldn't even sit through a lecture, and he knew absolutely nothing about subconscious theory. He shook his foggy head and looked at the mechanical flip clock on the desk. It was already 9 in the morning. The room was soft and quiet, and the temperature and air were refreshing. Xiaolin sat up from the bed and began to repeat his morning routine, washing up, changing clothes, and preparing to head out. Lin Nianian should be bringing him a map today. He could use this opportunity to ask her to be his guide. Thinking this, Xiaolin opened his door, only to find himself face to face with someone about to knock. Qi Haisheng, Yue Taizhou's student and assistant, the first person Xiaolin had met at the Tianyan Research Institute. Xiaolin stood frozen for a long while. You traveled back in time too? Are you still half asleep? Qi Haisheng looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiaolin looked past his shoulder further down the hallway. People were coming and going, with hurried footsteps and arguments echoing back and forth. Just like every morning Xiaolin had ever seen. Half an hour later, in the office, Yu Taizhou explained everything that had happened yesterday. Your memory isn't wrong. You did agree to explore behind the stone door, but you fainted in the preparation room. Fainted? Xiaolin was confused. Yu Taizhou nodded. Vasovagal syncope. You were probably too nervous and excited, and not yet accustomed to breathing from the oxygen tank. It was a benign fainting spell, so we sent you back to your room to rest. Xiaolin froze, unable to speak for a moment. So everything he saw behind the door and everything he experienced was actually just a dream? Could it really be that simple? He suddenly remembered the phone call he had made and asked, Professor, did you receive a strange phone call? A strange call? Yue Taizhou received many calls every day. He pondered for a moment, shook his head. No, they were all from acquaintances and work-related calls. Xiaolin let out a long sigh of relief. He could finally be certain. Everything he saw behind the door yesterday, that town, those people, it was all just an absurd dream. He leaned back in his chair, head tilted back, like a puddle of sludge as he muttered, Professor, I really thought I would never see you again. The professor paused for a moment and smiled. You are my student and the blade I forged. No matter what, I would never leave you all alone. He said it casually, but his tone was serious. Then he poured Xiaolin a cup of black tea and said, Try this, someone gave it to me saying it has a calming effect. Xiaolin took a few sips. He didn't know if it was just a placebo effect, but he did feel a bit calmer. Do you want to talk about your dream? Yue Taizhou sat back in his chair and asked, Your dreams have changed, which is very valuable information, especially regarding what's inside the stone door. I saw the creator inside the stone door, Xiaolin replied softly, clutching his cup. The creator? Yu Taizhou's movements stiffened slightly. Yes, but he was dead, and his corpse is polluting the whole world. Aisheng and Yushuang both died, and I escaped alone, but that was already 200 years later. Xiaolin continued, At that time, the research institute had already fallen, and I found a notebook there. As Xiaolin was recounting what he had dreamed of last night, Qi Haisheng pushed the door open. Professor, you have a meeting in 10 minutes to prepare for. Whatever meeting it is, cancel it or postpone it for an hour, Yue Taizhou said without hesitation. Qi Haisheng looked a bit uncomfortable. I'm afraid that won't be possible. It's the Research Progress Report meeting. You know the one? Hearing the name of the meeting, Xiaolin knew that Yue Taizhou was probably in for a hard time again. The Research Progress Report was for the local administrative bodies, the academic community, and the investors. Those people were always greedy and aggressive. Each time, they expressed dissatisfaction with Yue Taizhou at these reports, demanding faster progress. Because he had fainted in the prep room yesterday, and the secret journey had failed, they were definitely coming to hold him accountable. But at the end of the day, they weren't necessarily bad people. After all, they were the ones funding the research development, and they had the right to demand returns. All right then, I suppose I should go to the meeting. Yue Taizhou rubbed his brow. Xiaolin, do you know how to write a report? Yes, I wrote internship reports during college, Xiaolin nodded. Then I would appreciate it if you could organize what you dreamed about before I get back, and we can discuss it afterwards. Sure, Xiaolin readily agreed. After Yue Taizhou left, Xiaolin headed straight for the water bar with his work notebook. This was the spot where he had spoken to the enforcer squad in his dream, but compared to the silence and desolation of that dream, it was much livelier here. The lighting was warm, soft background music floated through the air, and young interns were resting and arguing about something. Most of their conversation was about things Xiaolin couldn't understand. He sat by the bar counter, opened his notebook, and started writing his report. The woman who ran the water bar was named Zhao Ningyu, dressed in a moon-white silk shirt that slightly revealed her collarbone, with a thin silver necklace resting against her fair neck. At this moment she was at the counter, preparing coffee with a siphon brewer and a halogen lamp, as focused and serious as if she were conducting a scientific experiment. Her waist-length black hair was tied at the ends with a random ribbon, making her look incredibly gentle. The woman was quite beautiful, and it had less to do with her features than with that deeply captivating aura she possessed. Seeing Xiaolin approach, Zhao Ningyu raised her eyes and teased softly, "Oh, how come our cute little lab mouse has started working today? Don't you need to run on your wheel?" Xiaolin was a celebrity at the Research Institute. Almost everyone knew him, and she was no exception, always is fond of using that little lab mouse nickname to poke fun at him. Can't help it, life is hard, and even a lab mouse has to work hard to save the world. Xiaolin stretched, the warm air and noisy chatter in the bar making him feel a bit sleepy. "Then why don't you be my lab mouse for a moment? I'm brewing something new, care to try?" Zhao Ningyu tilted her head as she spoke, her peach blossom eyes filled with an innate charm that made it hard to refuse. "You really won't let me be, will you?" Xiaolin peered at the jet-black liquid. "Is it bitter? I'm not drinking it if it's too bitter." "Don't worry, it's not bitter at all." Zhao Ningyu turned off the halogen lamp, cooled the siphon with a wet cloth, and watched the coffee slowly flow back down. She then poured a small amount into a tiny transparent glass cup and placed it in front of Xiaolin. Xiaolin took a small sip and realized he had been tricked. It was quite bitter, but it tasted excellent, far better than anything he could brew himself. "Can you teach me how to brew this?" Xiaolin asked, looking up. Zhao Ningyu seemed a bit surprised, raising her eyebrows slightly. "I thought you only studied technology to save the world, like shooting death rays from your eyes or something. I was just thinking, if it ends up being just me left, it might be nice to be able to make my own coffee," Xiaolin said subconsciously. Zhao Ningyu fell silent abruptly. Xiaolin paused, only then realizing that his words sounded a bit strange. It seemed that yesterday's dream had a profound effect on him. Zhao Ningyu poured a cup for herself, took a light sip, and then poured the rest into the waste bucket. She said as she tidied up her tools, "The Chenyan Research Institute is a very closed-off place that gathers many strange people. Most of these people will never leave here, and even if they do, they won't cut ties with this place like me and of course you. I heard about you fainting yesterday, but don't take it to heart. You will definitely become a big deal one day." Xiaolin shook his head, his tone low. "I have no interest in becoming a big deal. I just want to know what I can see at the end of this road, nothing more." Zhao Ningyu didn't comment and then said, "Coffee brewed with a siphon has a clean taste and more distinct layers. Although the method is quite complex and not really suited for beginners, I can teach you slowly." She blinked. "After you finish your work." Yue Taizhou hated research progress meetings, but not because he disliked the questioning from the others. He knew that was their job. What he hated was that these meetings took up most of the day every time. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 4 in the afternoon. The investor representative on the stage was still babbling on about demanding a second attempt as soon as possible, but Yue Taizhou paid no mind. His mind was entirely occupied by the dream Xiaolin had mentioned earlier. Transcendence gaining power in the real world. If this were true, he had to consider the possibility of transcendence being used in war, and the sealed transcendent blood samples could no longer be easily sent out. These resources must only be used to advance research. Just then, the meeting coordinator knocked on the door and said, "Professor Yue, you have a call." A wave of dissatisfied muttering broke out in the conference room, but Yue Taizhou had already stood up to leave. He took the phone, then frowned slightly. Because this call was coming from his office phone, he had explicitly warned them not to touch his office phone casually. Yue Taizhou answered, saying with some displeasure, "Hello? Who is this? Didn't I say not to touch the office phone?" "Professor Yue, it's me, Xiaolin. Where are you right now?" A voice came through the other end. Yue Taizhou was stunned. "Xiaolin, I'm in a meeting right now." "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" The other side was silent for a moment, then their tone suddenly became sharp. "Professor Yue, please, you must believe what I am about to say. I came out of the stone gate and have traveled several decades into the future. I found a diary containing 3 crucial timestamps. July 2028, Transcendents gain power in the real world. January 2033, Transcendents are deployed to the battlefield and World War III breaks out. July 2035, the Institute is destroyed by the second-generation Transcendent Yang." "Wait, Shaolin, why are you telling me this? What on earth has happened to you?" Professor Yu was baffled, and a feeling of intense unease began to boil within him. Shaolin, however, didn't answer, continuing, "Professor, I don't know if I can make it back alive, but I swear everything I said is the truth. You must be prepared. Also, regarding that stone gate, please, do whatever it takes to close it. Behind that door is the resting place of gods, and that world has already been corrupted." "Shaolin, where are you? I'm coming to find you right now. Don't go anywhere. ZZT." A sharp static sound seemed to ring out from the phone, or perhaps it was inside his own head. The sudden pain almost made Yue Taizhou drop the phone. By the time he regained his composure, the call had already been disconnected. "Tell them the meeting is adjourned," Yue Taizhou said to the coordinator with sudden gravity, then shouted, "Qi Haisheng, get over here!" Qi Haisheng ran over in a few quick steps and said, "What's wrong, Professor?" Yue Taizhou tossed his keycard to Qi Haisheng and said, "Take some men to the 0 level immediately. Right now, do you understand?"
After Shaolin handed the bound report to Yue Taizhou, he sat at his desk and read it over and over, his calm eyes tinged with gravity. "Professor, is there something wrong with the report?" Shaolin asked, sitting opposite him. Yue Taizhou did not answer. He slowly placed the report back on the desk and said, "Shaolin, I want you to come with me to a place." The professor walked in front with Shaolin following behind. They took the elevator all the way down and returned to that familiar corridor. The white door at the end of the corridor stood quietly, its surface reflecting a soft glow under the lights, with the access indicator light blinking. Yue Taizhou looked at the door, his expression becoming somewhat dazed, and said, "Shaolin, I do not know if you can accept what is coming next, but I must tell you, because you have to face it." His words made Shaolin feel a faint sense of unease. He walked toward the metal door, and the closer he got, the more pronounced his anxiety became. Arriving at the door, he took a deep breath before placing his hand on the screen. A soft beep sounded, and the metal door slid open before him. Upon seeing the scene inside, Shaolin could not help but freeze in his tracks. Behind the door was not his dream, but a primitive and deep limestone cave. The space was vast, filled with stone pillars and stalactites hanging from the ceiling, with thin streams of water trickling down. The stone door was gone, and the mysterious, transcendent atmosphere that had lingered in the dream chamber had also vanished, as if they had never existed. Some terrible thoughts were beginning to boil over. Shaolin asked, "What does this mean?" Yue Taizhou did not answer Shaolin's question, but instead said inexplicably, "I spent most of today in meetings in the conference room. And then? At 4:42 I received a phone call from the landline in my office. It was you who called." Shaolin's heart gave a violent jolt. He realized where that call had originated. Besides that, Yushuang and Aisheng have disappeared. Not just gone missing, but completely erased. We cannot find their names on any of our rosters or records. Shaolin struggled to suppress the wild thoughts racing through his mind and asked, "Professor, do these changes have to do with my dream? Did my dream trigger an anomaly?" Yue Taizhou looked at him deeply, his emotions incredibly complex. "Shaolin, you have it backward. That world is the real one, and this is your dream." A thunderous roar erupted in Shaolin's mind, and then it began to burn. Shaolin did not lose control. For some reason, he suddenly became unusually calm, so calm that even Yue Taizhou's voice sounded distant. Although he knew things would not be simple, the final outcome was still beyond his expectations. In other words, he was still, 200 years later, all alone, facing a strange and unfamiliar world. Yue Taizhou grabbed Shaolin's shoulders, looking at him with unprecedented gravity. "Shaolin, I hope you can close that door and save our world. I know this is too difficult for you, and it is unfair, but Shaolin, you are all we have now." Silence began to spread. After this silence lasted for more than 10 seconds, Shaolin lowered his head and said, "Professor, I am sorry." Images of Yushuang dying flashed through his mind, followed by Aisheng's final words before taking his own life. He asked, "We are going to go extinct, aren't we?" He did not feel fear for what was behind the door, only a sense of helplessness. So much so that he lost his fear and reverence for death. "I see." Yue Taizhou seemed to deflate slightly, then forced a smile. "But I understand. This is your choice." He suddenly looked at Shaolin again. "But no matter what, Shaolin, you must live well. I will do everything in my power to help you." When Shaolin opened his eyes again from sleep, he was still in his small bedroom, with the wall clock pointing to 9 in the morning. He sat up and stared at the bedroom door. That light gray door stood there in silence, offering no response whatsoever. Xiao Lin got out of bed, walked toward the door, gripped the handle, and took a deep breath. Click, the door was slowly pushed open. The corridor outside was silent, and the vast Grand Research Institute was cold, bright, and completely empty. He wiped away the last bit of fantasy in his heart and gave a self-deprecating grin. Welcome to the real world. But now Xiao Lin was able to view his situation calmly. He returned to his room to wash up, get dressed, and then went to the canteen to get something to eat, not officially starting work until 10. This was the order Yue Taizhou had given him: to eat well, stick to a schedule, and maintain a normal life. He first went to the 0th floor, and as expected, the stone door in reality had also disappeared. Yue Taizhou had said the stone door was an incredibly powerful entity and that closing it would not be easy. It certainly seemed that way now. Xiao Lin dubbed this phenomenon disappearance. Then, Xiao Lin went to the water bar and observed a reset phenomenon. The coffee cup he had used and the open bag of coffee beans from yesterday had all returned to their original positions, showing no signs of use, and the packaging was brand new again. That is to say, after he woke up, the Institute had reset to the states it was in when he first returned yesterday. If the Institute's resources could reset consistently, he would have infinite coffee beans, although that did not seem particularly meaningful. Next, he observed a third phenomenon in Yue Taizhou's office: interference. Last night, Yue Taizhou left a note in the office containing the port and password for the smart security system. This note had been placed there by Xiao Lin's hand, while he mentally hoped to see it in the real world. Now it had truly arrived in the real world. The third hypothesis was also correct. Dreams and reality could influence each other to a certain extent, and he could lead this influence. Disappearance, reset, and interference, these three supernatural attributes were enough to verify Yue Taizhou's conjecture. The revival of the Institute was no coincidence but related to Xiao Lin's own power. But how this power worked and what kind of impact it would have remained unknown. Xiao Lin recorded everything, took some photos, and planned to compile them into a report. He wrote the report until 12 noon, when his phone began to vibrate with an alert from the smart security system. He tapped on the alert, and the screen switched to the camera at the entrance. He saw Lin Nianian standing at the entrance, hugging a thick book and looking around. Xiao Lin pressed the door-opening button, then stood up and walked out. The two met in the grand lobby of the Institute. Lin Nianian adjusted her glasses and examined him, muttering, an animal with 4 limbs walks upright on its hind legs covered in woven fabric. She opened the thick book in her hands. Oh, it seems to be a human. She closed the book and laughed. Hello, human. I have come to deliver a map to Mr. Xiao Lin. I am Xiao Lin. That is impossible. Mr. Xiao Lin is not a human, Lin Nianian said. Xiao Lin's temple twitched. He never expected that one day he would have to find a way to prove he was not human. Do you want me to mention the half-pound of coffee beans you drank of mine yesterday? Lin Nianian stiffened. Tihi, good afternoon, Mr. Xiao Lin. I am here to deliver the map for you. Xiao Lin took the map and gave it a quick glance. The map was drawn with a ruler and compass. The details were passable, though there was not much content, only marking a few important locations. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving now. Lin Nianian, who was beside him, tried to sneak away but was grabbed by Xiao Lin. Are you busy today? If you do not mind, could you be my tour guide for half a day? I mind very much. I am just a frail and sickly girl and I have to go to work today. I will treat you to coffee. Go, let's set off. Lin Nianian enthusiastically led the way. The satellite town wasn't very large, but this was the first time Xiao Lin had ever seen a town in the Victorian style, and he found it quite novel. The air in the town felt damp. The streets were wide, lined with narrow, slender houses covered in intricate patterns that could be seen everywhere. There weren't many pedestrians around at the moment, and those he did see were just hurrying by, making the place feel empty and desolate. In the distance, a heavy, rhythmic thumping sound could be heard, as if industrial equipment was slowly churning away. As they walked along the stone-paved road, Lin Nianian began to play the role of tour guide quite competently. This town belongs to the Blue Dragon Mining Company. 3 years ago, the company appointed our mayor, Lan Shiyu, to establish this settlement. Now, the permanent population is around 5,000. As for production and operations, it is mainly coal mining. This town has its own industrial zone with a coal mine, and we sell all the coal produced to the Blue Dragon Company. So everyone who lives here is a miner? Xiao Lin asked her. Not exactly. While mining is our satellite town's official primary industry, it actually doesn't account for the majority of the population. We also have some tax-paying residents, such as actuaries, grain merchant representatives, liaison offices for small associations, and various other folks, though some of them aren't very good people. Speaking of which, if I live here, do I have to pay taxes too? Xiao Lin asked again. In principle, yes. However, Mr. Xiao Lin, you could work for us and pay your taxes through labor. Working is out of the question. I still have quite a bit of savings. Lin Nianian looked at him, her eyes filled with pity. What is it? Is there a problem? Xiaolin felt a bit uneasy. The traditional monetary system collapsed a long time ago. Paper money is about as useful as scrap paper now. Only the Financial Order Alliance still circulates banknotes, but they are not exactly good people. Xiaolin fell silent. He hadn't expected that after working so hard to save nearly 10 million, thinking he would at least be free from want. He hadn't even had the chance to spend a single cent before being dumped into this world and becoming a pauper. Then what is the currency in circulation now? Gold and silver? Xiaolin asked. Exactly. Gold is for large transactions, silver is for daily life, and 1 gram of gold equals 100 grams of silver. At this point, Lin Nianian suddenly said excitedly, "But Mr. Xiaolin, your research institute is extremely valuable. It's almost worth enough to buy our entire town. Our mayor is quite covetous of it." Xiaolin's face twitched. "Is it really appropriate for you to sell out your mayor like that?" "I don't intend to sell the institute. That place is very important to me," he said. "I know that, of course, but Mr. Xiaolin, you must be careful not to get targeted by grave robbers," Lin Nianian warned. Grave robbers? Yes, people who make a living by excavating ruins and remnants. They aren't good people either. These aren't good people. Those aren't good people. Why is this world so bad? Xiaolin was speechless. Just as he was about to press for more details, Lin Nianian suddenly ran forward and stopped in front of a patch of ruins. Ta-da! Welcome to the first wonder of the satellite town, the corpse of the madman. The corpse of the madman? Xiaolin was taken aback. Only then did he notice the broken low wall behind her, with a colossal figure lying upon it. It was a corpse about 5 or 6 meters long, its entire body covered in dark gray scales, with membrane-like wings spread on both sides and thick, sharp claws on its limbs. It looked like a dragon, but not quite. Its spine was curved, its skeleton nearly humanoid. It was like a fusion of human and dragon. But it had no head. The severed neck was shriveled and blackened, as if it had been lopped off by a sharp blade. In front of the low wall, there were still traces of offerings. A rotting bouquet lay in the dirt, and a few clumps of white wax had melted into strange shapes. What kind of monster is this corpse? Xiaolin felt surprised. Not a monster. It was a transcendent, and a very early generation one at that, Lin Nianian explained. Xiaolin studied the corpse carefully. It looked powerful and intricate, a sight to behold. And although it had been dead for a long time, there were no signs of decay at all. Instead, it had taken on a stone-like texture. Xiaolin picked up his camera and began taking photos, planning to show them to Yue Taizhou later that evening. "I heard this person was a lunatic when he was alive," Lin Nianian added from the side. "A lunatic?" Xiaolin asked casually. "Yeah. Supposedly he was some kind of professor who believed that the mysterious invasion would eventually destroy the world and tried to stop it. But the world is still fine, and he died. Either way, it's pretty pathetic." Xiaolin froze mid-shot. He lowered his camera and stared intently at the corpse. He knew it. This was Yue Taizhou's body. The wind, carrying the humidity from the end of the street, blew through him, bringing an indescribable chill that left Xiaolin momentarily dazed. Yue Taizhou. Wherever he went, there were always flashes, reporters, and countless accolades. He had once been the world's greatest hope, considered the person most likely to end the mysterious invasion and save humanity. Now he lay dead here, with no grave, no tombstone, and no one left to remember his name. People only knew him as a delusional madman, never knowing how close he had actually come to saving the world. Yue Taizhou should not have had an end like this. Xiaolin walked forward slowly and reached out to touch the sharp claws of the massive corpse. The roughness and the cold seeped through his palm and into his arm. He suddenly remembered asking Yue Taizhou once, "What if we fail?" Yue Taizhou, standing in the bright morning light, had replied softly, "We won't fail. As long as we keep trying, it isn't failure. We will persevere until the final hour before the world ends." Xiaolin slowly made up his mind. He would not let the Salvation Project end here. Not for the world, but for them. He would take Yue Taizhou's place and walk this path to the end.
"Be careful, Mr. Xiaolin. Even though he has been dead for a long time, there might still be danger," Lin Nianian warned from the side. Her voice startled Xiaolin, pulling him back to reality. "It is all right. He will not hurt me." "You look a little sad." "Do I?" Xiaolin touched his cheeks. A flurry of thoughts had just flashed through his mind, and he himself was not sure if sadness was among them. "Your eyebrows are slightly drawn together, your mouth is drooping, and your orbicularis oculi muscles are contracted. These are all human expressions of sadness." Lin Nianian began to hold forth with great authority. "But if you were a gorilla or a monkey, you might be feeling quite excited right now." Xiaolin pursed his lips, not wanting to say a single word. He did not understand how a perfectly fine young woman could be so talkative. "Mr. Xiaolin, did you know? I once came up with a method to determine if someone is human based on their facial expressions. Then one day Zhou Zheng drew a smiley face on the wall and I spent 2 hours chatting with it. It did not say a word back then, and I thought it was just born to smile and not to talk. Xiaolin's mouth twitched. Did you manage to talk it into crying? Mr. Xiaolin, you are quite slow, aren't you? Drawings do not have changing facial expressions. It was just a drawing, Lin Nianian replied with spirited sarcasm. Xiaolin fell into a deep silence, feeling that this girl might be an idiot. And he had just been played by this idiot. A deep sense of powerlessness made Xiaolin let out a long sigh. He gave up on fighting back and switched to the next topic. Besides this spectacle, is there anything else worth visiting? Lin Nianian bit her finger and thought for a moment before saying, Mr. Xiaolin, care to guess why our town is called Satellite Town? Because you are dependent on a large central city, Xiaolin offered the standard definition of a satellite town. Lin Nianian shook her head. Don't tell me it is because you actually have a satellite here? Lin Nianian blinked. My God, you are serious, you have a satellite? The two crossed the street toward the town hall, and 2 blocks away Xiaolin saw the satellite. It was charred black, nearly broken in two, with only its outer shell remaining. Exposed wires and pipes showed that it had been ransacked, and now it was completely hollowed out. Its main body was stuck diagonally in the ground, leaning against the ruins of a collapsed house, surrounded by rubble and weeds. Murky daylight shone in through a breach, carrying a sense of desolate and absurd beauty. Eye of deep space, Xiaolin recognized the satellite. The specialized observation satellite of the Tianyan Research Institute, one of the most advanced in the world. It was 15 meters long with a 9-meter wingspan and a total weight of 20 tons, jointly built by over 20 countries. It was designed primarily to capture a hypothetical particle that might or might not exist, known as the mystery particle. To that end, it was equipped with surface mapping and dynamic ground monitoring equipment, as well as various types of particle detectors. Xiaolin had attended its launch ceremony at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. He still remembered that impossibly huge rocket soaring into the sky amidst roaring flames. The national emblems of 20 countries glittered on its surface, and cheers filled the air everywhere. Now all that glory was buried by history, and it lay here nothing but a wreck. How is it? Spectacular, right? I heard some people tried to fix it at first, but they failed, and then the grave robbers cleaned out whatever was inside. Lin Nianian kept babbling on beside him, but Xiaolin paid no attention. Looking at this massive ruin, an idea quietly emerged in his heart. If his power could revive the research institute, could it also revive this satellite? After all, the satellite's ground control center was located at the Tianyan Research Institute. If he could revive the satellite, he might understand this world better. He stepped over the fallen bricks and stood in front of the satellite wreck. Then he closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and reached out to touch it. Silently sensing the ancient wreckage, he felt for any stirrings deep within it. Awaken and return to this world, Xiaolin whispered. Everything around him was silent, save for the sound of a light breeze passing through the ruins. After a long while, a voice suddenly rang out by his ear. Mr. Xiaolin, I have discovered that you have a bad habit. You love to touch everything you see. You were touching a corpse earlier, and now you are touching this. This thing has been sitting here for so many years, it is actually quite dirty. Remember to wash your hands later. That was not the satellite's voice, it was Lin Nianian's. Indeed, I was being wishful, Xiaolin thought, pulling his hand back and explaining, I am not just touching things randomly, I am trying to conduct an experiment. An experiment? You don't actually think you can revive this thing, do you? I just saw your mouth moving, saying something like awaken, and return to this world. Ha ha ha, Mr. Xiaolin, you are a bit childish. Xiaolin suddenly had the urge to strangle this girl. She was so annoying, truly annoying, talking to her made his skin crawl. He silently pulled his hand back and said through gritted teeth, let's go look around somewhere else. Alrighty, then let's go check out the commercial street, Lin Nianian said with gusto. Are you sure you are showing me the environment and not just going shopping? It's a win-win. Just as they walked out of the ruins, a tiny white shadow drifted over from the sky. It was a white paper plane, gracefully navigating the street and circling Lin Nianian as if it were a living creature. Ah, the mayor's ugly paper plane, Lin Nianian exclaimed, reaching out to grab it. What is that? Oh, it is just a communication tool. This kind of stationery is called a swallow letter, capable of tracking a specific person within a certain distance for short-range communication. Lin Nianian explained while unfolding the plane, which bore the large message, "Get back to work already." Simple as that, Lin Nianian's expression changed drastically. "Oh no, there's an important task this afternoon and I completely forgot! Help me!" Seeing her in such a panic, Xiaolin felt much better. He hadn't expected that in this era of the extraordinary wage slaves still had to obediently go to work. "What is so urgent?" asked casually. "I'm supposed to help our mayor contact Mr. Bai online today." Xiaolin froze. Even with the world in such a state of collapse, they still had the internet? But before he could ask, Lin Nianian said, "Anyway, I have to go now. Mr. Xiaolin, walk around on your own for a bit." "Wait, I will go with you." "But this is internal work. I am not sure if the mayor will allow me to bring you along." "I can vouch for you that you weren't slacking off this morning, or else he might dock your pay." Lin Nianian fell into thought. Lin Nianian stopped thinking. She suddenly looked up and said, "Right, that makes sense. Mr. Xiaolin, remember to say a few good words about me later. P.S. Oh right, I opened a fan group." Passing through 2 blocks, the town government hall stood right next to a main road. It was the most crowded place Xiaolin had seen all day. There were people entering and leaving the entrance, clerks were busy inside the hall, and Xiaolin even spotted Zhou Zheng, the deputy captain of the enforcement squad. He was standing by the entrance with 2 other officers, smoking and looking preoccupied. After exchanging a few brief words with them, Lin Nianian took Xiaolin up to the mayor's office on the 3rd floor. When they pushed the door open, Yan Jie, the enforcement captain, was also there, standing with his hands behind his back and talking to Lan Shiyu. "Has that thing dug out from mine number 3 changed at all?" Lan Shiyu asked. "No obvious changes have been observed," Yan Jie replied solemnly with his hands still clasped behind his back. "What about the miners who dug it up?" "They are under surveillance, but so far no issues have appeared." Lan Shiyu nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, Lin Nianian poked her head in. "Mayor, I'm here for work." Lan Shiyu's gaze first landed on Xiaolin behind her, and she said politely, "Good afternoon, Mr. Xiao." Only then did she turn to Lin Nianian. "Where have you been this afternoon? I haven't seen you for 5 or 6 hours." "I wasn't slacking off. Mr. Xiaolin asked me to be his tour guide to get familiar with the town, and I did a great job, didn't I, Mr. Xiaolin?" Hearing this, Lan Shiyu cast a sympathetic look at Xiaolin. "Mr. Xiaolin, I actually intended to arrange for Zhou Zheng or Yan Jie to be your guide." Xiaolin sighed. "You should have told me earlier, then I wouldn't have had to suffer like this." "How was the experience?" Yan Jie asked from the side. "It was like a small dog with way too much energy." Yan Jie looked at him with great respect. "Mr. Xiaolin, your literary command and your use of metaphors are truly breathtaking." "Yeah, someone like Yan Jie, who speaks in complex long sentences, probably wouldn't have been a good tour guide either. So, is there something you need, Mr. Xiaolin? Surely it can't just be to help Lin Nianian vouch for herself." Lan Shiyu pointed to a chair, gesturing for Xiaolin to sit. "Of course not. I just heard from Nianian that you have internet access here." Lan Shiyu and Yan Jie exchanged glances for a few seconds before Lan Shiyu spoke carefully. "We do have the internet, but it might be completely different from what you imagine." "Completely different? What do you mean?" Lan Shiyu pondered for a few seconds, then looked up and said, "It's hard to explain. Can I just show you instead?" "How do you show me?" Xiaolin looked around curiously, seeing no computer equipment in the office. "You don't seem to have any networking facilities here." "The networking facility is right here." Lan Shiyu grabbed Lin Nianian, who was giggling foolishly. Xiaolin was speechless. "So, are we supposed to plug a network cable into Lin Nianian's nostrils and turn the power on?" Lin Nianian instinctively covered her nose. All right, just show Mr. Xiaolin," Lan Shiyu said. Lin Nianian became a bit more serious. She adjusted her glasses, held her book to her chest, and said, "Mr. Xiaolin, I'm going to connect our minds now. You need to clear your thoughts during this process and try not to think too much. My personal processing power isn't very high. If your mind is wandering, I might not be able to successfully bring you in." As she spoke, a faint blue glow emerged from the depths of her pupils. The next moment, darkness began to surge and spread through the room at an incredible speed, swallowing everything in its path. The walls, the furniture, and even Yan Jie all vanished, replaced by a vast, pitch-black space. Then, a city made of lines rose up from the ground, filled with skyscrapers hundreds or even thousands of stories tall. Roads and interchanges made of lines intertwined in a complex web, with streams of traffic flying along at a steady speed, quickly disappearing into the distance. A 3D immersive virtual world. Is this your internet? Xiaolin couldn't help but be stunned by the sight. How about it? Impressive, right? Only transcendence and those with mental super abilities can get in here. Lin Nianian began to introduce it, looking very proud. She pointed to the strange scenery and said, "These buildings are personal databases, and data travels along these roads. There are public channels and private ones." Xiao Lin looked at one of the roads tilted up into the sky and saw countless vehicles flashing by at such speed that they were completely blurred. "What is this place used for?" Xiao Lin asked as he looked around at the incredible sight. "This virtual world was built by Wisdom City. They provide communication services and knowledge trading. Of course you can pay to buy a membership and such." At this point, Lan Shiyu interrupted Lin Nianian's explanation. "All right, let's get back to business. Is Mr. Bai online?" Lin Nianian tilted her head for a moment, sensing something, and said, "He's online, he's in his database." "Then how do we get there? Do you have a car or are we taking the bus?" Xiao Lin asked. Lin Nianian gave a mysterious smile and slowly raised her hand, performing a pulling motion backward. Following her movement, the entire city began to shift, rushing rapidly behind them. Their bodies instantly passed through countless buildings and roads, and in the blink of an eye they were standing in a room. This room was the only place not made of lines. It had color, shape, and sound, looking no different from the real world. It was an office, not particularly luxurious. A man in his 40s sat behind a desk with his elbows on the surface, looking at the three of them. "This is Mr. Bai, the main person in charge of Blue Dragon Mining." Lan Shiyu introduced Mr. Bai. "This is Mr. Xiao Lin, who just recently moved to our satellite town. He was interested in the internet, so I brought him here to experience it." Mr. Bai looked Xiao Lin up and down, then revealed a friendly smile. "Welcome to the satellite town. I hope Shiyu hasn't neglected you." "No, Mayor Lan has been very diligent," Xiao Lin said earnestly. "That's good. However, the meeting content that follows might be a bit boring." Xiao Lin knew the other person was politely asking him to leave. Besides, he also felt it was inappropriate to listen in on someone else's meeting, so he took the opportunity to say, "That's perfect. I've seen everything I was interested in, so I won't disturb your meeting anymore." After they politely said goodbye, Xiao Lin felt the darkness around him quickly dissolve and disappear, and he returned to that simple, traditional room. Lin Nianian and Lan Shiyu were standing there quietly, appearing as if they had been asleep. "You're back, Mr. Xiao Lin. Rest for a bit and have some tea." Yan Ji, who was reading, looked up and said.
In the virtual space, Mr. Bai waited until Xiao Lin logged off before asking, "Tell me more about his background." A research institute near the satellite town was revived yesterday, and he came back along with it. He is a time traveler from 200 years ago, and he might be very powerful. Lan Shiyu began to recount the events, telling Mr. Bai every detail of what happened at the laboratory yesterday. This included his first encounter with Xiao Lin, as well as the terrifying sense of otherness he felt from him. After he finished speaking, Mr. Bai fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he looked up and asked Lin Nianian, "Nianian, have you had any contact with him?" "I acted as his tour guide all morning, showing him the madman's corpse and the satellite wreckage. He's a bit unhygienic and likes to touch everything," Lin Nianian replied. Ignoring Lin Nianian's complaint, Mr. Bai continued, "What kind of person do you think he is?" Lin Nianian bit her thumb and began to think. For some inexplicable reason, she recalled the scene of Xiao Lin touching the madman's corpse. The young boy stood before the massive corpse, his palm brushing against its sharp claws in silent stillness, his silhouette filled with a deep, profound sorrow and loneliness. It was as if he were mourning a dead friend. "He is a kind person with empathy," Lin Nianian said vaguely at first, then raised her head and repeated, "I think he's a good person." Mr. Bai looked at Lin Nianian seriously. After a moment, he lowered his eyes and said, "Let me start with the conclusion. You have likely been deceived." "Huh? No way!" Lin Nianian looked surprised. Mr. Bai shook his head. "First of all, transcendent beings are distinct. Their traits are very obvious. If you cannot identify them, then they are certainly not one. Secondly, being unknown does not mean being powerful. True power is reflected in both ability and destructive force, but he lacks both. As for the sense of otherness and fear you perceived, that is too subjective. It sounds more like a form of mental interference. Therefore, he is likely a mental-type esper." Lan Shiyu was not surprised. "Actually, after calming down, I also suspected this possibility. But I actually like him. Why would he lie to us?" Lin Nianian found it hard to accept. Mr. Bai smiled. For a man from 200 years ago facing a world completely foreign to him, deception is already a very gentle measure. "Then how should we deal with him?" Lan Shiyu asked. Lin Nianian felt nervous for a moment. She wanted to say something nice about Xiao Lin, but she didn't dare speak out of turn in front of Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai was the owner of the Blue Dragon Mining Company, a big shot who held the lifeblood of their entire town, and a seventh-generation transcendent, even more powerful than Lan Shiyu. Mr. Bai seemed to be thinking as well. The room fell into silence and not a sound could be heard. After a long while, Mr. Bai said, "We provide protection for the weak within our capabilities, as long as he is not a bad person." Lan Xiu stood up straight and said, "Understood." Lin Nyanian let out a long sigh of relief and started babbling again. "Actually, Mr. Xiao Lin is a nice guy, and the coffee he brews is delicious. I kept drinking in it yesterday. He even said he wanted to open a coffee shop in town." Ignoring Lin Nyanian's chatter, Mr. Bai continued, "You can gradually arrange for the assets in his possession to be transferred to us on a fair basis. He doesn't seem to want to sell at the moment. That is not a big issue. First, have him make a list, buy what he is willing to sell, and as for the rest, once he realizes he has no use for them, he will naturally sell them." "Fine, I will discuss it with him then." Mr. Bai nodded and began to think, seemingly contemplating if he had missed anything. Neither of the two beside him disturbed him. After a long silence, he brought up another matter. "How is the investigation into the mine going? Have you reached any results?" "The main purpose of today was to report this to you," Lan Xiyu immediately replied. "We have cleared half of the stone sarcophagus found in mine number 3 7 days ago." He paused. "We did indeed find a quill mark on the lid." "A quill, so it really is the mark of the writer." Mr. Bai frowned deeply, fully aware of what this implied. If it truly is the writer, things have become troublesome. However, we cannot confirm its authenticity yet. The miners who unearthed the sarcophagus are currently fine, so we cannot rule out the possibility of a forgery, Lan Xiyu added. Mr. Bai pondered for a moment. "What about the writer's manuscript?" Lan Xiyu shook his head. "We have searched every piece of paper in the entire town, but so far, we have found no manuscript. If the manuscript does not exist, it might be a forgery, but it is also possible that the manuscript is inside the sarcophagus," Mr. Bai murmured to himself. "Should I order to open the sarcophagus?" "Not for now. I will go there personally in a few days. Let's wait until I arrive. Then I will trouble you, Mr. Bai." Lan Xiyu bowed to him. "This is a problem I should resolve anyway. By the way, is there any gift you two would like?" Lin Nyanian quickly raised her hand. "I want the osmanthus cakes from downstairs." Just as Lan Xiyu was about to intervene, Mr. Bai smiled indulgently and said, "Very well, I will buy them for you before I head out. They have new items available, and they taste quite good." "Yay," Lin Nyanian was overjoyed. Lan Xiyu could only shake his head silently. "By the way, Mr. Bai, I heard that there is a conflict between the Yunzhe City government forces and the Crimson Legion." Hearing this, Mr. Bai leaned back, looking slightly helpless. "That's right, in the buffer plains outside Yunzhe City. Yunzhe City wanted me to intervene, but I refused." "Aren't they unhappy about that?" Lan Xiyu asked. Yunzhe City is the main base of the Blue Dragon Mining Company. Although there is no formal written contract, the officials of Yunzhe City have always been trying to curry favor with them. "I only assist with the defense of Yunzhe City. I do not interfere with retaliatory actions. Furthermore, it is said that the Crimson Legion is also under the protection of a Transcendent. I don't want this to escalate into a war between Transcendents." Mr. Bai tapped his fingers on the table. "Xiyu, the situation is becoming increasingly chaotic, and you will face more and more trouble. Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Lin sat by the coffee table in the office, sipping tea while he waited. About 20 minutes later, Lan Xiyu and Lin Nyanian finally logged off from the virtual world. As soon as Lin Nyanian returned, she exclaimed, "My God, I never imagined that Mr. Xiao Lin was actually—" Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Xiao Lin sitting by the table with a teacup, staring right at her, and she quickly covered her mouth. "Actually what?" Xiao Lin set down his teacup and asked. "Actually, a hammerhead shark or something like that," Lin Nyanian started babbling. Seeing that the girl was about to dance with embarrassment on the spot, Lan Xiyu smiled and said, "I thought Mr. Xiao would leave as soon as he logged off. I had some questions about superpowered individuals that I wanted to ask, so I decided to stay." Xiao Lin turned toward Lan Xiyu. What questions? Go ahead, let's see if I can help." Lan Xiyu leaned against the desk, supporting himself with his hands behind his back. "I remember Captain Yan saying that superpowers are acquired through later means?" Xiao Lin asked. Lan Xiyu nodded. "That's right, drugs, specific experiences, or radiation mutations can all be sources of superpowers. Agents are also a type of superpowered individual, but an agent's power comes from a transcendental, so they are stronger. I am Mr. Bai's agent. Then can all psychic, superpowered individuals access the internet?" Xiao Lin continued to press. By this point in the conversation, Lan Xiyu had already guessed Xiao Lin's intentions. He wasn't surprised, instead he felt even more confident in Mr. Bai's judgment. "So, are you looking to become a psychic, superpowered individual?" Lan Xiyu asked with a smile. Yes, Xiao Lin didn't bother to hide it. Right now, the most important thing for him was to understand this world, and the internet was the perfect platform to help him achieve his goals with half the effort. Ahem. Lin Nyanian started clearing her throat mockingly on the side, then intentionally prodded him. "Mr. Xiao Lin, actually all transcendentalists have the ability to connect to the network, you know. Weren't you a first-generation transcendentalist? How could you not have it? It's really so strange." Xiaolin looked at the snide Lin Nianian with a baffled expression, having no clue what the girl was up to. Though it was perfectly normal for an overly energetic small dog to act crazy for no reason. I don't know why either. Maybe I just haven't found the right method yet. Xiaolin answered honestly. Mr. Xiaolin, do you not blush at all when you talk to me? Lin Nianian looked sinister. He felt the veins on his forehead pulse. Maybe it's because you're just not that tempting. Lin Nianian, huh? Seeing the conversation between the two veering off course, Lan Shiyu interjected. Mr. Xiaolin, you're actually very lucky. Xiaolin was stunned. Why do you say that suddenly? Lan Shiyu looked at him. Because I happen to have a vial of serum for developing superpowers on hand. Yanjie, huh? We do? Lin Nianian, huh? Since when? Watching these two give him that look, our boss is lying expression, Xiaolin was rendered speechless. Lan Shiyu replied without batting an eye, of course we do. He opened his desk drawer and took out a small glass bottle sealed with wire, containing a pale blue liquid. Ah, isn't this the… Lin Nianian started to say something, but Lan Shiyu cut her off. Safety-type mental development serum, or SMED for short. These three, did they even bother to coordinate their story? Xiaolin paused for a long time before saying, while I would like to buy it, I don't have any money on me, so never mind. You don't need to worry about that. Lan Shiyu held up the bottle, his voice grave and resonant. Because this is free. Xiaolin, is this thing poison? Is Lan Shiyu trying to kill me? But is it worth going through all this trouble? However, there is one condition, Lan Shiyu added. Why don't you tell me what the condition is first? Xiaolin bit the bullet and played along. Lan Shiyu said, I know you don't intend to sell the research institute, but surely some of the items inside can be sold, right? You can compile a list of sellable items. As long as you're willing to trade with us, this bottle of serum is yours for free. Xiaolin was suddenly tempted. Of course, not by the weird serum, but by the proposal itself. He had just been worrying about lacking the currency of this era, and now Lan Shiyu was handing it to him on a silver platter. So, these three went through all this trouble to scheme against him, just to get him to make money? I can sell you half of the water and food in the research institute, Xiaolin said immediately. It didn't matter. Anyway, the institute had a reset phenomenon, and any consumed food or water would be replenished the next day. Lan Shiyu felt a rush of joy. Their town wasn't short on food, but food was a basic survival necessity. If Xiaolin's supplies ran out, he would be forced to buy more in town. As long as demand existed, they would have a chance to get their hands on the other assets in the research institute. Thinking of this, Lan Shiyu smiled happily and reached out his hand, saying, then it's a deal. And thinking of the reset phenomenon in the research institute, Xiaolin also smiled happily. Pleasure doing business with you. Watching the two of them looking like they were both hiding ulterior motives, Yanjie felt even more confused. What are the two of them doing? Why are they so happy? And wasn't that small bottle supposed to be sedative tonic? Since when did it become mental development serum? Lan Shiyu didn't seem to care at all about being caught and handed the small bottle to Xiaolin with a flourish. Mr. Xiaolin, why don't you wait downstairs for a moment? I'll arrange for Lin Nianian to go with you to take inventory of the goods. How do I use this? Xiaolin looked at the bottle in his hand with some skepticism. Oh, just drink it straight. There are no side effects and it takes effect in a few hours, Lan Shiyu said offhandedly. Xiaolin didn't intend to drink it now. He planned to take it back to the research institute and analyze its ingredients first. If it's fake, then so be it. If it's real, then Professor Yu and the others could break down its composition. After the sound of Xiaolin's footsteps faded, Yanjie remained silent for a long time. Mr. Lan, mental development serum, are you serious? Lan Shiyu shot him a glance and said, Nianian, you explain it to him. Lin Nianian immediately jumped in with a serious face. Don't you get it? This is what we call using the enemy's own trap against them. The thought of Lin Nianian explaining things to him made Yanjie cringe, but he asked anyway. So what exactly did you guys do? Actually, Xiaolin isn't a transcendentalist. He's a psychic-type superpowered individual himself, but he tricked us to protect himself. Wait, if he's already a psychic superpowered individual, why would he want to buy mental development serum? Yanjie was even more confused. Because he needs a reasonable excuse to justify his status as a psychic superpowered individual, Lin Nianian said with certainty. So, Mr. Lan just decided to go along with his scheme and help him finish the act. Meaning, even if the serum wasn't real, it's real now. Xiaolin thinks he tricked us, but actually we're the ones tricking him. The advantage is ours this time. I think my brain is going to explode. Yanjie thought his brain simply couldn't take anymore. Xiaolin sat on the ground floor, looking at the small glass bottle in his hand, feeling that the more he looked at it, the faker it seemed. For a sci-fi level serum, shouldn't there be some small bugs or eyeballs floating in it or something? He was almost certainly being tricked, but it didn't matter if he was tricked. What was more important was that he could use this deception to open up a sales channel to trade for money. They think they tricked him, but actually, he tricked them. The advantage is all his.
The town is always shrouded in gloom, so the night arrives all the sooner. When Xiaolin intended to return to the laboratory, dusk was already closing in. He walked down the street with Lin Nianian by his side, her eyes narrowed as she sized him up, a strange glint flickering in her gaze. Feeling uncomfortable under her stare, Xiaolin couldn't help but stop in his tracks. "Do you have something to say?" Lin Nianian adjusted her glasses, looking firm. "I am very tight-lipped, so I will absolutely not tell you." "Well, thank heavens for that. I actually thought you had something to say." Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief and hurried on ahead. Lin Nianian couldn't hold it in for long. She quickly caught up and gave 2 fake coughs. "Actually, what I wanted to say is that Mr. Bai and Mr. Lan are both very good people, and our captain is very good too. So, whether you are an awakened one or not doesn't really matter. I know you probably won't understand me saying this, but are you just doubting that I'm an awakened one?" Xiaolin saw right through her and rolled his eyes. "Do I look like someone who has nothing better to do? Why would I lie to you about something like this?" Lin Nianian pulled a walnut out of her pocket and said, "Then help me crack this open." Xiaolin looked at the ornamental walnut with a dark expression. "What are you doing? Are you trying to scam me with this thing? I want to see just how hard your mouth really is." Xiaolin felt his temple throbbing and couldn't help but wish he could turn this girl into a specimen. But Lin Nianian just gave a cheeky smile and shifted the subject. "Oops, actually, none of that is important. What I really meant to say is, whether you are an awakened one or not, Mr. Xiao, you are our friend now, and, well, that is all." Xiaolin gave a light sigh and said, "Oh, your reaction is a bit dull. I thought you would be more moved than that. Maybe you aren't seductive enough." I don't need to be seductive, okay? Knowledge is the greatest charm of all." Lin Nianian pouted in dissatisfaction. But in truth, Xiaolin was actually a bit moved, even if he wasn't sure if she was being sincere or not. It's just that he wasn't very good at expressing that kind of sentiment. The two of them bantered until they reached the outskirts of the town, where the minimalist 3-story enclosed research institute appeared before them. It stood amidst the eerie and terrifying ruins, yet its lights were on, providing a sense of security in the deepening night. The phone in Xiaolin's pocket vibrated slightly. He pulled it out. It had reconnected to the institute's internal network. He glanced at the time, 7 o'clock in the evening. It would likely be very late by the time they finished inventory. "After we finish the inventory later, you should stay at the institute for the night. It is too late and it is not safe for you to go back alone." "Then I want coffee." Lin Nianian raised her hand. Xiaolin was actually a bit surprised. The world had turned into this state. How could such a naive girl still exist? Good thing she wasn't seductive at all. Xiaolin went to put his phone back in his pocket when, all of a sudden, a series of notification sounds began to ring out frantically. Xiaolin stopped in his tracks, as these messages were all security system anomaly warnings. The security system would not sound an alarm for no reason. Something must have happened while he was away. He tapped on one of the alerts and the screen jumped to a surveillance video. Several strangers were standing in front of the locked institute, seemingly trying to force the door open, but after a while, they left. "Mr. Xiao, what is wrong?" asked Lin Nianian from the side. Xiaolin did not answer. Instead, he skipped to the last warning message and checked the timestamp. The last warning had been 5 minutes ago. Xiaolin's heart jumped. He looked up. The urban ruins under the night sky were cold and twisted. The exposed steel bars and tangled debris looked just like the unrotted bones of dead animals. Lin Nianian leaned in to ask. Xiaolin didn't answer. He grabbed Lin Nianian's arm and turned back to walk away. Mr. Xiaolin was at a loss. But after only a few steps, a figure appeared walking toward them, dressed in a long black coat and wearing black gloves. He put his finger to his mouth and let out a whistle. "Who?" The sharp whistle echoed through the night, and then more figures emerged from the corpse-like architectural ruins. There were about a dozen of them, and they slowly began to surround them. Each of them carried weapons, either guns or melee weapons. Xiaolin shielded Lin Nianian behind him, saying nothing, his gaze locked tightly on that man. The man didn't care about Xiaolin's caution. A smile played on his face. "You must be the owner of the institute, right? We've been waiting for you for a long time." "What do you want with me?" Xiaolin asked in a cold voice, raising a hand to protect Lin Nianian. "We intend to buy your institute." "I am not selling." Click. Behind him, someone pulled the bolt of a gun hard, an old double-barreled shotgun, carrying a heavy note of warning. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The man smiled. I will offer you a very high price. He raised a hand, pinching a coin between his thumb and index finger. How about 1 silver coin? The people around them burst into mocking laughter. A single coin had a standard weight of 20 grams, and silver was the most basic currency in this world. Before Xiaolin could answer, Lin Nianian suddenly pressed down on his arm. I recognize you. You are Liang Yuan, right? You are a gravedigger for the Yang Gang. You've traded in our town before. The man's expression stiffened slightly. Miss Lin is truly impressive. To remember me after only 1 meeting, are you interested in me? This frivolous remark did not make Lin Nianian flush with embarrassment. She struggled to stand straight and said coldly, Liang Yuan, I am warning you, Mr. Xiao is under the protection of our town. So Liang Yuan shrugged. If you dare to touch him, you will become enemies with our town. We will no longer provide any water, food, or medical trades for you, and our mayor will not let you go. He is the agent of an awakened one. You know how powerful he is. As an organization surviving in the ruins, the gravediggers often wandered about without a fixed home, needing to trade for survival supplies in nearby towns regularly. The satellite town had trade relations with many gravediggers, including the Yang Gang. Wow, how scary. Liang Yuan put on an exaggerated expression, then sneered. But do you know when people are at their craziest? Money. It's obviously lots and lots of money. Do you know that the equipment in this institute alone is enough to buy an entire city? Your satellite town is nothing. So you had better not say another word, or I will kill you right now. Liang Yuan revealed a terrifying expression. Lin Nianian was trembling slightly, unsure if it was from anger or fear. Xiaolin said calmly, I can help you open the door, but there are conditions. Do you think you are in any position to negotiate with us right now? Xiaolin spoke calmly. I will give you 2 reasons. First, the door only opens with the correct password. If you don't agree to the conditions, you won't be able to open the door in the short term. Second, without my help, you will find it hard to determine the value of the items inside the institute. You aren't planning on selling them as scrap metal, are you? That wouldn't be worth much. In truth, Xiaolin didn't mind if the things inside the institute were taken. After all, the institute had a reset phenomenon. Even if the equipment was taken, it would be reset the next day. What he was worried about was that the other side would go back on their word. Xiaolin's words clearly worked. Liang Yuan's face turned completely gloomy, his voice sounding raspy. What conditions? Tell me. Let Lin Nianian leave this place, Xiaolin said. No, I won't let her go call for reinforcements. Liang Yuan rejected him firmly. Xiaolin looked at Lin Nianian. Injure her leg and let her walk back herself. That will buy you 5 or 6 hours. That should be enough time for whatever you want to do. Lin Nianian's body shook violently, her eyes filled with fear. The next moment, Liang Yuan pulled out his pistol without hesitation and pulled the trigger toward her right leg. Bang! The gunshot rang out, followed by the searing pain of tearing flesh, causing Lin Nianian's leg to instantly lose all feeling as she collapsed to the ground. But she did not cry, nor did she scream. She just bit her lip, desperately trying to hold back her tears. Miss Lin Nianian, if you want to hate anyone, hate him, Liang Yuan laughed. You can go now, remember to take it slow on the way. Lin Nianian struggled to prop herself up, dragging her bleeding right leg with great difficulty as she moved bit by bit away from the crowd, struggling toward the direction of the satellite town. Until Lin Nianian's figure had completely vanished, Liang Yuan smiled. Can you open the door now? Xiaolin remained silent. He took out his phone, verified his fingerprint on it, and then entered the door password. Following a harsh mechanical sound, the institute's metal gate slowly rose, and the passage was opened. Liang Yuan's breathing became hurried. He excitedly took 2 steps toward the institute, then turned to look at Xiaolin. Time is short, let's get to work. You'd better not play any tricks. But at that very instant, Xiaolin heard the sound of a bullet being chambered. Bang. Pain surged from his leg, forcing Xiaolin to fall to one knee. The person who fired was a girl with a ponytail carrying a long blade. She looked capable and handsome, but her face was full of extreme disgust. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Liang Yuan hadn't anticipated her sudden move. The door is open, I want to kill him. He still has value to us. But before Liang Yuan could finish his sentence, the long blade had already instantly pierced through Xiaolin's abdomen. I don't care, she said coldly. The thing I hate most is these self-righteous idiots. Playing the hero to save the damsel? Do you even deserve to? She twisted the blade hilt fiercely, her eyes venomous. Don't worry, we won't let that bitch go either. We will catch her soon and slaughter you right in front of her. Liang Yuan sighed helplessly, though without any real blame. Xiao Yu, oh Xiao Yu, you really need to change that temper of yours. Change? These hypocrites don't deserve to live at all. They should all go to hell, Xiao Yu replied coldly. Liang Yuan shrugged toward Xiaolin. Sorry, I tried, but our girl here is a bit paranoid and I can't control her, so I'm afraid you'll just have to suffer. He waved his hand. We're going in to move things, Xiao Yu. Remember to keep Lin Nianyan alive as a hostage. That will depend on my mood. Lin Nianyan was running as hard as she could, but her running motion was awkward, and her speed was no more than a normal walk. The bullet was lodged in her leg bone, and every time she stepped down, the tip of the bullet would grind against the bone, causing excruciating pain. But Lin Nianyan could not care about the pain now. All she felt was anxiety and regret. She had clearly mentioned the gravediggers to Xiaolin before, and she knew those people were a threat. But having lived under Mr. Lan's protection and grown accustomed to a peaceful life, she thought they wouldn't dare to act, so she had just brushed it off with a single sentence. If she hadn't been so naive and stupid, how could things have turned out this way, and how could Xiaolin have ended up in danger? Lin Nianyan tried to run faster, blood pouring from the bullet hole, leaving a crimson trail down her leg. Bang! A sharp, crisp gunshot rang out from behind her, coming from the direction of the research institute. Lin Nianyan froze on the spot, tears streaming down her face. Liang Yuan and his group wouldn't fire aimlessly, nor did they have any reason to. That gunshot meant Xiaolin had likely met with a disaster. Maybe those madmen never intended to let them go from the very beginning. Lin Nianyan covered her mouth, forcing herself not to cry so she could move quickly. Instead of continuing forward, she stumbled into an abandoned hut nearby and hid in the corner. Then she pulled out a dagger and held it to her own throat. She knew that after Xiaolin died, the gravediggers would definitely come to capture her, using her as a hostage to restrain Lan Shiyu's retaliation. But she would never give them that chance. Lin Nianyan gritted her teeth. The moment she was discovered, she would commit suicide. Mr. Lan would definitely avenge them. Her chest heaved violently, and her body could not stop trembling. But at that moment, another gunshot rang out. A gunshot? Why? More gunshots followed one after another, becoming a continuous roar. She vaguely heard someone shouting, seemingly yelling, "He's an Esper! He's an Esper!" In front of the institute, panic was spreading, but it wasn't Xiaolin who was afraid, it was the gravediggers. Because Xiaolin had stood up and tackled Xiao Yu, one hand gripping her throat tightly, while the other held up the long blade that had just pierced his own chest. Xiao Yu's face turned purple and she struggled desperately, but her strength was clearly fading. She never imagined that someone who had been pierced through the abdomen by a long blade could still move, and more terrifyingly, there was no wound on his abdomen at all. "Don't kill me, wait, don't kill me, I'm a girl too, you can't," she said with great difficulty, her eyes filled with tears of pain. Xiaolin remained unmoved, lifting the blade and plunging it fiercely into her mouth. With a wet squelch, her neck was pierced through, and blood spread across the ground. "Shoot, shoot him dead!" Liang Yuan shouted loudly. All the armed gravediggers pulled their triggers at Xiaolin, and a barrage of gunfire exploded in the night air. But those bullets hit Xiaolin with absolutely no effect. They didn't ricochet off, nor did they pass through. There was a visible impact when the bullets hit his body, but it was totally useless. This was definitely not a physical or mental superpower. It felt more like some kind of bizarre state. Xiaolin pulled the long blade from the ground, stood up amidst the hail of bullets, and rushed toward the nearest burly man holding a shotgun. "Damn it!" The burly man cursed, but instead of retreating, he pushed forward, pressed the shotgun to Xiaolin's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The point-blank shotgun blast hit Xiaolin, and his head snapped back. But it only snapped back, and he immediately straightened up, his face without a single scratch. The man stood there, paralyzed by horror and at a loss for what to do. The next moment, Xiaolin slashed him across the top of his head, blood streamed down his face, and the man collapsed to the ground dead. Shooting at Xiaolin continued, and someone screamed in terror, "Why won't he die? Why?" "Monster, he's a monster." Xiaolin ignored the chaos, picked up the shotgun, and turned toward the nearest tall, thin young man. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The young man's body was torn apart, and he fell to the ground, wailing. He wasn't dead yet, but he wouldn't survive. Xiaolin turned the gun toward another person. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The skull was shattered. It was a completely one-sided massacre. No one could hurt him, and no one could stop him. As he killed the fifth person, Shaolin turned the muzzle toward Liang Yuan. Liang Yuan didn't back down. Instead, he let out a roar, his pupils suddenly emitting a blood-red light. This light was similar to the blue glow Shaolin had seen in psychic espers. He was an esper too. Liang Yuan lowered his body, pushed off the ground, and lunged at Shaolin like a swift, savage beast. Bang! Shaolin fired point-blank. The shotgun pellets poured out, hitting Liang Yuan almost entirely, but they didn't injure him, causing only some debris to fall off. His skin seemed to have turned into some kind of hard stone-like material. Before Shaolin could fire a second shot, Liang Yuan grabbed the shotgun barrel, instantly crushing the metal firearm. Shaolin let go without hesitation and smashed a heavy punch into Liang Yuan's face, but the attack only caused his own fist to ache with intense pain. Before he could even register the surprise, Liang Yuan kicked Shaolin's shoulder with staggering force, sending Shaolin flying and flipping him onto the ground. If not for the fact that he couldn't be injured right now, he probably would have had broken bones. But in the next instant, Liang Yuan grabbed the long blade and pierced it fiercely into Shaolin's heart, pinning him firmly to the ground. I thought you had some real skills. Turns out you're nothing. Liang Yuan pressed his knee against his abdomen, the immense strength leaving Shaolin unable to struggle. Then he drew his sidearm, aimed at Shaolin's forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous close-range shots each struck Shaolin's head. Liang Yuan's expression was almost manic. He emptied his gun, threw it aside, and then started raining down punches, one after another. Immortal? Immortal? I don't believe you're truly immortal. He suddenly laughed manically. It doesn't matter if you're immortal. I'll play with you however I want. Let's see if you die. But Shaolin knew very clearly that he wasn't immortal. He just couldn't be injured. Inside him was a strange core, a pure black sphere, lightless, still, and dark. When he was attacked, the core would undergo depletion. At this very moment, under Liang Yuan's near-frenzied attack, it was being constantly consumed. But just then, Shaolin sensed the presence of another core. It was smaller and weaker, located somewhere a few kilometers away. He felt as though he had been there before.
Lan Shiyu was not resting. At this very moment, he was still poring over the report regarding the mine incident. Even though he had read it many times, he still hoped to find something new within it. Just then, something erupted quietly outside the window. A beam of azure light shot straight into the sky without a sound. Lan Shiyu stood up and pulled back the curtains, his pupils suddenly dilating as he witnessed a sight he could hardly believe. The ruins where the satellite had crashed were now silently emitting a brilliant blue light, like a moon that had fallen to Earth, bright and cold, illuminating the center of the town. Amidst the radiance, the wreckage that had been abandoned for perhaps a century seemed to be undergoing a reversal of time. The heavily damaged main body was constantly being repaired, turning into a dazzling silver white, and long dormant signal lights flickered on one after another. The long broken solar panels unfolded on both sides like the wings of a newborn giant bird. Boom! A roar echoed out, the ruins beneath the satellite collapsed, and the massive satellite shot straight into the sky. It took off with incredible speed, its turbulent wake sweeping across the entire town before it vanished into the sky in an instant. The thick clouds above were punched through by the air pressure, briefly revealing the ink-black expanse of the sky. Lan Shiyu stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. Then the door was suddenly pushed open. It was Yan Jie who walked in, Mr. Lan the satellite. I saw it. Lan Shiyu tried his best to suppress the trembling in his voice. Sir, what on earth? Lan Shiyu shook his head. He suddenly remembered that Lin Nyanian seemed to have mentioned that Shaolin wanted to revive the satellite. A white mask appeared out of thin air in Lan Shiyu's hand. Assemble the team and head to the research institute immediately. I will go on ahead. On the other side, Liang Yuan was filled with fear because Shaolin, whom he had been unilaterally pinning to the ground, had suddenly become very strange. His pupils had lost their luster and turned pitch black. He showed no reaction to any of his actions. Liang Yuan could not understand this eerie state. He simply felt that Shaolin was no longer there. He had left in some incredibly bizarre way. Die! Die! This baseless fear drove Liang Yuan to the brink of madness, and he hacked frantically at Shaolin's body with the long blade in his hand. But this did nothing to alleviate his fear. It only made him more terrified. Because no matter how he hacked, there was not a single wound on Shaolin's body. He pressed the blade down onto Shaolin's neck. He could feel the resistance from the blade, saw the edge slice directly into Shaolin's neck. Yet even then, he could not destroy the integrity of that body. Shaolin seemed as though he were dead, yet it was impossible to kill him. It was like a shell that had completely escaped the rules of reality. absurd enough to drive one insane. Die! Why won't you die? Why? Liang Yuan's fear grew ever stronger. He felt as if something truly horrific was about to happen. And just as Liang Yuan suspected, Xiao Lin was not there. He was flying through the sky, breaking through the clouds at an incredible speed, heading straight for the firmament. The ground was becoming more and more distant. His field of vision was incredibly wide, his sight range was vast, and his perception reached from the earth to the heavens. He saw the dim lights of the town, the strange creatures lurking in the ruins, and Lin Nianian huddled in a corner, shivering. Then he saw the research institute, and he saw Liang Yuan and himself. A massive roaring sound echoed in the sky. Liang Yuan looked up instinctively, watching in terror as the clouds were torn apart to reveal a giant hole, as if they had been instantly vaporized. A blazing fireball burst out from within. Enhanced by his superpowers, Liang Yuan's vision also became more powerful. And when he clearly saw the true form of the fireball, he froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. It was that satellite wreckage from the town. But at this very moment, it was wrapped in raging flames, cold, brand new, and completely undamaged or intact even at such extreme speeds. In the next instant, it suddenly accelerated into a blur, like a long red line drawn across the dark night sky, a line connecting from above the clouds down to the earth. Death had arrived. That was Liang Yuan's final thought at that moment. Boom! The massive satellite crashed into the ground, and black smoke mingled with a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A circular shockwave radiated outward, leveling the surrounding ruins and kicking up clouds of black dust several meters high. At the instant of the explosion, those nearby were instantly charred, while those a bit further away had their skin torn apart by the shockwave. Their muscles and bodily moisture dried out by the heat. As for Liang Yuan, he was at the very center of the explosion, facing the satellite head-on. He let out a roar to the sky, and then his body was shattered, ceasing to exist entirely. The spot where the satellite fell formed a massive crater over 20 meters in diameter. It stood diagonally in the center of the crater, gleaming with brilliant colors and looking brand new, like a giant sword fallen from the heavens. Flames, high heat, scorched earth, death, everything seemed to be burning and boiling, and not a single living soul remained. 2 minutes later, the starry sky faded from the eyes of the Xiao Lin lying on the ground. He slowly stood up, looking at the burning crater and the satellite amidst the flames. With his breath, scorching air rushed into his lungs, carrying an uncomfortable burning sensation. This was his first time killing someone in this world, but he felt neither sadness, nor joy, nor even a sense of satisfaction. He just stood there in silence. The core within him remained silent, resonating with the core inside the satellite. Following a thought in his mind, the next instant, the satellite defied gravity and shot into the sky, once again drawing a long red line before disappearing at the edge of the horizon. The 20-ton large satellite returned to the sky, quietly watching the Earth from a low Earth orbit outside the atmosphere. He closed his eyes, sensing the core within him, dark and quiet yet significantly dimmed. However, the drain didn't just come from Liang Yuan's attack, but also from the energy used to control the satellite and the impact of the explosion. Still, he wasn't injured, nor did he feel any pain or discomfort. He tried holding his breath, and he succeeded. The scorching air was blocked out, and he felt no discomfort at all. Good heavens, I seem to have become quite powerful, Xiao Lin muttered to himself. He wondered, could he pull the covers over his head when he slept now? He wouldn't have to fear mosquitoes at all. Wait, if a mosquito tried to bite him, would it suck out blood or something strange? Xiao Lin forced himself to stop overthinking and decided to go find Lin Nianian first. The girl had suffered a gunshot wound and was still in such a dangerous place. That really wouldn't do. He could dress her wounds tonight and let her rest at his place. Lin Nianian huddled in a corner of the ruins, clutching a dagger, her palms slightly sweating. The shockwave from that massive explosion had reached this far, sending a shower of fine grit and stones raining down on her, causing a stinging, persistent pain. But Lin Nianian felt nothing. Her mind was filled only with the recent roar, that blinding crimson light and the tremors of the earth. That was definitely not an attack Liang Yuan could have launched. If he were capable of that, he wouldn't be a mere gravedigger. Could it be that Mr. Xiao Lin wasn't lying? Is he really an awakened? But why didn't he show it from the start? If he had just revealed his power, this conflict would never have happened. And that method of attack, descending from the sky, piercing through the clouds, it looked as if he had summoned some powerful entity hidden in the high atmosphere to strike the ground. This type of summoning-based supernatural system is exclusive to Wisdom City. There is no way Xiao Lin could have mastered it. Lin Nianian felt incredibly conflicted. She didn't know whether she should return to the town first or go back to find Xiao Lin. She struggled with her thoughts for a moment before making up her mind. She would go to Xiao Lin first. The sound of the explosion must have drawn the town's attention, and right now, Xiao Lin might really need help. But just as she prepared to stand up, the sound of footsteps suddenly reached her from outside. Lin Nyanian's heart tightened, and she held her breath, hoping the person wouldn't find her hiding spot. Yet, unnervingly, the person was walking straight toward her location without a single pause. Could it be Xiaolin? A spark of joy flickered in her heart, but the very next instant, it was extinguished. It couldn't be Xiaolin. The battle over there had only just ended. How could he possibly be here already? Panic surged within her. She gripped her dagger tightly against her own throat, desperately rehearsing her opening line. Should she say, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill myself in front of you"? Or perhaps, "Get out, don't come near me"? Which one was more intimidating? Which one would actually scare the other person off? Extreme tension forced Lin Nyanian into a loop of frantic thoughts until the footsteps outside finally came to a halt. Then a raspy, hair-raising voice spoke, "Lin Nyanian, come out." Hearing that voice, Lin Nyanian shuddered at first, then went completely limp. It wasn't because of fear or despair, but because she felt completely relieved. She had heard this voice, which carried the weight of 800 lives before. Only Lan Shiyu sounded like that. She stood up from behind the low wall and saw a giant standing over 2 meters tall in the ruins. He was wearing a black leather coat and a pale ceramic mask. In his left hand, he held a sharp hook while his right clutched a blood-stained axe, radiating a sense of immense pressure. He looked just like a slasher from a rainy night horror movie. This was the ability Lan Shiyu had borrowed from Mr. Bai, the Rainy Night Butcher. Lin Nyanian rushed forward and buried herself in his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Lan Shiyu quickly took off his mask to make sure his gear didn't accidentally hurt her. His clothes, weapons, and stature were rapidly returning to normal. It's all right, it's all right. Lan Shiyu patted her back, looking at the wound on her leg with concern. Nyanian, tell me what happened. The gravediggers. Those gravediggers from the Yang Gang, they wanted to rob Mr. Xiaolin's lab, and he agreed to it just to save me. And then so much happened just now. I don't know what happened to Mr. Xiaolin. He's still at the lab. As she spoke, her tears flowed again, and she began to sob. Nyanian, take a deep breath. It's okay, Xiaolin will be fine. Lan Shiyu softly reassured her, then looked up toward the lab. But those people from the Yang Gang. Before she could finish, Lan Shiyu interrupted her. Nyanian, that satellite has been reactivated. That's why I rushed over. The explosion you heard was probably caused by it. Lin Nyanian was stunned, realization dawning on her. Mr. Xiaolin, is he really an awakened? Lan Shiyu didn't answer directly, opting instead for a cold joke. I hereby announce that our town shall be renamed No Satellite Town. Lin Nyanian laughed through her tears. But I still want to go to the lab. What if Mr. Xiaolin needs help? We'll go take a look, but let's walk slowly. Lan Shiyu supported her as they moved toward the road. Why? Lin Nyanian asked, confused. To give him time to clean up his mess, so we don't see anything we shouldn't, Lan Shiyu replied. But what if Mr. Xiaolin is actually a bad person? Then we definitely shouldn't see his stuff. Lan Shiyu said, smiling and ruffling her hair. In truth, Xiaolin had nothing to hide. He was already on his way to find Lin Nyanian. A moment later, they crossed paths on the dimly lit street. Seeing Xiaolin standing there unscathed, Lin Nyanian was ecstatic. She let go of Lan Shiyu and ran toward him, calling Mr. Xiaolin. Then, with a thud, she tripped and fell, clutching her leg and rolling around. Xiaolin looked up at Lan Shiyu in silence. Lan Shiyu rubbed his forehead. Actually, that counts as being cute, right? Should we help her up? Xiaolin asked. Let her roll for a bit first, burn off some energy. Xiaolin. Though Lin Nyanian's personality was a bit like an eccentric puppy, she didn't really need to burn off energy like that. Besides, Xiaolin could tell that Lan Shiyu was ignoring her because he was on guard against him. Do you want to smoke? Lan Shiyu pulled a metal case from his coat and took out a cigarette. No thanks, I don't smoke. Not smoking is fine. Lan Shiyu chuckled and lit the cigarette with a lighter. By the way, what happened to those guys who attacked you? They're all dead. Did you kill them? Yes, Xiaolin answered candidly. And what about the satellite? Did you blow it up again? Xiaolin didn't answer. He simply looked up. A deafening roar split the sky, the clouds parted, and a blazing red light instantly descended upon the street. It hovered 20 meters behind Xiaolin, a massive metal object 15 meters long, rotated slowly, its surface reflecting a cold silver light like a floating mechanical monster. The violent wind whipped at Lan Shiyu's coat, leaving him too shocked to speak.
Ah! Lin Nyanian's prairie dog-like scream made Lan Shiyu's facial muscles twitch violently. He wanted to maintain his serious demeanor and continue questioning, but Lin Nyanian was climbing up his body in a twisted posture, trying to stand up. It's a real satellite. So cool, Mr. Xiaolin, you actually made it come to life. Can I just touch it for a moment? Her eyes were shining as she looked at the massive object. Nyanian, don't be rude, Mr. Xiao. Lan Shiyu reminded her quickly, as Xiaolin was a transcendent, and they might not be able to bear the consequences if he felt offended. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the giant satellite slowly descended like a tamed beast, dropping right before Lin Nyanian's eyes. Lin Nianian excitedly touched the satellite's shell. Mr. Xiaolin is amazing, just as amazing as Mr. Bai. By the way, can I ride it? Just for a little while. Xiaolin's eye twitched. He knew he shouldn't have been nice to this girl. All right, a few touches are enough. Don't break it. He raised his hand and the satellite began to rise. Once it reached a safe altitude, it suddenly accelerated, a gust of wind erupted, and in an instant the satellite disappeared into the sky. Lin Nianian watched the sky and wrinkled her nose at Xiaolin. You stingy person, go drink some cold water. Xiaolin ignored her protest. I'll let you play with it again some other time. For now, come back to the Research Institute with me and get your wounds treated. Yay! Lin Nianian was overjoyed, but Lan Shiyu immediately objected. Mr. Xiaolin, there's no need to trouble you. I'll take her back to town to get treated. The Research Institute is closer, and I have all the tools and medicines there, so it will be more convenient. That's too much trouble for you. We should handle our own business. Xiaolin could feel the wariness in Lan Shiyu's attitude, and he understood it. After all, it was impossible not to be wary when an ordinary person suddenly displayed such immense power. But he also felt a bit helpless. Mr. Lan, I know you don't trust me right now, but I have never lied to you. Lan Shiyu's expression stiffened slightly. It was true. Xiaolin had claimed to be a transcendent from the very beginning, they just hadn't believed him. You were the first group of people I encountered when I arrived in this world. Xiaolin looked at Lan Shiyu calmly and gently. You are very meaningful to me, and I won't return kindness with evil. Lan Shiyu seemed touched. He shook his head and sighed softly. Mr. Xiaolin, thank you for your honesty, but unfortunately this is a not-so-friendly world. I think you saw it today. Even if you do nothing, there are people who want you dead. That's the basic logic of this world. The weak are prey to the strong. True, I witnessed it, Xiaolin said calmly, but I still stand by my own order and morality. Mr. Mayor, for most of the life I have lived so far, I have been the weaker party, and it was the established order and morality that protected me. I won't abandon my own life philosophy just because of what the world is like. That would be equivalent to ceasing to exist myself. Lan Shiyu stopped talking. He lowered his head, looked at the cigarette in his hand, and then stubbed it out. Mr. Xiaolin, actually I do trust you quite a bit. It's just that I feel compelled to be in awe of you now, because you are a transcendent. He put the remaining half of the cigarette back into the pack. You are very similar to Mr. Bai. I think you two would get along well. So, I'll go with you, Lan Shiyu said. Anyway, Nianian needs her wounds treated now, so I'll take care of the inventory counting. Xiaolin thought of the trade agreement between them, so he nodded and said, That's fine, lest Lin Nianian tears my place apart. Lin Nianian protested again, but no one paid any attention to her. The three of them walked along the long street toward the institute. Despite the injury on her leg, Lin Nianian kept chattering away. She talked about how scared she was hiding in the ruins, until Lan Shiyu found her and all the rest. Xiaolin suddenly became curious. So why were you able to recognize your mayor at a single glance? After all, as someone with a perception disorder, it's hard enough to tell if something is a person at all, let alone identifying a specific individual instantly. Lin Nianian explained triumphantly, You don't get it, do you? It's called the feature memory method. I memorized a unique feature of theirs. As long as that feature appears, no matter what form it takes, it must be him. Xiaolin nodded at first, but soon realized something was wrong. Wait, how can you be sure that feature is unique, and that it can't be forged? Besides, features change and disappear. I can't be sure at all, Lin Nianian said without hesitation. Xiaolin covered his face with his hand. I have no idea how you've lived this long. Funny enough, I don't know either. Lin Nianian tilted her head and said. While Xiaolin was still pondering what that meant, Lan Shiyu from the side provided the answer. Lin Nianian has amnesia. That's not amnesia, that's memory encryption. Lin Nianian explained seriously. Memory encryption. Xiaolin became even more confused. Lin Nianian says that someone encrypted her memory and told her to wait here for him to come back, so she has been waiting for 5 years. 5 years? Can Lin Nianian still recognize him? Lan Shiyu seemed to have anticipated that Xiaolin would ask this question. His expression was inscrutable. It shouldn't be hard to recognize him. She said that the person has 7 tentacles, 6 eyes, and a pair of chellae. Wait, are you sure the thing you're describing is human? Xiaolin was shocked. But Lin Nianian nodded firmly. I know he looks a bit different from you guys, but he fully fits the academic characteristics and definitions of a human, and he is a very good person. Maybe he's some kind of rare human race we haven't seen before, Lan Shiyu guessed. After all, history has been distorted, so it's normal that we don't understand it. Xiao Lin said that's absolutely impossible. The evolutionary history of humans is very short, and genetic similarity is extremely high. There can't be such a big difference between different human races. Lan Xiyu looked at him and said softly, Mr. Xiao Lin, how do you know that the history you know is the correct one, that it hasn't been distorted? Xiao Lin was unable to answer immediately. By the way, Mr. Xiao Lin, do you remember that internet? Lin Nianian asked happily. Of course I remember, and I shouldn't be able to forget it for a long time, Xiao Lin replied. One of the core purposes of that internet is to deduce the correct history. Lin Nianian looked impressed. The people in the Wisdom City wanted to use the internet to gather the knowledge of all mankind and use massive computing power to extract the correct history. Isn't that super amazing? Wisdom City, you also mentioned this name in the internet yesterday, Xiao Lin recalled. Yes, a super city. The city lord is a second-generation transcendent, and they are very powerful. However, their entry threshold is also very high. You must have a sufficiently massive knowledge base, or computing power, that is, your intelligence, otherwise you won't be invited. Xiao Lin looked at Lin Nianian with pity. Then this girl has no chance, she's so dumb. Yes, obviously, Lan Xiu said flatly. You too, Lin Nianian was fuming. After returning to the research institute, the two men began to divide the work. Lan Xiu went to the food warehouse to take inventory, while Xiao Lin took Lin Nianian to the infirmary to treat her gunshot wound. He had been trained in emergency trauma care at the research institute, and the infirmary was fully equipped, so this task was not difficult for him. He extracted the bullet, bandaged the wound, gave Lin Nianian some painkillers, and watched as the girl fell asleep. Only after she had fallen asleep did Xiao Lin leave the infirmary to find Lan Xiyu. At this moment, Lan Xiyu was in the warehouse, standing amidst a pile of boxes, quickly taking notes in a notebook with a pen. Hearing the movement outside the door, he didn't even look up, just casually saying, packaged food, cigarettes, alcohol, and canned goods. Mr. Xiao Lin, these items are definitely rare and precious in our town, but there is a slight problem. Xiao Lin asked, puzzled. They have been expired for 200 years. The atmosphere turned silent. After a moment, Xiao Lin spoke up. Lin Nianian, is that you in there, Mayor Lan? Lan Shiyu's eye twitched slightly. I just wanted to tell a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Is this considered a cute trait like a Gapmo? Mayor Lan, you're actually quite adorable. A deep silence fell suddenly, and then both parties mutually decided to drop the subject. Lan Xiyu coughed twice. I've finished most of the inventory in the warehouse. I've marked some things we want. You can use that as a reference. Alright, let me take a look first. Xiao Lin took the list. Lan Xiyu hadn't chosen the tobacco or alcohol, but rather the food and canned goods that were in the highest supply. But Xiao Lin didn't care. After all, these supplies would regrow themselves tomorrow. He scanned it briefly and said, Fine, these are all perfectly fine. How much money can these be exchanged for? 30 standard silver coins, 20 grams each. If you need, I can exchange some for single-gram silver pieces, silver beans, but they will be harder to carry. You might want to put them in a box. Wait, does that mean all this food is only worth 600 grams of silver? Xiao Lin was very surprised. Weren't they supposed to be rare treasures? Lan Xiyu spread his hands helplessly. Don't look at me like that. Even if they are rare items, they are still just food, and we aren't exactly short on food. 30 standard silver coins is already considered a very high price for these items. Xiao Lin felt that Lan Xiyu wasn't lying, so he could only sigh, then let it be 30 silver coins, no need for small change. Good, then we have a deal. Lan Xiyu began moving the goods he wanted off the shelves. Xiao Lin helped by taking the boxes from his hands and setting them temporarily by the warehouse entrance. Mr. Xiao Lin, actually, I think you have some misconceptions about this world, Lan Xiyu said while moving boxes. Although the world has become chaotic, productivity hasn't decreased. In fact, it has increased significantly. Take the super cities like Justice City and Wisdom City, for example. The productivity of one such city is greater than that of an entire country. And for instance, if you head north through the city ruins, you'll reach Yunza City. That's the base for our Blue Dragon Mining Company, a large modern metropolis. Transport is well developed, life is convenient, and you can even buy Mixue Bingcheng on the street. Mixue Bingcheng. This familiar name left Xiao Lin stunned for a moment, but it also made him realize that although the world had become chaotic and order had been shattered, the end of the world was still a long way off. He might be the only one who has seen the impending apocalypse. When Lin Nianian opened her eyes, she was so frightened by the sight before her that she screamed. Because right there on the operating table not far away, several human-like beings in blue scrubs and masks were dissecting something. On a nearby tray lay blood-stained, torn-out organs, a truly hair-raising sight. However, Lin Nianian's voice did not disturb them. She slowly regained her composure and asked cautiously, Who are you people? Where is Mr. Shaolin?" But those people still acted as if they hadn't heard a thing. She carefully got off the hospital bed and limped over to the operating table, only to discover that the object being dissected was a charred and broken corpse. This looks like one of the gravedigger's corpses." Lin Nianian recognized it. What are you doing?" No one answered her. Instead, they spoke to each other. Their voices sounded to Lin Nianian like some kind of buzzing noise. "Hey," Lin Nianian reached out to touch them, but her hand passed right through their bodies easily. She slowly calmed down and began to examine these people seriously. They were very much like Mr. Shaolin, with most of their data matching humans, but some essential data was different. For instance, they could not be touched, and they didn't seem to see her at all. Some kind of human subspecies? Her fear slowly vanished, replaced by curiosity. Lin Nianian left the group, opened the door, and turned to walk out of the infirmary. Her action did not attract any attention at all, as if she truly did not exist. The corridor outside the infirmary was brightly lit and bustling with people, looking quite busy. Lin Nianian gradually realized, is this what the research institute used to be like? She was very curious, but not knowing where to go, she could only wander aimlessly based on her impressions. As she walked, she arrived at the living area on the first floor and saw a familiar place, the water bar she had visited the night before last. Lin Nianian cautiously pushed the door open and walked in. There weren't many people in the bar, only 5 or 6. The proprietress was stunningly beautiful, currently dressed in a classic blue-purple chest-high rukun, her cascading black hair held in place by a hairpin, playing the guqin by the counter. The music was low and lingering, soft and melodious, leaving Lin Nianian momentarily dazed. She subconsciously sat on a high stool beside the counter, quietly watching the proprietress play. She was truly a fascinating person with extraordinary temperament and stunning talent, making it hard to look away. After some time, the music gradually became more soothing, approaching its finale, and finally stopped. The proprietress looked up at Lin Nianian, flashing a smile that made her heart race. "How was it? Did you like it?" Lin Nianian blushed slightly and said, "It was very beautiful." Then she suddenly realized, "You can see me?" "Since you are here, of course I can see you," she said, her fingers gently plucking the strings. "My name is Zhao Ningyu, the owner of this place. And you?" Lin Nianian. Zhao Ningyu looked at her with interest, as if observing a small animal. "You are a psychic, right? And a top-tier one at that, otherwise you wouldn't be able to sense this place." "I'm just an ordinary person, and I don't know why I'm here." Lin Nianian didn't know how to answer. Miss Zhao, why can't anyone else see me?" "Because you are just a passing traveler, not part of this story." "Whose story?" "Shaolin's story." "Mr. Xiao, why can you see me?" Zhao Ningyu smiled gently and mysteriously. "Perhaps it's because I'm also quite special." The inexplicable answer brought their conversation to a brief impasse. "So, what is your relationship with Shaolin?" Zhao Ningyu asked, resting her chin on her hand. "Friends, I suppose. He just moved to our town recently, and I quite like him. He's a good person and very capable," Lin Nianian said. It's good that you like him," Zhao Ningyu said, her eyes squinting with a smile, "but don't ever get too close to him." Lin Nianian was confused. "Why?" Zhao Ningyu looked at the ceiling with a distant gaze and said softly, "He has chosen a very long path, a path that can never reach its destination." Lin Nianian listened without fully understanding. "Oh right, student Lin Nianian, one more thing." Zhao Ningyu looked at Lin Nianian with a smile, as if coaxing a child. "You must never tell Shaolin about our conversation today. If you tell him, I will kill you and then destroy your town." Although it was a threatening tone, she said these words with extreme tenderness. Lin Nianian appeared quite uneasy. "Don't worry, Shaolin and I are old friends. I won't hurt him." Zhao Ningyu blinked. "By the way, would you like some coffee? It's very delicious."
Back in Yue Taizhou's office, Shaolin recounted what he had experienced the day before. As he listened, Yue's eyes were filled with heartache and helplessness. Shaolin just smiled indifferently and said, "Regardless, at least the result was good. But I really want to know what exactly this extraordinary power of mine is." Yue Taizhou furrowed his brows slightly, looking thoughtful. Immortality, consciousness transfer, and the resurrection of objects. Those are the 3 basic characteristics, right? Not true immortality in the literal sense. The core depletes whenever I take damage. How many cores do you have separated right now? 2. The satellite and the research institute. Do they consume your core's energy when they are in operation? They do, but it's minimal if they're just running. The drain increases if I manipulate them or transfer my consciousness into them. However, the core can self-repair. I see. That explains everything, Yue Taizhou said with an expression of calm realization. Xiao Lin wasn't surprised. The old man always thought through things deeply. While others were still stuck on the surface of a puzzle, he had already reached the conclusion. Yue Taizhou leaned his elbows on the desk, his gaze profound. Do you still remember those extraordinary training sessions? Of course I do, Xiao Lin nodded. The 3-stage extraordinary training. The first stage is to establish a complete self-awareness. The second stage is to construct a complete physical body. The third stage involves the replication of matter. The answer lies right there, Yue Taizhou said. When you entered the dream chamber, your body was no longer the original one, but the one you created within the dream. It was brought into existence out of thin air. It is an entity that completely transcends life and matter, and it is not truly alive. Naturally, it cannot be killed and it cannot suffer injuries or disabilities. As for all the attacks directed at you, you can interpret them as the depletion of your essence. Xiao Lin was stunned for a long moment before he finally realized, in other words, I'm like a game character? As long as my HP isn't depleted, even with just 1 HP left, I can still move around freely? Exactly, and you can withstand various extreme environments because no matter the type of damage, only one thing happens, depletion. If you had just said it like that earlier, I would have understood immediately, Xiao Lin joked. Yue Taizhou glared at him and said, you must fully understand the basic principles. I'll write up a comprehensive analysis for you today. Make sure you read it carefully, understood? Understood, Xiao Lin responded immediately. Yue Taizhou smiled with satisfaction and continued, also, this is a powerful force, you must never abuse it. Xiao Lin suddenly chuckled. Yue Taizhou coughed twice. I know what I just said sounds a bit cliché, but that's not what I was laughing at, Xiao Lin said, wiping his face. He took out a document folder and handed the contents to Yue Taizhou. Yue Taizhou went silent as soon as he saw the first page. It was a photo capturing the enormous, spider-like biological shell. Xiao Lin continued, and there's my friend Yang Qi. He can destroy a city of 500,000 people in 30 minutes. 500,000 people. If I tried to hack through them with a blade, it would probably take me months. So, this extraordinary power of mine, let's just say it's better than nothing. Yue Taizhou's expression twitched. Is that world really that absurd? There's even more ridiculous stuff, like mental internets and historical distortion. It's all in the folder. Feel free to take a look. Yue Taizhou immediately pulled out the files to read, becoming so engrossed that he stopped speaking entirely. Xiao Lin was used to this. He even suspected that Yue Taizhou had an addiction to reading. He looked at Yue Taizhou's focused expression, his graying hair, and the wrinkles around his eyes. Then, with the calm tone of someone discussing the weather, he said, by the way, Professor, I've changed my mind. I'll take that job. What job? Yue Taizhou asked offhandedly. The Save the World job. I want to try closing that stone door. Yue Taizhou looked up abruptly, his Adam's apple bobbing as his pupils trembled. Xiao Lin. He wanted to say something, but then lowered his head in shame. Xiao Lin, I am truly grateful for your decision. It's just a pity that I have nothing else left to offer you. I know, but that's precisely why I'm willing to help you, Xiao Lin smiled. Even when he hadn't agreed, Yue Taizhou had helped him without reservation. Now that he had agreed, naturally, Yue didn't have anything extra to give. He had expected as much. But Professor Ye, I can't guarantee to what extent I'll succeed. I can only say I'll try my best, Xiao Lin added. That's enough. That's more than enough, Yue Taizhou murmured. Over the next few hours, Yue Taizhou began holding meetings and delegating tasks to various departments, while a bored Xiao Lin went to the water bar. When he arrived, only Zhao Ningyu was there. She was dressed beautifully, carefully tending to an ancient guqin that had seen better days. Why is there no one here today? Xiao Lin asked. Zhao Ningyu squinted and gave a faint smile. Take a guess. How could I possibly guess that? Xiao Lin muttered as he sat down by the counter. It's obviously because your beloved Professor Yue hauled all my customers off to work, Zhao Ningyu said, looking at Xiao Lin with a pitiful expression. Now I only have you. Xiao Lin felt goosebumps all over. Don't do that, you're making my legs go weak. Zhao Ningyu giggled, then shifted the topic. Oh, by the way, Professor Yu told us about our current situation. He told you? Yeah, at the all-hands meeting. Told us we're basically wandering ghosts now, Zhao Ningyu said, her tone devoid of any ripples. Xiao Lin paused for a moment before asking, how did everyone react? It was complicated. After all, it's pretty strange to ask a bunch of wandering ghosts to save the world. But in the end, everyone compromised. Why? Xiao Lin asked curiously. They aren't afraid of death, but they are terrified of being unable to think or learn. Xiao Lin was speechless for a moment. This answer should have been within his expectations, but he just hadn't thought of it. At that moment, Zhao Ningye looked up, gazing at Xiaolin with gentle eyes. Did you really agree to continue Yue Taizhou's world-saving plan? How did you know? Because I'm perceptive, just a lucky guess, but I'm curious why you'd accept this. You should know better than anyone that it's impossible to do it alone, right? Xiaolin's mind drifted to the image of Ye Taizhou's deformed corpse in the real world, and he felt momentarily dazed. Actually, I don't know why either. It's just, maybe I'm still young, my passion hasn't faded, and I still get moved by some inexplicable things. And I know it's impossible to accomplish better than anyone else. I just want, if death is inevitable, then let it happen on this path. P.S. I've got no backlog left.
The city, shrouded in a giant web, is dilapidated and eerie, yet it carries a certain strange sense of magnificence. Howl of the Madman, that is the name of these city ruins. It once witnessed a grand melee of extraordinary beings, and more than one of them fell here. Although most of their remains have already been carved up or destroyed. To this day, their deaths still haunt this city, altering its appearance and ecology, as well as the people and things that exist within it. This phenomenon goes by a collective name, eification. Influenced by different powers, the resulting eification varies as well. And in the Howl of the Madman, there is such a rule. If one day you find that your companion has suddenly become smarter, or has unexpectedly acquired a great deal of knowledge, then do not hesitate, kill them immediately, because that is a sign of eification. And this is the origin of the name Howl of the Madman, where mad scholars use knowledge to curse everyone who steps onto this shattered land. As a vast urban ruin, the Howl of the Madman is prowled by quite a few grave diggers. Some of them are outlaws, adventurers, or seekers of freedom, and sometimes they are all three at once. They band together in these silent ruins to form gangs, pursuing wealth and freedom, and for the most part they pay no mind to one another. However, a strange fellow appeared in the ruins today. He came from the satellite town, dressed cleanly, alone, and carrying almost no weapons. The only thing that could be called a weapon is a Tang Dao, and it looks quite crudely made. But besides weapons, he has brought quite a lot of random items. An umbrella, drinking water, food, a sleeping bag, and a camera hanging around his neck. He even stops from time to time to take some photos with great enthusiasm. He looks just like a tourist visiting a scenic spot. How long do you think he will last? On the edge of a shattered high-rise, a chubby middle-aged man squatted, watching the strange guy below. He still has a chance to survive if he turns back now, otherwise, if he keeps going on this route. The thin man beside him looked toward the depths of the city. He will definitely be dead by noon tomorrow at the latest. That camera is a high-end model, it should sell for a good price, right? The fat man said while swaying his body. We can just pick it up from his corpse after he dies, the thin man said indifferently. Actually, there is another way, the fat man revealed a disturbing, wicked smile. Time soon reached 6 in the evening and night spread rapidly through the gloomy urban ruins. Xiaolin looked up toward the depths of the city and decided to set up camp right here for the night. This is his first field study. He set off at 8 this morning and has been trekking for almost 10 hours now. However, he hasn't reached his target destination yet, he still needs to go deeper. In fact, he doesn't need to sleep at all now. The only reason he maintains the habit of sleeping is to go to the research facility in his dreams. He found a semi-collapsed house, cleared a flat and solid space inside, lit a bonfire, and began to prepare his dinner. He brought a small iron pot and mineral water to cook instant noodles, but just as the water began to boil, a voice came from behind him. Wow, living quite comfortably, brother. Xiaolin turned around to see a fat and a thin figure approaching him. It was the fat man who spoke. His eyes narrowed as if he were kind-hearted, but he was holding a gun in his hand. It was a revolver, the muzzle pointed diagonally at the ground, and he could fire at him if he just raised it a little. However, Xiaolin was not at all surprised by their appearance, because he had already seen them on his dynamic satellite map. They weren't deliberately tracking him, it was just that his planned route happened to be in their patrol zone. This was the reason he camped here. If they are active here, it means there are no dangers in the vicinity that they cannot handle. So for him, it was also safe. Xiaolin unhurriedly tore open the instant noodle package and tossed the noodles into the pot before saying, "Is there something you need?" His tone was neither cold nor particularly friendly. "Nothing much, just saw you camping here and came to take a look," the fat man said with a familiar air. "So you don't intend to introduce yourself?" "No need for that, there's no point in introducing myself to a dead man," the fat man shrugged, observing Xiaolin's reaction. But Shaolin showed no reaction at all, instead taking an egg out of his backpack, cracking it against the rim of the pot, and dropping it inside. Then he took out the prepared greens and bean sprouts and dumped them all in. The instant noodles became even more fragrant. The fat man swallowed slightly, then poked Shaolin's thigh with his gun. "Buddy, let's make a deal. I'm quite interested in that camera of yours." "This is for my work, it's not for trade," Shaolin politely refused. "Isn't a camera worth your life?" The fat man leaned in, putting on a mysterious expression. "Fortunately, I have many lives," Shaolin shook his head. The fat man paused for a second, then started laughing wickedly. "Ah, then I guess I'll just have to pick it up from your corpse tomorrow. By the way, do me a favor and throw the camera a bit further away when you die tomorrow. Don't break it." Shaolin didn't intend to say anything more, used his chopsticks to stir the noodles, added a ham sausage, then looked up and asked, "Do you too want some?" The fat man's expression froze slightly. Just then, the thin man who hadn't said a word spoke up. "A few kilometers further on is the territory of the Wisdom Demon. If you don't want to die a horrible death, don't go any further." The fat man clicked his tongue. "What's wrong with you? We agreed to trade information for items. Why did you just tell him for free? Aren't we losing out?" But the thin man just glanced at him, saying nothing. Then Shaolin spoke up. "I know, my actual goal is to hunt that thing." "Hunt the Wisdom Demon?" The fat man looked a bit dazed. "That's right, it's a small experiment, and I'll solve this nuisance along the way." After a brief silence, the fat man suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. "You're damn funny, buddy. I thought you were a rookie. I didn't expect you to be an idiot." The thin man said coldly, "There have been people like you before, with more power and better equipment, but they've all been dead for a long time. That guy, even the super-powered people in the satellite town don't dare to mess with it, including Lan Shiyu." Shaolin still reacted calmly, just nodded and said, "Thanks for the warning, but I'm confident." The fat man was slightly angry. "So what are you going to use to deal with the Wisdom Demon? With that crappy little toy knife of yours?" Shaolin looked at the Tang Dao lying beside him and said, "It's enough." In fact, for him, melee weapons are more useful than firearms because melee weapons can more easily carry his essence. If he were to use firearms, he would have to distribute his essence into every single bullet, a process that is both complex and energy-consuming. And the Tang Dao is a slashing weapon. Slashing is more consistent with human instinct than stabbing, it's simpler, and has more power, so Shaolin chose this. The fat man was losing patience with Shaolin. Forget it. You can't talk sense into a doomed ghost. If you want to go to your death, we're leaving." He stood up and tucked the revolver into his waistband. "Are you guys really not going to have any?" Shaolin asked again. "We don't eat dead men's food, it's bad luck." Leaving those words behind, the two figures quickly disappeared into the night. Shaolin didn't care about their movements. After eating, he went to sleep. It turns out that no matter where he sleeps, he can always return to the research facility in his dreams. P.S. Taking a day off tomorrow. Haven't rested well these past 2 days and am having a severe case of writer's block. Just one day. The night passed by just as uneventfully as any other. At 7 the next morning, Shaolin got up on time, had breakfast, packed his gear, and set off. If everything went smoothly, he should be able to find the Wisdom Demon by noon today. When he emerged from his hiding spot, the two gravediggers from last night were standing on top of a building, watching him. Shaolin didn't greet them, he just gave them a look before walking alone into the depths of the city. "Ah, looks like he didn't take a word of our advice to heart. We've made fools of ourselves, haven't we?" The fat one squatted down, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "He's just self-destructing," the thin one said calmly. "Teesk, if I'd known he was this stupid, I should have just robbed him of everything last night. Without food or water, maybe he would have just gone back like a good boy," the fat one sighed. "Enough." The thin one spat out the word coldly, turned around, and lifted his binoculars to his eyes as if the previous complaint had never happened. "Let's just focus on our job." Perhaps because of Shaolin ignoring their advice, the atmosphere turned a bit dull. The two didn't talk for a long time, simply standing on the high ground and keeping an eye on the surroundings. This was their job, keeping watch and signaling whenever suspicious individuals approached. A few minutes later, the thin one furrowed his brows slightly and raised his binoculars toward a certain direction. "Someone's coming, from the east." The fat one also picked up his binoculars to look. A team of about a dozen people was approaching from the distance, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s. "Yang Zhufeng, these people are from the Yang Gang. It looks like they're coming for us," the fat one said. The Yang Gang? Didn't they take heavy losses from the satellite town just a few days ago? How are they still daring to operate out here? Aren't they afraid of retaliation from the satellite town? The thin one frowned slightly. Who knows? It certainly looks like they're coming for us. You stay here and keep watch. I'm going down to let Boss Shen know. The fat one showed surprising agility, leaping through the complex rooftop environment, and quickly vanished from sight. The thin one said nothing. He subconsciously glanced in the direction where Xiaolin had disappeared, then began to carefully monitor the movements of the group. 2 hours later, Xiaolin finally reached his destination, District 13. This district looked no different from the others, except for a blue street sign displaying the number 13. The only difference was that this sign, along with the nearby walls and the ground, was densely covered in crimson warning graffiti, telling people to stay away. The sight was enough to make one's skin crawl. District 13, the lair of the Wisdom Demon. This terrifying calamity entity had killed countless grave diggers, and for the victims, death was considered a relatively lucky outcome. That was why even the most seasoned grave diggers wouldn't dare to get close to this place. Xiaolin ignored the warnings, pushed aside the wooden boards blocking the street entrance, and walked in. Inside the district, it didn't feel like a living hell. On the contrary, it seemed cleaner. There were no markings from various gangs, no makeshift wooden paths or ladders, and the atmosphere felt much quieter. Xiaolin took out his phone and opened the dynamic satellite map to search for signs of the Wisdom Demon. However, the area was crowded with buildings and tangled power lines. Even after staring at the tiny screen until his eyes ached, he found nothing. Feeling somewhat helpless, he decided to wander around the district, hoping to draw the Wisdom Demon's attention so it might come to him. Just then, Xiaolin spotted a large domed building 2 streets away. It stood out far more than the surrounding buildings. A large, tattered billboard hung from it, half collapsed, and several train carriages were lodged diagonally into the dome, creating a startling sight. Xiaolin suddenly remembered he had visited this place before he crossed over. That domed building was the Chanshang shopping mall in Yan province. The day he first arrived in this city, he had bought his clothes in this very mall. The interior space of a mall is much larger than normal residential buildings. Could the Wisdom Demon's lair be in there? Xiaolin muttered to himself. He decided to go over and take a look. But just as Xiaolin rounded a street corner, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw a person. At least it looked like a person, possessing a normal human build and limbs, though completely naked. It was huddled in the shadow of a building, its body covered in densely packed numbers, symbols, and letters. But Xiaolin knew for sure a normal person couldn't possibly be here. He furrowed his brows, carefully taking a few steps closer, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This thing was not a person, not even close. It had no reproductive system, and there was no hair on its body. And those numbers and symbols covering its body weren't drawn on. They were growing out from beneath its skin. Its skin had become pockmarked because of it, as if covered in dense, festering scabs. It seemed completely oblivious to the outside world and didn't notice Xiaolin's approach, just crouching there and repeatedly slamming its head against a piece of building debris. It was a piece of concrete with protruding rebar, one segment of which stuck out about 10 centimeters. The creature kept hitting its forehead against the rebar over and over, and each time the rebar pierced into its skull with a sickening, viscous sound. Yet it seemed to feel no pain at all, only whispering hollow words under its breath. Don't think about it anymore. Don't think about it anymore. Don't think about it anymore. A calamity entity. Xiaolin recalled the information Lin Nianian had given him. When people are affected by the calamity effect, they gradually mutate and lose their sanity. He had to admit, even though he was prepared, seeing this scene still gave him a shock, and goosebumps rose on his arms. However, after a few deep breaths, Xiaolin calmed his mind and decided to take a few photos first. He crouched down and set up camera. Considering the creature might have conditioned reflexes, he turned off the flash and set the shutter to silent mode. Click. A faint mechanical sound and the camera froze the scene. But the next second, the calamity entity stopped its mechanical banging. It slowly turned its head to look directly at Xiaolin. Its eyes were bloodshot, and on its forehead was a blood-drenched, conical hole deep enough to reach the brain, filled with rotting flesh. It looked at Xiaolin, then suddenly pulled an extremely eerie smile, whispering something quickly as it laughed. At first, Shaolin couldn't catch what it was saying, but when he listened intently, he finally heard it. It said, "I see him, I see him, I see him, I see him, I see him." The next moment, its body suddenly stiffened, its eyes rolled back showing only the whites, and the hole in its forehead began to squirm. An eyeball appeared from behind the hole. It was as if someone was peering at him from behind, through the hole in the Calamity entity's head. After that eye saw Shaolin, its pupil contracted slightly, and then it retreated back inside. Immediately after, a withered skeletal hand suddenly reached out from the bloody hole. Something was coming out from that bloody hole in the Calamity entity's head, descending into this world.
Shaolin found it difficult to describe the scene before him. First, a hand reached out from the bloody hole, then a second one followed. These hands braced against the edges of the hole, and then the owner of the arms slowly crawled out from the center. It was an incredibly bizarre visual experience, a 1-meter-tall monster slowly emerging from a hole the size of a fist. First the head, then the shoulders, then the body and legs, until it had completely crawled out. It had a human-like form, wearing a white lab coat, but its body was gray and extremely emaciated. Even more bizarre was its head. It was a red leather-bound hardcover book, standing open on the neck cavity with the inner pages densely covered in eyes. Those eyes were currently staring fixedly at Shaolin. Without needing much judgment, Shaolin already knew what this thing was. A wisdom demon. Although he knew it would likely find him, this method of entrance was far beyond his expectations. Shaolin dared not be negligent, but he also dared not act rashly. He unslung his backpack and let it slide to the ground, then slowly drew the Tang sword at his waist. The smooth white blade shimmered with a soft, clean light. This blade was no ordinary tool. It had been crafted in the materials laboratory just last night. It wasn't forged using traditional methods, but was printed as a single piece using 2-photon polymerization 3D printing technology, a form of ultra-high precision micro-nano 3D printing. The material used was an advanced high-entropy ceramic, with a hardness reaching 40 gigapascals. Though relatively brittle, it was far sharper than ordinary metal blades. Wait, why was he thinking about these things? Shaolin raised his head, and in the next instant, everything around him flooded into his mind. The building ruins, the plants, the abandoned vehicles, their colors, appearances, and shapes all surged into his consciousness. He realized he had become smarter. Just seeing an object brought a wealth of information to his mind. He saw many things now, and they all flooded his mind at once, triggering a cascade of new information. This process wasn't linear, it was simultaneous. Everything churned in his brain, growing and expanding wildly. Even knowledge he had never known before began to emerge. A sharp itch prickled the back of his hand. Shaolin looked down to see dense black symbols and numbers emerging from beneath his skin. What on earth? Numbers. Compounds. Entropy. Shaolin found that he could neither stop thinking nor control what he was thinking about. His brain was constantly receiving information, growing exponentially with every second. This is bad, really bad. Shaolin could feel his essence being consumed madly, but the tidal wave of information blocked his sense of danger. Not good. If this continues, I'm truly finished. Must find a way to counter this. Just then, a pair of emaciated hands rested on his shoulders. Shaolin looked up, meeting the myriad eyes of the wisdom demon. Without him noticing, the wisdom demon was already right in front of him. The pages of the book on its head tilted toward Shaolin and flipped rapidly. Black symbols surged out like a dark torrent, pouring onto Shaolin's face. Shaolin couldn't react. The overwhelming surge of thought left him standing there until black numbers and symbols covered almost his entire body. His hair began to fall out, quickly replaced by dense text and symbols. The hair on his body followed suit. His eyes rapidly lost their luster, becoming identical to those of the aberration. The wisdom demon slowly let go and took a few steps back. The book on its head flapped gently, and its eyes whirled, watching the prey before it. It seemed to be checking if the prey had truly been dealt with. Then it turned around, preparing to leave. In the next instant, Shaolin struck without warning. He lunged forward, and his Tang sword slashed down with fierce intensity. The strike was swift and sudden, catching the wisdom demon completely off guard. The ceramic sword's hardness and design provided extraordinary sharpness. With almost no resistance, the blade sliced the wisdom demon's head in two. The bizarre aberration didn't die immediately. It emitted a sharp, piercing shriek capable of rupturing eardrums. It wrenched itself free from the blade and spun around, spewing another torrent of black symbols at Shaolin. But Shaolin didn't dodge. Instead, he charged into the torrent, sword in his right hand, his left palm bracing the hilt, and used the full strength of his body to thrust the blade through the wisdom demon's heart. This blow interrupted the wisdom demon's assault. Terror flickered in the creature's eyes, but it was too late. Shaolin jerked the blade out and delivered a horizontal slash toward its neck cavity. The strike was swift and fierce, meeting almost no resistance, and the wisdom demon's head tumbled to the ground before its corpse collapsed. The thing didn't seem ready to die just yet. The fallen body began to twitch violently and mechanically. Xiaolin stepped forward, pinned its chest down with his foot, and drove the sword into its heart, pinning it to the ground. Only then did the corpse slowly stop struggling. Is it dead? Xiaolin thought, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. A split second later, a flash of red light streaked through his peripheral vision. It was the wisdom demon's head, that leather book. It suddenly leaped up and clamped onto Xiaolin's face, the pages wrapping tightly around his head and cutting off his breath as they began to merge with his skin. Xiaolin felt no panic. This death throw meant nothing to him. He turned the Tang sword around and drove it straight into his own head. Squelch. The book and Xiaolin's head were pierced through together, blood spraying out, but not a single drop was Xiaolin's. Xiaolin reached up, grabbed the leather book, ripped it off, and threw it on the ground. Then Xiaolin stood as still as a statue. The reason was simple. His consciousness was not currently in his body, but in the eye of deep space. Just as the wisdom demon had taken control, and before he lost all agency, he had performed a consciousness transfer to the satellite. The entire battle had been carried out via remote operation from a third-person perspective. No matter how potent the wisdom demon's mental corruption was, it had no way to corrupt an empty shell devoid of consciousness. Nevertheless, Xiaolin still felt a lingering fear, for nearly half of his essence had been worn away. Despite the transfer, if his body were destroyed, he would still face death. Looking at the bizarre state of his body, Xiaolin sighed silently. He wouldn't be returning to it for a while. Every bit of damage Xiaolin sustains is ultimately converted into an expenditure of his essence, which then gradually repairs itself. Therefore, as long as he is not killed on the spot, any type of injury will eventually vanish. About 3 hours later, the bizarre symbols on his body had completely disappeared, and his hair had grown back as well. Xiaolin carefully returned to his own body. There was still a lingering sense of chaos and dizziness in his brain, but he was no longer thinking uncontrollably. He crouched down to examine the remains of the wisdom demon, removed its clothes, and applied pressure inch by inch to feel the structure of its body. The wisdom demon's body was withered, dried out, and lacked any moisture, with skin that felt like tough leather. Its structure was similar to a human's. Overall, it was like a mummified corpse that had undergone preservation treatment. He then looked at the wisdom demon's true form, the red book. This thing had a leather cover, a spine made of bone, and pages made of flesh. The texture felt extremely eerie to the touch. At this moment, it had been nearly severed by Xiaolin's strike, and the dense, hollow eyes on the pages stared blankly while blood tears stained the parchment red. Moreover, there was content written on the pages, but Xiaolin could not understand it. The preliminary examination was over. Xiaolin stood up, took a few photos, and began the next most important test. He slowly placed his hand on the book, and his essence began to flow toward it, forming a static mark of essence. He had used the mark of essence to awaken the Research Institute and the satellites, and now he was going to try and awaken the wisdom demon. Silent blue light began to erupt from the book, and in that brilliant blue glow, the wisdom demon's body was gradually restored to its original state. A dozen seconds later, the blue light extinguished, and this bizarre anomaly slowly stood up, standing still like a sculpture. Now came the core part of the experiment. A few days ago, when he and Yue Taizhou were discussing the concept of becoming stronger, Yue Taizhou asked him, "Have you ever read a novel called Story of Your Life?" "I have. They also made a movie out of it called Arrival." Xiaolin nodded. Yue Taizhou began to lecture at length. Exactly, that novel itself is an extreme extension of the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which states that language influences the way we think. People whose native language is Chinese think in Chinese, and those whose native language is English think in English. Due to differences in grammar, vocabulary size, and etymology, our modes of thinking differ as well. Xiaolin was momentarily scared. "Professor, you don't mean to tell me that if I want to get stronger, I have to study English?" "No, there is a way that is more effective than language, and it is something only you can do." The professor raised a finger. "Experience. You don't need to learn a language from aliens. You can become the alien." Now what Xiaolin had to do was become the alien. He closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness. In an instant, he entered the mark of essence within the wisdom demon, and a sense of unprecedented emptiness, void, and peace enveloped Xiaolin. He slowly opened his dozen eyes and looked at the world. The sight made him nearly dizzy, but even more than the dizziness, he felt a sense of excitement. First, it was the clarity, unprecedented clarity. He could see the texture of blades of grass from over 10 meters away, and his field of view was amazingly wide, reaching nearly 270 degrees. Second, it was the colors. The contrast between colors became strikingly distinct. He could see hundreds of colors he had never been able to distinguish before. He even saw the color of the wind, which was a very faint, transparent silver white. Then there was the information. He knew at a glance how many pebbles and blades of grass were in his field of view. When he looked at a strange plant, he immediately knew how long it had lived and how much longer it would live. Finally, there was the movement. When a pebble rolled somewhere in his field of view, the lingering afterimages of its trajectory allowed Xiaolin to briefly see its past. This was a terrifying, all-encompassing perspective, and combined with the wisdom demon's strange brain, it made Xiaolin feel as if he had turned into a computer. Then he looked at himself, but he couldn't see anything. He was still there, silently standing in place with no extra information perceived, like a silent, stubborn stone. The all-encompassing perspective seemed to fail when applied to himself. However, Xiaolin had no time to study this carefully, because while playing the role of the wisdom demon, his essence was being consumed at an alarming rate. He feared that half an hour would be enough to drain him completely. The next step was the final part of the experiment, reshaping. Yue Taizhou had said that he was not a living being, but a transcendent existence, so perhaps he could transform himself by changing his way of thinking. Xiaolin returned to his own body and immediately closed his eyes, frantically recalling the unique experience of playing the wisdom demon in his mind. 30 seconds later, he slowly opened his eyes, and a dozen tiny pupils appeared within his eyeballs. Silver wind was flowing through his vision. The sun could not be seen in the dark red sky, but as the red deepened, it meant that night was approaching. "It will be dark in another hour," the fat man said to the thin man on top of the high-rise building. The thin man didn't pick up the topic but asked instead, "What did the Yang Gang come to talk to Boss Shen about?" The fat man mumbled, "Didn't they try to pull a stunt against Satellite Town a few days ago? Then Lan Shiyu wiped out half their core force, so now it seems they've come to ask for our help." The thin man frowned deeply. "Boss Shen shouldn't help them. They are nothing but scum. Just trying to make a living, my friend. We're all just trying to survive, just with different methods," the fat man said with a strange tone. "Plus, they offered a high reward this time, practically cleaning out half their savings." "Did the boss agree?" the thin man asked, still looking into it. "After all, this is no small matter, and making an enemy of Satellite Town wouldn't be wise." The thin man sighed and said no more. Just then, he looked towards the depths of the city, where a small figure seemed to have briefly appeared in his peripheral vision. The thin man frowned, raised his binoculars to look down the street, and waited quietly for the figure to appear again, but after a few seconds, he still saw nothing. "What's wrong? Did you see something?" the fat man asked. "Nothing, I might have just been mistaken," the thin man said, though he didn't lower his binoculars. But at that moment, the figure appeared again. The thin man strained his eyes to look, and when he saw the person's face clearly, he was suddenly struck with terror. "How is this possible?" "What is it?" the fat man asked hurriedly. "It's him, he's back." "Him?" The fat man also picked up his binoculars to look, and then he was stunned as if struck by lightning. "No, that's impossible. Nobody can return alive from the wisdom demon's hands unless he never actually entered District 13. The thin man gritted his teeth and thought for a moment before saying, "Let's go down and ask."
Xiaolin returned just as he had come. Camera slung around his neck, backpack on his back, and a tang sword tucked at his waist. Night had fallen once again. Just as he was debating whether to rest or keep moving, two figures appeared before him. It was the fat one and the thin one, the two gravediggers he had crossed paths with before. They were leaning against a derelict car, peering over at him. It was clear from the setup that they had been waiting for him. "Oh, it is you two. I did not expect to meet again," Xiaolin said with a polite smile. "This area is the stronghold of our Shen Gang, and we have been keeping watch. We knew for sure as soon as you passed by here," the thin one explained earnestly. The fat one scrutinized Xiaolin with keen interest, as if trying to spot something unusual. "I thought you were a goner. I did not expect you to come back alive. What is it? Did you get cold feet at the gate?" "No, I went in and I took photos," Xiaolin replied. "Tisk, so you did not run into the wisdom demon? There are not many people as lucky as you. You should treasure your life." "Actually, I did." The fat man opened his mouth, speechless for a moment. A brief silence fell between them until the thin one asked, blunt and concise, "And then?" "I killed it," Xiaolin answered. "How can you prove it?" the thin one asked again. "I have photos. Do you want to see?" Xiaolin opened the camera album and handed it to the thin one, but the fat one snatched it away halfway to take a look himself. The wisdom demon, one of the most terrifying malignant beings in the entire Howl of the Mad, how could it possibly be killed by someone like him? He flipped through the photos one by one. The first few were ordinary street views, followed by one of the road sign at the entrance of District 13 with its red graffiti. He really went to District 13? But so what if he went? Being there does not mean he could kill the wisdom demon. He continued to scroll down until he reached the photo Shaolin had taken of that malignant being. It was crouching under the ruins of a building, its body covered in characters. He laughed. You got it wrong. This is not the wisdom demon, just an ordinary malignant being, and the least aggressive kind at that. Things like this, even if we see them, we do not bother with them. Sometimes when we are bored, we even mess with them for fun. As he spoke, he kept flipping forward, and then his words came to an abrupt halt. The next photo showed a mangled, gray, withered corpse and a leather book that had been nearly cleaved in two. They were laid out in an orderly fashion, and the photo was taken professionally. The corpse of the wisdom demon. The fat man felt his breathing grow shallow, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The wisdom demon really dead? Finish looking. Can you give the camera back to me now? Shaolin asked. The fat man quickly handed the camera over and said, By the way, I am Duju, and my friend here is Shan Yi. We are grave diggers for the Shen Gang. Did you not say you do not tell your names to the dead? Shaolin teased. Well, you know how it is. Times change and people change, and the world is always shifting. Duju gave a fawning laugh. Shaolin found himself amused, though he did not dislike these two. After all, their warning about the wisdom demon yesterday was well-intentioned. Hey, why not come sit with us at the Shen Gang? The fat man added. No need. I need to get back as soon as possible. Sleeping on the streets is really not a pleasant experience, Shaolin said. Then you should definitely come sit with us even more. We have rooms, you can take a shower, and our boss has an off-road vehicle. We could even give you a lift tomorrow. Shaolin had to admire Duju. With just a few words, the guy had actually piqued his interest. As for safety, he had no concerns. After all, killing him was no easy task. Very well then, I will take you up on that offer. Oh, what is the trouble? Come on, let us go. I will introduce you to our boss Shen in a bit. The Shen Gang was a faction Shaolin had heard of from Lin Nianian. It indeed had a decent reputation. They traded fairly, did not look for trouble, and did not stoop to underhanded tactics. Their base was in an abandoned manor. The grounds were quite large and had been cleared and repaired. It was a bit worn, but kept remarkably clean. Armed grave diggers stood patrol throughout the manor, about a dozen of them. Furthermore, they had electricity. They used specialized generators, and since the space was not huge, the cost of power was manageable. Shaolin was led by Duju and Shan Yi to a banquet hall in the manor. As they approached, he could already hear loud voices in conversation inside. Duju, however, did not intend to wait and pushed the door open directly. Inside the conference room were two long tables, with people from clearly different camps seated at each, their expressions making the tension obvious. Two chairs were placed at the head of the room, and Shen He, the boss of the Shen Gang, sat in one of them. Shen He was a man in his 40s with a broad face and a beard, bearing a long but not particularly menacing scar. Seeing Duju enter, he frowned slightly. What is it? Is there an emergency? Reporting no emergency, but I have brought an important guest, Duju replied. Shen He gave Shaolin an up-and-down look. The man was young, and he did not recognize him, but he knew Duju. This oily fellow would not act without a reason. Fine, then take our guest to rest for now. I have business to discuss with the guests from the Yang Gang, Shen He said. The Yang Gang? The name immediately piqued Shaolin's interest. He recalled that the group that attacked his research facility a few days ago was from the Yang Gang. Cough, cough. Duju cleared his throat. Boss Shen, why not have a word with Mr. Xiao first? It would not be right to leave Mr. Xiao waiting. Shen He understood Duju's implication immediately. Shaolin was a guest more important than the Yang Gang, and Duju did not want Shaolin to feel slighted. But Yang Jufeng was displeased. He gave Duju a cold look and said, Old Shen, are your subordinates always so rude and ignorant of the situation? Shen He smiled. They are brothers who have lived and died together after all. Just as he was in a bind, Shaolin spoke up. No rush for my matters, but could I stay here and listen in? Everyone present was taken aback, then Yang Jifeng wore a mocking smile. Listen in? Of course you may. But I am a man who speaks without filter. If I say something you should not hear, I will have no choice but to send you to your death. Shaolin smiled. Then I will just have to wish myself good luck. As one of the top gangs in the Madman's Howl, Yang Jufeng didn't hold the rookie Shaolin in any regard. He cast a cold glance at him and continued talking to Shen He. I've already stated the background of the situation. Simply put, we have a minor conflict with Satellite Town, and things haven't been very pleasant between us, Yang Jufeng said coldly. I see, I know that, Shen He nodded. I know your Shen Gang has a good reputation in the area, so my idea is simple. You step in as a mediator to help us reach a truce, and the payment will be 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins. Shaolin calculated calmly. According to his knowledge, the most common gold and silver coins were 20-gram minted pieces, and the value of gold was 100 times that of silver. 100 gold coins would be equivalent to 10,000 silver coins, which translates to 100 kilograms of silver. Based on the highest price of silver before he time-traveled, that would be around 1 million. Shaolin was shocked. Were these grave diggers really this wealthy? But thinking about it carefully, this seemed normal. After all, if there weren't such high rewards, why would these people risk their lives to become grave diggers? However, Shen He did not agree immediately. He leaned back in his chair and said, "This is not easy to handle. After all, you had a direct confrontation with Satellite Town and even hurt their people. That has never happened before." So what? Yang Jufeng looked somewhat displeased. "We need some time to investigate and see if 50 gold coins are worth the risk," Shen He smiled. "Then add another 10 gold coins." Yang Jufeng didn't seem to want to give Shen He any room to consider. "Thanks, but we all rely on Satellite Town for business. Me, you, and the other grave diggers. If because of you we end up on bad terms with Satellite Town, the loss would be unbearable for us." Yang Jufeng's face turned gloomy. 60 gold coins, that's the limit. If you don't agree, then we'll have to give up and go back to wait for death. But I am not the type to wait for death willingly. When the time comes, I will become particularly crazy, and I'm not even sure what I might do. The smile on Shen He's face slowly faded. He heard the hidden meaning in Yang Jufeng's words. If he didn't agree, the Yang Gang might retaliate against them before they died. Although the Yang Gang had suffered heavy losses, Yang Jufeng himself was a superpowered individual and very difficult to deal with. But if they refused, they might not get the money and could still suffer losses. After struggling internally for a moment, Shen He shook his head. "Since this concerns the survival of the Yang Gang, how could I not agree? After all, we are practically neighbors." The expression on Yang Jufeng's face softened slightly, but he still pressed on. He beckoned, and a subordinate nearby handed over a wooden box. When the box was opened, there were 10 bright yellow gold coins inside. Yang Jufeng pushed the box towards Shen He. "This is the deposit. Once the matter is done, the remaining 50 will be delivered immediately." Shen He signaled for his subordinate to take the box and check it, then picked up his teacup and took a sip before saying, "But I'm curious, how exactly did you offend Lan Shiyu for him to be so ruthless that he didn't leave a single survivor? He is not usually that kind of person." Upon hearing this, Yang Jufeng's expression immediately turned ferocious. "This matter won't pass so easily. That bastard, I'll kill him sooner or later, along with his subordinates. I'll let them know that offending me, Yang Jufeng, will never have a good ending, and they will die a miserable death." Shen He wasn't surprised at all. This guy never had any intention of negotiating from the start. He was just trying to save his own skin, but Lan Shiyu was even more dangerous. Just then, Shaolin, who had been silent all along, spoke up slowly. "May I say a few words?" Yang Jufeng was the first to speak. "You'd better sit there quietly and act as if you don't exist, otherwise you will regret it." No, what I have to say is really important," Shaolin said, completely ignoring Yang Jufeng's threat. "Lan Shiyu didn't act ruthlessly. The grave diggers of the Yang Gang weren't killed by him." Yang Jufeng was stunned for a moment, then his eyes turned playful. "You are actually covering for that bastard?" "I have no intention of covering for him. I am just stating a fact," Shaolin said with a smile. Yang Jufeng sneered, his expression becoming even more dangerous. "Good, then start stating it. Since it wasn't Lan Shiyu, then who was it? Remember, if you dare say you don't know, I will pull your tongue out." "Of course I know." Shaolin's smile remained unchanged. "Those people were killed by me." The entire conference room fell into a dead silence, and the expression on Yang Jufeng's face became terrifying. Scarlet light began to flicker deep in his pupils. This was a sign that a physical superpowered being was activating their ability. Shen He felt his scalp tingling. They hadn't prepared for any conflict at all, and in this situation, Yang Jufeng was capable of tearing everyone present to shreds. He quickly stood up, wanting to calm this conflict, but Shaolin continued without any restraint. "It must have been 5 days ago. That night Liang Yuan led a dozen people from the Yang Gang to rob me. I actually tried to negotiate with them, but there was a girl named Xiao Yu who was an idiot. I really had no other choice, so I just killed them all. But don't worry, they probably didn't suffer much. It was all in an instant." The atmosphere became increasingly solemn and dangerous. The members of the Yang Gang stood up one after another, and some started to pull out their guns. Shen He and the people from Shen Gang were already completely confused, not knowing how to intervene in this sudden conflict. Shaolin continued, "Actually, I never thought of seeking revenge on your Yang Gang. After all, I am very busy and my work schedule is full. But having listened to your meeting today, I suddenly feel that sometimes cutting weeds by the root is quite necessary. After all, I just want to live a peaceful life." Yang Jufeng stood up abruptly, a violent red light erupting from his pupils. Layers of fine black scales grew from his skin. In an instant, he seemed to have transformed into a human beast. Are you going to do it here?" Shaolin asked while still sitting there, looking intrigued. Yang Jufeng growled, "No matter who you are, no matter what your identity is, today I will make you taste the most painful death." "That would be wonderful. This way I save the trouble of making up an excuse." Shaolin gave a brilliant smile, then picked up a fruit knife from the table and plunged it into his own forehead, blood gushing out immediately. His action shocked everyone present. What is he doing? Did he kill himself? Is this guy a lunatic? Shaolin's arm holding the fruit knife dropped, revealing a deep bloody hole in his forehead. The wound went straight to his brain. He could basically be declared dead. But for some reason, Yang Jufeng felt uneasy. He turned to Shen He with a hideous expression. "Shen He, you'd better give me an explanation. Did you arrange this person on purpose?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present felt a chilling gaze brush over their bodies at the exact same moment. The crowd suddenly went quiet, and they all looked toward Shaolin's corpse together. They saw that behind the deep bloody hole, a blood-red eye was staring straight at them. Then that thing began to crawl out. First one hand reached out from the blood hole, then the other, and as the hands slowly pushed apart, that eerie creature crawled out bit by bit. "Wisdom demon! It's a wisdom demon!" someone screamed in terror.
Duju is 30 years old. He has been through thick and thin with Shen He for over a decade and has faced many dangers. To be honest, he has never been afraid. He is the kind of guy who can crack dirty jokes even with a gun pointed at his head. But at this very moment, what he feels is a soul-shaking, destructive sense of dread. The wisdom demon. Did Shaolin actually sacrifice his life to summon the wisdom demon? Why? Is it really worth being this insane? Does he have to drag everyone down with him? His legs went weak and he slumped to the floor, frantically scuttling backward while pulling his pistol to fire at the wisdom demon. Bang, 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 bang! He emptied an entire magazine, yet the wisdom demon didn't have a single scratch on it. Duju looked around in despair. The conference room was already in chaos, with people screaming and shoving toward the exit. That included Yang Jufeng. His confidence and arrogance evaporated the moment the wisdom demon appeared, and he was scrambling away frantically like a dog with its tail between its legs. "Get out of the way. All of you move." He shoved aside a subordinate blocking his path. The man fell heavily to the ground, but he didn't make a sound. Sensing something was wrong, Yang Jufeng looked back instinctively and saw that the subordinate's eyes had lost all focus. His pupils were vibrating at a high frequency, and he was muttering something rapidly. Black script began to emerge slowly on the surface of his skin, growing denser and more numerous by the second. Yang Jufeng scanned the room, only to realize that it wasn't just him. Everyone from the Yang Gang had fallen into a state of confusion. They stood where they were, looking lost, their eyeballs trembling, whispering incoherently. Immediately after, his senses seemed to be amplified. He started to see and hear massive amounts of information: colors, shapes, scents, sounds. These details surged through his mind, growing on their own, forcing him to make connections and dig out more information. He couldn't stop this runaway train of thought. He looked at his own hands, and black characters and symbols were appearing from beneath his skin. Cold sweat rolled down Yang Jufeng's temples, and his breathing grew heavier. He wanted to keep running, but the thoughts in his head became so numerous and chaotic that they consumed his entire focus, making him forget to escape. In the end, he just stood there quietly, letting the thoughts in his head run wild. The members of the Shen Gang were still in chaos, with some screaming, some firing guns, and some running away. It wasn't until Shen He suddenly roared, "Stop, everyone! Stop moving! Stop firing! We aren't being attacked!" His powerful voice calmed the Shen Gang members down. They realized that only the Yang Gang members were affected by the mental contamination, while everyone in their own gang was safe, save for a few minor injuries from the panic. This is not an indiscriminate attack, it is targeted. The wisdom demon isn't attacking everyone, Shen He said, his voice still trembling slightly. What does that mean? Duju swallowed hard, contemplating an unbelievable possibility. The wisdom demon wasn't summoned at random. It is under control, Shen He said. Wisdom demon, under control? Even with his wildest imagination, Duju could not bring these two concepts together. But Shaolin, who summoned the wisdom demon, is already dead. Who is controlling it? Just then, Shaolin, who was still sitting in his chair, spoke slowly. "Can someone give me a gun?" Their brains are all broken. It's better to just kill them and put them out of their misery. Duju's brain, which had just recovered its ability to think, was hit by another shock. You didn't die? He had been standing closest. He saw with his own eyes Xiao Lin drill a hole in his own forehead with a fruit knife. I was just killing someone. Why would I kill myself first? Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Xiao Lin looked at Duju. There wasn't even a scratch on his forehead. So, you are still the one controlling the wisdom demon? Yes, but it is harmless unless I command it to kill. Duju felt his heart hammering like a war drum and his body was shaking. Eventually, Shen He tossed a gun over from a distance and said, "Use this." Xiao Lin picked up the gun, pulled the slide to check the chamber, and walked toward Yang Jufeng. Yang Jufeng stood there, his pupils trembling, lips whispering. Xiao Lin walked up to him, pressed the muzzle against his forehead, and calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet entered his forehead and exited from the back of his head. Yang Jufeng's muscles instantly stiffened, then he collapsed and died. Duju had never imagined that Yang Jufeng, the boss of the Yang Gang, would be executed in such a manner. Xiao Lin then walked toward the other members of the Yang Gang, killing them one by one without a hint of emotion. Bang, bang, bang. The only sounds in the somewhat spacious conference room were the dull, rhythmic gunshots. Throughout the process, no one interrupted Xiao Lin or spoke a word. Once Xiao Lin killed the last person, he handed the gun back to Shen He and said, "Thank you." Shen He silently took the gun and turned to Dan Yi, saying, "There should still be a few Yang Gang members outside. Take a few men and finish them off. Leave no survivors. Remember to move fast. And when you're done, bring some men back to clean up the bodies in here." "Yes," Dan Yi replied, and turned to leave the room. A few gunshots echoed from the camp, then quickly fell silent. Only then did Shen He sit down. He didn't mention the sudden storm that had just passed, but simply asked, "Mr. Xiao Lin, is it? May I ask what business you have with our Shen Gang?" "Actually, it's nothing major," Duju interjected. "Mr. Xiao Lin hunted the wisdom demon and is on his way back, but it's getting too late, so I invited him to stay with us for the night and offered to drive him back tomorrow." Xiao Lin nodded. "Yes, that's about it. I hope it's not too much trouble." "Of course it's no trouble. We have plenty of spare rooms. Would you like me to arrange a room for you now, or?" "That would be great." "Please arrange it now. I'm a bit tired," Xiao Lin said. Shen He nodded immediately. "Good. Duju, take him to his room. Oh right, one more thing." He picked up the box containing the 10 gold coins from the table and slid it across to Xiao Lin. "This should still be yours." "Isn't this the deposit the Yang Gang gave you?" Xiao Lin opened the box and looked at the gold coins inside. "But the Yang Gang no longer exists, so the deal is void. Besides, you wiped them out, so these are your spoils of war." "All right then, I'll accept them," Xiao Lin said without further hesitation. He continued, "By the way, the Yang Gang's inheritance is left to you, but I want 30%. "Of course. We'll send it to you as soon as we finish taking stock." Xiao Lin nodded, and the wisdom demon beside him began to collapse rapidly, soon shrinking into a tiny sphere until it vanished. "Let's go. I'll take you to your room," Duju said. After Duju and Xiao Lin left, Shen He slowly sank back into his chair, a sense of powerlessness filling every muscle. He waved his hand tiredly to dismiss the others, staying alone in the corpse-ridden conference room, lost in a daze, his heart filled with an overwhelming, indelible horror. He had never seen a scene so terrifying to the point of despair. Xiao Lin, that young man, must be an incredibly powerful transcendent. But why would someone so powerful appear in Madman's Howl? Why hadn't there been any rumors about him? Why had he never heard of him? After about 20 minutes, Duju walked in and lit a cigarette, handing it to Shen He. Shen He took it, took a drag, and slowly began to relax. "Did you get Mr. Xiao Lin settled in?" he asked. "Yeah. I asked if he wanted dinner, but he declined." Shen He looked at the dim sky outside the window. "The Yang Gang, I thought they were tough to kill, but to think they were wiped out just like that. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Aren't you happy?" "I'm pretty happy." Yang Jufeng always thought he was invincible. This time he finally hit a wall and got himself killed. Duju chuckled darkly. Shen He did not continue the topic. "Right, send Dan Yi to escort Mr. Xiao tomorrow. Get a decent car and tell Dan Yi not to ask any unnecessary questions." "What about me? I pulled off this massive job. Shouldn't I get a reward?" Duju asked with a cheeky grin. "Of course you get a reward. Your reward is that you aren't sleeping tonight. You're working the night shift." Shen He stood up and stretched his shoulders. "Take advantage of the night to transfer all of the Yang Gang's assets to us. Also, you should try to avoid sleeping for the next week as well. The wisdom demon has been hunted. We are the only ones who know this info. District 13 is rich in resources. Assemble several teams and grab the most valuable assets before anyone else realizes what's happened." Let's hope I don't die of exhaustion in the next few days," Duju sighed, though deep in his eyes, there was excitement. This time, the Shen Gang was going to gain a massive fortune. Early the next morning, the Shen Gang's camp was noticeably emptier, and for a moment, Xiao Lin thought they might have packed up and fled overnight. However, Dan Yi was still there, and he explained that most of the people had gone to District 13 to scout the area. Besides that, he brought Shaolin 30 gold coins, which was his share after they had finished tallying the Yang Gang's assets. After a quick breakfast, Dan Yi drove an off-road vehicle to take Shaolin to Satellite Town. The journey, which normally took 7 or 8 hours, was completed in just 2. Shaolin didn't let Dan Yi get too close to the research institute. He got out 2 kilometers away to walk the rest of the distance. When he reached the vicinity of the institute, his phone reconnected to the network and displayed a security notification. He opened the message to see it was Yan Jie who had stopped by. The footage showed him waving at the camera, stuffing a letter into the mailbox, and finally pointing at the box. The way he carried it out so methodically made Shaolin want to laugh. He opened the mailbox and tore open the envelope. Inside, written in wobbly handwriting, was, "Mr. Shaolin, Mr. Bai has arrived and came to pay a visit. Since you are out, please reply if you return." Mr. Bai is in Satellite Town? Shaolin remembered the name, the owner of Blue Dragon Mining, Lan Shiyu's boss. He had met him once on the mental internet. Yue Taizhou wanted him to investigate whether a promotion system existed in this world. If anyone was likely to know about that, it would be Mr. Bai, who was an awakened. Well, I should meet Mr. Bai first, consolidate the information I have, and then report back to the professor, Shaolin thought. But he didn't head over immediately. Instead, he returned to the research institute first. He put down his backpack, showered, ate, changed his clothes, and only then set out. When he reached the administrative building, it was quiet, with only Xu Guang from the law enforcement team sitting on a bench in the lobby on duty. He was about 1.70 meters tall, with a rather youthful, baby-faced appearance, the type who seemed to be popular with women. Seeing Shaolin, he flashed a sunny smile. "Mr. Shaolin, weren't you out of town? When did you get back?" As he spoke, he clumsily pulled a cigarette from his pack and offered it. "Thanks, I don't smoke," Shaolin politely declined. "I got back an hour ago, and I came over as soon as I saw the note your captain left." "Is our captain's handwriting super ugly?" Shaolin didn't answer, but silently nodded. It was indeed quite ugly. Xu Guang didn't smoke either. He tucked the cigarette pack away before saying, "You came at a bad time, though. They've all gone to the mine, and I'm not sure when they'll be back. How about you wait upstairs, and I'll go notify them?" "No need, I'll go to the mine myself." "Do you know the way?" "I have a satellite map. I'll find my way." "That won't be necessary. I'll take you there. Just hold on a second while I arrange some work for the others." Before Shaolin could agree, Xu Guang had already dashed into the office, coming back out a moment later wearing his law enforcement trench coat. The two of them chatted as they headed toward the mine. "Why did Mr. Bai come here all of a sudden? Is it related to me?" Shaolin asked. "Not really. It's about business at the mine," Xu Guang answered with an honest shake of his head. "But I can't tell you just yet. Mr. Bai hasn't decided if he wants to drag you into this." "The business at the mine?" "Yeah, it's pretty serious," Xu Guang answered straightforwardly. He then seemed to realize he might have said too much and turned the question back. "Where have you been these past few days, Mr. Xiao? You just vanished." "I went to the Howl of the Mad to conduct a survey." "To the Howl of the Mad?" Xu Guang looked surprised. "That place is pretty dangerous, especially with that anomaly known as the Wisdom Demon in District 13. "Yeah, that's exactly what I went to investigate, and I took care of it while I was at it." Xu Guang went abruptly quiet. "What's wrong?" Shaolin asked. "Nothing, it's just, I suddenly feel like there's a huge barrier between us." Xu Guang wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. "It's really not like that," Shaolin said, feeling slightly embarrassed. "But you took down the Wisdom Demon. Even the mayor can't handle the mental corruption from that thing. Even if I did kill it, it's really not such a big deal." As they talked, they arrived at the mine. It was a fair size, dotted with a few wooden buildings and piles of stone and coal. A crowd was gathered in the center, seemingly preoccupied with something. Mr. Bai was in the group, looking exactly as he did on the mental internet. In his 40s, tall, dressed in white, and appearing quite graceful. "Mayor Mr. Bai, Mr. Shaolin is here," Xu Guang shouted from a distance. Mr. Bai looked over, gave Shaolin a polite nod, and then turned his attention back. Lan Shiyu also nodded and smiled at Shaolin. Shaolin walked over, and the crowd naturally parted for him. Only then did he see the stone coffin in the center of the crowd. It didn't look brand new, but it was intact, with the mark of a quill pen on the lid. "Mr. Shaolin, it's a pleasure to meet you. My apologies, but we're a bit busy right now. I hope you don't mind," Mr. Bai said, his tone calm as he looked at the coffin. Shaolin shook his head, indicating it didn't matter, as he felt a subtle, unsettling atmosphere radiating from the coffin. His pupils began to dilate like liquid, constantly splitting into new ones as he activated his Wisdom Demon vision. He said softly, "Limestone. Although it looks man-made, there are actually no signs of manual carving. It looks as if it formed naturally. And although it appears to be centuries old, it hasn't existed that long. The types of wear and tear don't match up at all. Satellite Town gets a lot of rain. Constant seepage should have caused the stone to become powdery or flake off the surface, but it only has cracks." It completely defies logic. This is something that shouldn't exist. When he finished, the people around him fell silent, many of them filled with panic. Mr. Bai nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Xiaolin. It seems we can basically confirm it is that thing." "So you know what this is?" Xiaolin asked. Mr. Bai nodded. "The writer's coffin." Xiaolin didn't understand, but before he could press further, Lin Nyanian spoke up. "Can't we throw this coffin somewhere else? Like hauling it to the Howl of the Mad and burying it there?" She was still leaning on a cane, but looked much better. Mr. Bai shook his head. "It's useless. From the moment the coffin appeared, we were all under the influence of the writer. Any action we take is just propelling the narrative forward." "Then should we open it?" Lan Xiu asked. "Open it. If we haven't found the manuscript elsewhere, it's highly likely to be inside the coffin." Lan Xiu gestured, and Yan Jie and several miners stepped forward, using iron bars to pry into the gaps of the coffin, loosening the lid before pushing it aside. Inside lay a completely desiccated corpse, its hands clasped over its chest, clutching several yellowed sheets of parchment. Xiao Lin could sense that those sheets of parchment were something truly powerful. Seeing the corpse, the surrounding crowd began to stir, their fear intensifying. "It really is Simon. Are we doomed?" "Don't worry, Mr. Bai is here." Mr. Bai raised a hand for silence, then leaned down to pull out the stack of manuscript papers and unfolded them slightly. On the first line of the first page, it read, "Everything began the day a stone coffin was dug up, after which a terrible disaster began to spread through the town." Mr. Bai didn't read any further, snapping the papers back into a roll. "Mr. Bai," Lan Xiu began, but before he could say anything, Mr. Bai cut him off. "Let's get back to the administrative center first."
The miners were left behind to secure the stone coffin, while the others returned to the administrative center to hold a meeting in the conference room. The conference room was not particularly spacious and appeared slightly worn, but it had a quaint, elegant style, with high-backed chairs arranged around a solid wood-long table and fresh flowers placed in the center. It was not until they arrived here that Mr. Bai formally greeted Xiaolin. "Mr. Xiaolin, I am very pleased to meet you. By the way, my full name is Bai Xiaoyun. I suppose they haven't mentioned that to you yet, have they?" "They just called you Mr. Bai." Xiaolin shook his hand. "Little Lan and the others all say you are a good person, and I would love to have a chat with you as well, but unfortunately I am afraid we do not have time for pleasantries right now." Bai Xiaoyun sighed, looking at the manuscript in his hand. The nickname Little Lan made Xiaolin want to laugh. He cast a light glance at the slightly embarrassed Lan Xiu and said, "It is fine, business is more important. So what exactly is the deal with that stone coffin? And who is Simon?" Bai Xiaoyun's expression darkened, and he gestured for Xiaolin to sit down before he began to speak. "In our Red Boundary region, there is a special custom. When burying the dead, to prevent grave robbing, one must engrave a quill mark on the coffin. That quill mark belongs to Simon." "Why?" Xiaolin asked. "Because Simon brings disaster and death." Bai Xiaoyun's voice was low. "He is a horror writer and a fifth-generation transcendent. Every story he writes ends with the protagonist dying in despair. And when you see Simon's coffin, it means you are in the middle of one of Simon's stories. Judging by the opening we just saw, he has narrated the entire satellite town into his story this time, which means he intends to—" Bai Xiaoyun paused for a few seconds. As his words faded, the air seemed to stagnate, and even the sound of the wind outside the window felt distant. Everyone in the conference room looked anxious and uneasy, and Xiaolin was secretly shocked as well. To be able to slaughter an entire town with just a story, this ability is simply insane. "Mr. Bai, if we evacuate the satellite town, can we avoid this disaster?" Lan Xiu asked. "More than 5,000 people. Where would we evacuate them to, and how would we settle them?" Bai Xiaoyun countered. "We could just settle the important people." Bai Xiaoyun shook his head. "That could be a last resort, but we cannot decide to abandon the others from the very beginning. Besides, evacuation is most likely useless. Once you see the stone coffin, the story has already begun. Whatever we do is part of the narrative, and the narrative is destiny." Lan Xiu was momentarily at a loss for words. "Why is he attacking you? Did you have a run-in with him?" Xiaolin asked curiously. "We do not know each other, and we have no history. However, as far as I know, a year ago Simon was invited to join the House of Sages, and he is likely preparing to cross the door of cognition." Xiaolin did not care about the new terms he did not understand. He just found it unbelievable. No history, no reason, yet he wants to slaughter a whole town? Over 5,000 people? What's more, he had actually grown quite fond of this small town, peaceful, united, orderly, and he liked the people in the town too. After a silence, Bai Xiaoyun spoke slowly once again. "Right now, it is very unwise to confront Simon directly. The best approach is to negotiate." Then, I will check online to see if I can find a way to contact Simon. Nianian immediately expressed her willingness. Yes, I will leave that to you. However, we must also consider the possibility that negotiations might fail. Bai Xiaoyun nodded and continued giving orders. Yan Jie, go to the Howl of the Madmen and contact the Gravediggers to replenish our weapons and ammunition, and see if you can find any reinforcements while you are at it. Also, have the law enforcement team step up patrols in the town and report any anomalies immediately. Understood, I will complete the task in the shortest time possible, Yan Jie replied immediately. Shiyu, you go and talk to the major factions in town and inform them of this. It would be better if they are willing to stay, but if not, we will not force them. Remember to tell them that running away is of little use. Lan Shiyu nodded seriously. That is all I can think of for now. Once the meeting ends, everyone let's get started. Bai Xiaoyun leaned back in his chair with a look of exhaustion. He pinched the bridge of his nose and then shifted his attention back to Xiaolin. Mr. Xiao, I am truly sorry. You just arrived and we are so busy I have neglected you. Xiaolin did not mind at all. It is fine, I do not have anything major going on. I just had a few questions I wanted to ask. Questions? Do we need to find a private place? No need, just a simple question. I just want to know if there is an advancement system in this world. Bai Xiaoyun did not answer immediately. He sat there with a smile that was not quite a smile. Mr. Xiaolin, is this your 7th day in this world? About the 7th day, I suppose, Xiaolin answered truthfully. To have delved so deep into this world in just 7 days, Mr. Xiaolin, you really have exceeded my expectations, Bai Xiaoyun said with a tone of wonder. Though it does exist? It is not exactly an existence in that sense, but there is indeed a similar mechanism, remember? We just mentioned that Simon's attack on us is likely to prepare for crossing the door of cognition. Xiaolin realized instantly, so the door of cognition is the method of advancement? He is pursuing advancement? Bai Xiaoyun nodded and said, exactly, I wonder if you have come across the 9-layer reality theory? Xiaolin shook his head. It is a very complex theory, but simply put, although our world is a unified whole, it is divided into 9 layers in terms of reality dimensions. Most of us, like ordinary people, are located in the first layer of reality. In this layer, the world we touch and perceive is incomplete. And the only way to perceive a more complete world is to cross the door of cognition and reach a higher level of reality. Only then will the remaining parts present themselves to you. He glanced at Xiaolin and began to gesture with his hands. To give a simple example, lower reality sees plains, while higher levels might see high mountains. Lower levels see the ocean, and higher levels might be an entire continent. The higher your reality level, the more complete the world you see, and your transcendent power will also reach a new level due to the expansion of your cognition. This answer surprised Xiaolin, and after a moment of silence he asked, what is this so-called door of cognition? Is it an abstract concept or a real physical location? You can think of it as the intersection of 2 adjacent layers of reality. However, most people do not choose to advance, because it is dangerous. Bai Xiaoyun nodded. The safe doors of cognition are already under the control of major organizations. For example, the House of Sages, which Simon joined, has one. And the remaining uncontrollable doors of cognition are all extremely dangerous, 9 deaths and 1 life ordeals. That is why Simon is suddenly pursuing advancement. Xiaolin sighed silently. The scramble and monopolization of resources truly never changes in any era. Does Mr. Xiao have any other questions? Bai Xiaoyun asked. Not for now. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask me at any time. So that concludes today's meeting. Oh, one more thing. Xiaolin suddenly said, Mr. Bai, when you go to negotiate with Simon, remember to let me know. Bai Xiaoyun looked at him with calm and gentle eyes. Of course, that is something I would welcome, but I do not advise it, Mr. Xiaolin. Simon is attacking this town, not you. If you join us for the negotiations and they break down, you might make an enemy of him. Xiaolin smiled. Rest assured, I am just going to make up the numbers and back you up. I quite like this place, so I want to help where I can. Bai Xiaoyun looked at Xiaolin in silence for a moment, then nodded and said, very well, I will notify you when the time comes. Inside the office, the lights were bright and the atmosphere was quiet, with only the sound of Yue Taizhou turning pages. He was reviewing the 2 reports Xiaolin had submitted regarding the wisdom demon and the promotion mechanism, while Xiaolin waited quietly for him to finish. Yue Taizhou finished the last page and said, our direction is correct. Role-playing is indeed your best means of reinforcement. He looked up, his eyes focused and profound. But there are 2 things to be wary of. Do not establish too many connections, as that will weaken your essence, and do not establish ties with things too powerful to avoid having your essence drained. As for the door of cognition, let's wait until you have reinforced to your limit before we begin attempting it. Xiaolin nodded seriously and replied, "All right, I've noted that down." After finishing the business, Yue Taizhou's expression softened slightly. He said softly, "You've really worked hard during this time. It's a pity I can't provide you with any more help." "What's so hard about that? It's just for my own survival, after all." Xiaolin smiled to comfort him, then remembered another matter that hadn't been written in the report. "Right, there is one more thing, but it's not about me. I want to hear your insights." "Let's hear it." Yue Taizhou raised his eyebrows slightly, crossed his hands on the table, and became serious again. "It's about the satellite town. They encountered an attack from a powerful transcendent." Xiaolin told Yue Taizhou everything about the writer. After he finished, Yue Taizhou stroked his chin and thought, "Killing with stories? That's a rather novel ability, right? And this one is ridiculously strong. Killing from thousands of miles away, and it's practically unsolvable," Xiaolin lamented. Yue Taizhou shook his head slightly. "Actually, this ability is far less powerful than you think." Xiaolin was stunned. "Professor, do you have a way to break it?" Yue Taizhou shook his head and said, "I haven't thought of one yet, but we can do a simple analysis. Sai Xiaoyun said that narration is destiny, right?" "Correct, that's also why the writer is so powerful. He can manipulate narratives and guide fate." "Wrong," Yue Taizhou said. "A story is just one method of narration, and it is merely a form of limited narration." Here it comes, those strange terms he completely doesn't understand. Seeing Xiaolin's blank expression, Yue Taizhou shook his head with a smile. "Fine, let's start from the beginning." He held up a finger. "First is infinite narration. Let me give you an example. The town is destroyed. That is an infinite narration. It needs no process, is unconstrained, and is only used to state a result. To narrate is to manifest. If Simon is so strong, why wouldn't he just write it that way?" Xiaolin fell into thought and quickly realized, "I see, because that's just a sentence, not a story." "Exactly." Yue Taizhou nodded approvingly. "If you want to use a story to tell the town is destroyed, then you need characters, time, location, plot, and logic. If any are missing, the story doesn't hold. These are the limitations of a story. Furthermore, a story itself is fragile. It is also constrained by the author's talent and imagination. Looking at all the stories created by humanity, no story is flawless." Xiaolin was once again stunned by Yue Taizhou's way of thinking. While feeling full of admiration, he silently digested these obscure concepts. Suddenly, it felt like this terrible transcendent who made the entire red zone tremble might not be so invincible under rational deconstruction. Yue Taizhou watched Xiaolin thinking and chuckled. "Don't worry, don't fear him. He is not as good as you, nowhere near as good." The next morning, Xiaolin began playing the Wisdom Demon, wandering through the 13th district of the Howling Madman, even giving Duju quite a scare. Yue Taizhou said that repeated role-playing would allow him to unearth the Wisdom Demon's other abilities faster and reduce the consumption of the role-play. With his current essence strength, he could only maintain the role for 30 minutes at most. 30 minutes later, Xiaolin was on the verge of his limit. He returned to his own body and went to the canteen for breakfast. Halfway through his meal, a lopsided paper crane that looked as if it were drunk flew in from outside. It circled Xiaolin a few times, then plop, it dove straight into his bowl. Xiaolin looked at this suicidal paper crane, speechless. This thing was definitely sent by Lin Nianian. It really captured her owner's temperament perfectly. He carefully fished out the sauce-covered paper crane and unfolded it. It was indeed Lin Nianian's handwriting. "The negotiation is at 4 p.m. in the virtual space today. Mr. Bai said he won't wait for you, so remember to be on time." It seemed Bai Xiaoyun was still conflicted, hoping for his help on one hand, while fearing to drag him into trouble on the other. After pondering for a moment and scarfing down a few more bites, Xiaolin put on his coat and headed out. Even if not for the satellite town, for the sake of understanding this world, he wanted to meet the so-called killing writer, Mr. Simon. The satellite town's government building seemed a bit quiet today. When Xiaolin found Lin Nianian, she was eating sweet-scented osmanthus cakes while scribbling away in her large book. She was using a fountain pen, and her fingers were stained with ink, as were her lips. She looked quite a mess. Truly a girl who was not the least bit seductive. Seeing Xiaolin when she turned around, Lin Nianian was stunned for a few seconds. She unobtrusively put the lid back on the osmanthus cake box, hid it behind her back, and then asked, why is Mr. Xiaolin here so early?" I planned to prepare in advance, so I came over. Shaolin bypassed her unceremoniously, opened the box, and to Lin Nianian's shocked gaze, stuffed one into his mouth. Then he said, "By the way, I have something I'd like your help with." Lin Nianian shook her head slightly, her face full of grief. "The moment you ate one of my osmanthus cakes, our relationship ended." "Serious business." Shaolin rolled his eyes at her. "That writer Simon you mentioned, does he have any works?" "Of course he does. There are public resources online." "Mr. Shaolin, do you want to read his books?" "Well, since he is a writer, I might be able to understand his personality through his works." Shaolin glanced at the osmanthus cakes again, and Lin Nianian hastily hugged the whole box to her chest. "But I don't have time to take you online right now. I have a lot of accounts to settle today, and it's very urgent." "Well, that's troublesome then." "Actually, it's not that troublesome." Lin Nianian blinked. "I can teach you how to go online. Since it's already confirmed that you are a transcendent, you should be able to master it very quickly."
So what do I do? Shaolin sat on a chair, his body relaxed, waiting for Lin Nianian's instructions. "Mr. Shaolin, are you familiar with the concept of the collective unconscious?" Lin Nianian asked in return. Shaolin nodded. "It's a concept proposed by Jung, referring to the deepest unconscious part of the personality structure." "Exactly." Lin Nianian bit half of a sweet-scented osmanthus cake. When Wisdom City built the spiritual internet, they considered its ease of use, so they constructed it within the human collective unconscious. In other words, you can get online if you meet two conditions. First, you must be a psychic or a transcendent, and second, you must be aware of the internet's existence. The method is quite simple. Close your eyes, imagine the virtual world, and then silently chant to connect to the internet. Shaolin looked at Lin Nianian suspiciously. "It's that simple?" "Yeah. What else?" "You're not messing with me just because I ate your piece of osmanthus cake, are you? Why don't you try and see for yourself?" "Oh right, the default login location should be Assembly Point 3. Don't wander off after you get in. It's super crowded there, so it's hard to find people." All right, I got it." Shaolin sighed and closed his eyes, starting to follow the method Lin Nianian had taught him. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't feel any change. "Honestly, Lin Nianian, are you—" Shaolin opened his eyes and saw that all around him was an endless darkness, with only a checkerboard grid beneath his feet extending beyond his sight, forming a gray-white line. The only thing that could be called an object was a wall. A black wall made of countless stacked prisms, a giant wall reaching from heaven to earth, constantly fluctuating. This seems to be the spiritual internet, but it's not quite the same. And this doesn't look like an assembly point at all, much less the crowded place Lin Nianian described. "Lin Nianian? Lin Nianian, are you there?" Shaolin shouted, but his voice was quickly swallowed by the emptiness. "Log out," he chanted softly, but nothing happened. "Can't log out? Seriously, didn't I just eat one of your snacks? Is it really worth retaliating like this?" As soon as Shaolin finished speaking, for some reason, a surge of great dread welled up in his heart, and the hair on his arms stood on end. He looked in the opposite direction of the black wall and could sense that something extremely powerful and enormous was roaring toward him along the grid plane. Before Shaolin could even process it, he saw it. A chaotic crimson mass, vast and overwhelming, charging toward him with destructive momentum. It possessed the power to destroy everything. Wherever it passed, the checkerboard grid on the ground disintegrated, leaving behind only raw, pure darkness. It was as if the entire world were being shattered by its impact. With nowhere to hide and nowhere to escape, Shaolin stood there, his heart filled with incomparable shock. At the same time, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable familiarity from this terrifying entity. Just then, a line of text appeared before him. "You have received an invitation link from Lin Nianian. Jump to Assembly Point 3? Shaolin was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded and said yes. The next instant, the whole world began to function. He instantly passed through the giant black wall, and behind it lay the city he was familiar with. The city moved rapidly, and in a flash, Shaolin arrived at a vast plaza. The plaza was boundless, filled with about 1,000,000 line-drawn silhouettes. A massive geometric crystal floated in the air, with the number 3 appearing in its center. Shaolin panted slightly, unable to recover from the terror he had just experienced for a long time. Another prompt popped up before his eyes. "New session. Lin Nianian has initiated a connection request. Accept?" "Accept," Shaolin nodded. Then, a line-drawn silhouette beside him gradually took on physical form, turning into Lin Nianian. As soon as she became solid, she put her hands on her hips. "I say, Mr. Shaolin, why are you so naughty? Didn't I tell you? Wait for me at Assembly Point 3. So why did you disappear as soon as you got in?" The muscles in Shaolin's face twitched for a while before he said, "If I told you I just glitched, would you believe me? Are you kidding? The spiritual internet was built by Wisdom City. How could there be a bug? Mr. Shaolin, stop trying to make excuses." Xiaolin was about to explain when suddenly the entire virtual space began to roar, and the huge geometric crystal hanging above them abruptly turned a warning shade of red. "What's going on?" Xiaolin asked quickly. "Millennium bug attack," Lin Nianian said, looking toward a certain direction. "Millennium bug?" Xiaolin was stunned. "Yeah, it's said to be an ancient monster wandering in the collective unconscious, confirmed to exist in 1999. They say it can destroy the entire human collective unconscious, turning all psychic transcendents into madmen and causing immense mental damage to ordinary people as well. Wisdom City has been guarding against it all along." Xiaolin was dumbfounded. He knew about the Millennium bug too, but wasn't that just a computer date formatting bug from 1999? Although it had a huge impact and spread globally, it was eventually eradicated by programmers worldwide. How could it have become a monster wandering in the collective unconscious? Xiaolin followed her gaze, and a massive pitch-black wall had appeared at the edge of the city. He didn't know when. Boom. It seemed something had slammed heavily into this wall, and the entire virtual city was shattered in that instant, with debris flying everywhere. Even Lin Nianian, right in front of Xiaolin, was shattered into pieces. But in the next instant it reversed, as if time were flowing backward. Everything that had been destroyed began to piece itself back together, and in a moment it was restored to its original state. In every corner of the city, hundreds of figures shot into the sky, dragging long streamers of light as they approached the black wall. On the surface of the black wall, countless massive streams of code flowed at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Who are they? The Wisdom City Network Security Legion. Boom. A second impact. The entire city shattered again. This time, only half crumbled, but it still restored itself to its original state the next instant. Boom. A third impact. The area shattered was smaller, but the recovery was slower. Both sides were consuming energy. When the seventh impact arrived, everything calmed down. That terrifying entity outside the black wall seemed to have left. Xiaolin was certain that the thing that had just slammed into the black wall was the same thing he had seen on the grid plane. All right, this is perfectly normal. The probability of a Millennium bug getting in is basically zero. Lin Nianian waved her hand. "By the way, didn't you want Simon's works? I've brought them for you." Suddenly, a few books appeared in her hands, and she shoved them all into Xiaolin's arms at once. "I'm going to log off first. I'll find you when it's time for the negotiation. There's still a lot of work to do today." Before Xiaolin could even answer, the girl had vanished from where she stood. Xiaolin felt helpless and could only sit on a bench in the assembly point and start reading. Meanwhile, in the real world, looking at Xiaolin, who had fallen into a deep slumber, Lin Nianian revealed a sinister smile. Good, he finally fell for it. Now it's time for revenge. She slowly approached Xiaolin, took a felt tip pen from her pocket, pulled off the cap, and blew on the tip gently. "Mr. Xiaolin, would you prefer a mustache or a turtle?"
Xiaolin paid no attention to Simon's gloomy gaze. He spoke in a gentle, smiling tone, and his calm, unwavering voice was the only sound left in the studio. "I don't really read much fiction, but I have read some well-known thrillers. Like Stephen King's Pet Sematary, Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None, and Edgar Allan Poe's The Black Cat. If you've read them too, you'd realize that excellent thriller works always share two important commonalities. Is that so? And what are those commonalities?" Simon's voice was a bit hoarse, yet his eyes held a hidden, dangerous depth, as if he might erupt at any moment. But Xiaolin remained calm and detached, even with a hint of condescension in his tone, loss of control and self-destruction. The former is the departure from expectations in the external environment, such as the death of a daughter, the disappearance of the absolute boundary between life and death, and murder. The latter is internal degradation, such as the desire to resurrect a loved one, mutual suspicion, or being driven to madness by a cat. He looked at Simon. "But you never thought about these things. Your work lacks any sense of lost control or self-destruction. You appear completely amateurish when it comes to the relationship between people and their environment. In your proudest work, Blood Abyss, you failed to even frighten your protagonists, you simply killed them off. Therefore, in my view, this story is extremely mediocre." Lily's face was already flushed with rage, and she snapped, "Nonsense! Who gave you the right to criticize Mr. Simon? What, can't Mr. Simon handle criticism from a reader?" Xiaolin glanced at him nonchalantly. "You?" Simon grabbed Lily's wrist. His pupils contracted slightly, and his chest heaved as he stared at Xiaolin for a long time before asking, "Who are you?" "My name is Xiaolin, just a transcendent who happens to live in Satellite Town." Xiaolin was poised and casual. "By the way, I quite like that town. If you intend to destroy it, I will retaliate." "Do you think you have the ability to retaliate against someone who holds the reins of fate?" Simon narrowed his eyes slightly, though this time there was a hint of hesitation in his gaze. Xiaolin shrugged. I don't know, but at least I can make you pay a price. In the future, whenever you think of Satellite Town, you'll think, I should have agreed to negotiate back then. The atmosphere in the room grew even heavier, and anyone could hear that this was a naked threat. Simon clenched his hand tightly, a flash of anger rising in his eyes. But a moment later, the anger vanished, replaced by calmness. Simon spoke up. It's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but unfortunately, you've already touched the manuscript. Once the story begins, it cannot be stopped. Is there really no room for maneuver? Bai Xiaoyun asked. It's not entirely impossible, it's just not as simple as you think. Simon looked at the typewriter he used for writing and said softly, If you need me to, I can choose not to write the ending to the Satellite Town story. As long as there is no ending, your fate remains in your own hands. Having said that, Simon paused for a moment before continuing, provided that you can break through the predicament I've set. Otherwise, destruction is inevitable. Bai Xiaoyun sighed softly and then nodded. Very well, we can accept that. Thank you, Mr. Simon. Simon shook his head. No need to thank me, it was my fault in the first place. Regardless, I hope you can survive safely. There was no further small talk, and then Bai Xiaoyun stood up, and they bid each other a polite farewell. Simon did not leave the studio to see them off. When the sound of the door closing reached them from downstairs, Lily gritted her teeth and said, Those low-lifes daring to treat you with such an attitude, Mr. Simon, and that Xiaolin, an ignorant fool who doesn't know his place. Mr. Simon, are we really just going to let them go like this? Simon signaled for her to calm down. He leaned back in his leather chair and said calmly, They pose no threat to me, but I do not want them to interfere with my ascension. Ascension is the most important thing. But rest assured, they cannot win against my story. They are destined to die, Simon said. Of course, there was one thing he hadn't mentioned. Simon wasn't sure how powerful that transcendent named Xiaolin really was. But his critique just now left Simon with a feeling of being completely seen through, catching him off guard for a moment. And that was the main reason he finally agreed to back down. He was not a man who liked to take risks. What is the status of the other 6 locations? Simon asked Lily. The story has already begun. As long as the people in all 7 locations die, the story will be complete. Simon smiled with satisfaction, his smile pure and genuine. That is good. As long as I can complete this epic involving tens of thousands of people, I should be able to ascend smoothly. That bastard is a lunatic. He looks human enough, but his brain is completely broken. Once they left Simon's studio, Lin Yanyan couldn't help but curse. All right, don't be angry anymore. Bai Xiaoyun patted Lin Yanyan's head and turned to Xiaolin. Mr. Xiaolin, we really owe you this time. That's right, Mr. Xiaolin, you were so cool. You made that lunatic furious with just a few words. It was truly amazing. Lin Yanyan's eyes beamed. Mr. Xiaolin, how exactly did you do that? It's not that I'm amazing, it's just that what he wrote really wasn't very good. In my era, that kind of stuff wouldn't even get approved on Tomato Novel, Xiaolin teased. But neither Lin Yanyan nor Bai Xiaoyun understood what he meant. Alright, let's log off for now. Although the biggest crisis has been averted, Simon's methods won't be so easily undone, so we still need to be prepared. Shortly after, Bai Xiaoyun and Lin Yanyan logged off, and Xiaolin prepared to join them. But just as he was about to mentally trigger the log-off command, the scenery before his eyes suddenly flickered like a glitch. Xiaolin blinked, and the flickering stopped, but out of nowhere a solid black block appeared before him. It just hung there looking abrupt and sinister. Then, a line of twisted scarlet text manifested on the block. Who are you? Xiaolin stared at the scarlet text, frowning slightly. He looked toward the distant city where that massive black wall still stretching from earth to sky. Xiaolin ignored the message and chose to log off immediately. After logging off, Xiaolin opened his eyes and realized that at some point, Lin Yanyan's office had become packed with people. It wasn't just Bai Xiaoyun, Lan Xiyu and the others from the enforcement team were there too. His brow felt a dull ache, and there was a thick, dizzy sensation in his head, much like how one feels after shaking their head violently. But before he could speak, Lin Yanyan reached out and handed him 2 pills and a glass of water. What is this? Xiaolin asked. Motion sickness pills. Surfing the net takes a lot of mental energy and focus, so it's normal for beginners to feel dizzy, Lin Yanyan said, pursing her lips. Bai Xiaoyun also asked with a hint of concern, Xiaolin, do you want to go rest for a while? No need, it's nothing major, Xiaolin shook his head. Then let's have a quick meeting. Bai Xiaoyun sat on a desk and tapped it lightly. Let's start with the negotiations with Simon. How was it? Was the result of the negotiation good? Yanjie asked eagerly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanyan stood beside Xiaolin with her hands on her hips, looking smug and acting like a lackey. You have no idea how amazing Mr. Xiaolin was during the negotiation. He gave that madman Simon a real piece of his mind, and that guy was furious. Everyone turned their eyes to Xiaolin and gasped in unison. Weren't they there to negotiate with Simon? How did they manage to make the person they were negotiating with furious? And Simon is one of the few powerhouses in the red zone, so strong that others despair just seeing his mark. And Xiaolin gave him a dressing down? Is that really appropriate? Lan Xiyu forced a very strained smile and said a failed negotiation was to be expected. We were only testing the waters anyway. Bai Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Who said the negotiation failed? Everyone. Kamek. Could it be that Simon is a masochist who enjoys being scolded? Mr. Xiaolin exchanged some professional knowledge with Simon, and Simon seemed to be a bit frightened. Bai Xiaoyun shrugged. The crowd looked at Xiaolin again, all of them dumbfounded. Xiaolin shrugged nonchalantly. Can't blame me, it's just that the book he wrote is truly terrible. Actually, when it comes down to it, this whole thing should be credited to Yue Taizhou. It was Yu Taizhou's theory that provided Xiaolin with the perspective to view Simon rationally. Looking at the results, although he hasn't fully grasped the true reason for Simon's fear yet, at least this line of thinking was correct. Wait, does that mean the negotiation succeeded? Yanjie showed a rare burst of excitement. Exactly. Bai Xiaoyun nodded with a smile. Although Simon didn't cancel his interference with the satellite town, he won't finish writing this piece. That's enough. We never expected a peaceful resolution anyway. This is already very favorable for us. Lan Xiyu let out a long sigh of relief. But is there a possibility that Simon might go back on his word? Zhou Zheng, standing to the side, added with some concern. The possibility is very small. After all, the agreement is based on Mr. Xiaolin's deterrence over him. He won't dare to act rashly. Lin Nianian suddenly got excited. She waved her fist and said firmly, I declare that from now on, Mr. Xiaolin is my boss, and I will do whatever he tells me to do. Xiaolin glanced at her. Go pour me a glass of water. No, my legs hurt, Lin Nianian said with a cheeky grin. Xiaolin remained unmoved, his expression suggesting he had expected as much. How is the analysis of the manuscript going? Bai Xiaoyun sat on the edge of the table, clasping his hands together. The analysis is complete. We also have some good news. It's March now and the story begins in May. The 2-month time gap is enough for us to make full preparations. Afterward, they held a short meeting presided over by Bai Xiaoyun himself. Bai Xiaoyun is indeed a very capable person. He arranged the preparations, defenses, medical supplies, and logistics in an orderly fashion. As for Xiaolin, he didn't make any arrangements, since it was agreed from the start that he was only participating in the negotiation. When the meeting concluded, Bai Xiaoyun personally escorted Xiaolin back. Xiaolin had intended to refuse, but Bai Xiaoyun said pitifully, I haven't wandered around my town for a long time. Just consider it a moment of leisure for me. This might be my last bit of free time. Fine, Xiaolin sighed, holding his forehead. Bai Xiaoyun is a very strange person. He always carries a long black umbrella when he goes out, and he looks around like a child while walking on the road. It looks like you really like this place. Xiaolin observed his behavior and found it quite amusing. Of course. Compared to Yunzhe City, this is a paradise to me. Bai Xiaoyun was completely frank. It's a pity I can't stay here. I have to stay in Yunzhe City to make this place better. But why? Why what? Why do you like this place? It's just an ordinary little town. Bai Xiaoyun looked at Xiaolin, then smiled. That's where you're wrong. This is my town. He looked at the empty blue stone street. Mr. Xiaolin, I wish for the world to return to order, but unfortunately I am not someone who can change the world. This little town is the limit of what I can achieve. He stopped and looked back at the administrative center hidden in the mist, where the presence of the Blue Dragon Mining Company stood silent in the dampness. So I will pay any price to defend it, even my own life, he muttered to himself. He wasn't saying this to Xiaolin but to himself, and Xiaolin just happened to hear it. Xiaolin looked at the town with him. It was quiet and serene with a gentle breeze, creating a surreal scene against the backdrop of vast city ruins. Will there be more and more people in this town in the future? Xiaolin asked. There will be. Bai Xiaoyun laughed. By the way, I'll give you an umbrella in a few days. An umbrella? I have plenty of umbrellas in my laboratory. A rather special umbrella. You'll understand when the time comes, Bai Xiaoyun said. The two chatted along the way until they reached the edge of the town. Bai Xiaoyun said, I'll see you off here. Shaolin nodded and said, "All right, you should head back and get to work. If you need any help, feel free to contact me." Though I'll try my best not to disturb your peace," Bai Xiaoyun smiled. Shaolin continued walking forward. When he looked back, Bai Xiaoyun was still standing there. Although it wasn't raining, he slowly opened that black umbrella. The moment the black umbrella opened, crack! Lightning exploded in the sky above the town. Just a few seconds later, a torrential rain descended without warning, enveloping the entire town in a curtain of water. Yet not a single drop of rain fell outside the town. This must be a practical demonstration of Bai Xiaoyun's supernatural power. Bai Xiaoyun tipped his head slightly towards Shaolin while holding the umbrella, then turned and walked into the rain.
Over the next few days, Shaolin did not go out, but instead spent all his time obsessively surfing the internet. The spiritual internet was somewhat similar to the internet Shaolin was familiar with. Every person here was a user, and every building was equivalent to a website, whether private or public. The entire internet world was surrounded by invisible black walls, and all users lived within them. Beyond the black walls lay what was known as the Grid Wasteland. The Millennium Bug, capable of destroying the entire internet world and killing all spiritual transcendence, roamed there, carrying with it overwhelming greed and hatred. However, unlike the traditional internet, the spiritual internet offered extreme immersion, capable of being infinitely close to the real world. As a result, some people even chose to stay in the spiritual internet forever, never returning to reality. At this very moment, Shaolin was sitting on a bench in the recruitment center. This was a massive, ring-shaped, pie-like building with a lobby so vast it seemed endless, filled with hundreds of thousands of figures. Suspended from a central column was a ring of giant display screens showing recruitment information for various major projects. The scale was in the millions, and every minute, new projects were created while old ones were completed or abandoned. Shaolin took a brief look, and nearly all the top few hundred ranked projects belonged to Wisdom City itself. Project 1, World History Deduction Plan. Affiliation, Wisdom City. Content. This project aims to pool the wisdom of all humanity to deduce the correct history and guide humanity in the right direction. Project 2, Millennium Bug Extermination Plan. Affiliation, Wisdom City. Content. This project aims to exterminate the Millennium Bugs rampaging in the Grid Wasteland to protect human subconsciousness and the safety of spiritual transcendence. Project 3, Network Black Wall Service Plan. Affiliation, Wisdom City. Content. Reinforce the network black walls to defend against Millennium Bug attacks and ensure the safety and integrity of the spiritual internet. Show me the details of the World History Deduction Plan, Shaolin commanded, and the contents on the big screen expanded. Ignoring the 1,000-word summary, Shaolin's gaze fell on the data at the bottom. Current number of participants, 702,065. Monthly salary, 500,000 credit points. Interview requirements, IQ 130 or higher or expert-level knowledge of history. 500,000 credit points. Shaolin felt a jolt of shock. Lin Nyanian also had a job on the spiritual internet, working as a computer for a mathematics society, but her monthly salary was only 3,000 credit points. Shaolin was slightly tempted. After all, as a transmigrator, he knew the history from 200 years ago extremely well and might be the only person who knew the true history. But he didn't want to join Wisdom City, nor did he want to attract the attention of such a massive organization. After thinking for a moment, Shaolin opened the list of participants, and a dense crowd of names appeared before his eyes. Perhaps he could find someone from the list to provide information to, and he could just take the money. Just as Shaolin was aimlessly scrolling through the list, a subtle sense of discomfort suddenly washed over him. The text seemed to be distorting. He blinked and saw a black dot had appeared on the long list of participants. He instinctively scrolled up the list, but the black dot did not disappear. He looked elsewhere, and it remained extremely abrupt, just like a tiny dead pixel on a monitor. Then, as it grew, it seemed to burn away the surrounding space, dead silent, cold, and voiceless. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black block about half a meter across, looming in his field of vision, black to an unsettling degree. Shaolin did not panic. He stared at the black block before him and whispered, "Delete specified object." The basic functions driven by the underlying logic of the internet immediately began to operate, executing Shaolin's command. But a few seconds later, a prompt popped up, "No object requiring deletion detected." Immediately afterward, Shaolin's vision began to twist and scribbled scarlet text appeared on the black block. "Revenge. Destruction. Log out," Shaolin whispered to himself. The next moment, everything around him dissolved like shards of ice and he returned to the real world. This is the second time, and Shaolin could be certain that the thing was something capable of bypassing system supervision. Was it some kind of virus? Or was someone attacking him? Or perhaps it was related to the Millennium Bug he witnessed back then? Because the last time a similar phenomenon occurred, It was right after the Millennium Bug attack. Xiao Lin felt a headache coming on and decided to write a letter to ask Lin Nyanian. He pulled a piece of swallow letter paper from the desk, briefly explained the situation, folded it into a paper airplane, and threw it out the window. The paper airplane wobbled and disappeared outside the window. Satellite Town, torrential rain. In Lin Nyanian's office, she sat by the window with her hair disheveled, holding a fountain pen in one hand and clutching her hair with the other. A thick stack of swallow letters lay on the table beside her. She wrote something on a piece of paper, crossed it out, and then crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Just then, the office door opened and Jo Jung walked in carrying a cup of coffee. "How is it going? Still no news?" Lin Nyanian scratched her head in annoyance. "Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe he went on a long trip." Jo Jung placed the coffee on the table. "This was brought by Mr. Bai. The ration is low, so this cup is on me." "Thank you," Lin Nyanian beamed. "It's the least I can do. You've been working hard lately." After that, Xiao Lin didn't try to log back into the internet but instead got up to go to the dining room for a meal. He synced the food from the dining room to the real world every night, so there was always food prepared to eat. He fixed a few simple dishes himself, sat alone in the large, bright dining hall, and ate while his mind wandered through a jumble of thoughts. Over these few days, his control over the wisdom demon had become increasingly proficient. His essential consumption had dropped significantly, and he had gradually mastered the wisdom demon's terrifying ability, spiritual pollution. However, he didn't have the wisdom demon's physiological structure, so the effect he produced was far less than the demon's. Regarding this, Yue Taizhou was already conducting research, saying the ultimate goal was to surpass the wisdom demon. Only then could Xiao Lin have a smoother curve of growth. He also suggested that Xiao Lin shouldn't travel far before then, although going to Yunzhe City probably wouldn't count as traveling far. Once the business in Satellite Town was finished, he could go to Yunzhe City with Bai Xiaoyun to see the world and look for new prey while he was at it. Just then, a paper airplane slowly flew in through the window, circled around Xiao Lin, and finally landed on the table. Was it a reply from Lin Nyanian? Didn't that girl love folding ugly little paper cranes? Why had she switched to a paper airplane this time? Xiao Lin picked up the paper airplane. The surface was still damp, but he soon realized something was wrong. This was not a reply from Lin Nyanian, but the very swallow letter he had sent her. It hadn't reached her, it had come back. Could it be related to the torrential rain cast by Bai Xiaoyun? No, swallow letters were waterproof and highly resistant to high temperatures. The only explanation was that the letter could not find Lin Nyanian. For some reason, Xiao Lin felt a sense of unease in his heart. Xiao Lin re-entered the psychic internet and left a message for Lin Nyanian, asking her to reply as soon as she saw it, but 40 minutes had passed and he still hadn't received a response. The unease in his heart grew and he decided to go to the town to check things out. But just as he stepped outside the research institute, Xiao Lin froze. Looking toward the direction of Satellite Town, the town was nowhere to be seen. Only sky-covering gray mist was churning in its place. What is going on? Is this a new barrier set up by Bai Xiaoyun? Xiao Lin closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness to the Deep Space Eye satellite, turning his perspective toward Satellite Town. It was a vast area of thick fog perfectly enclosing the entire town. Its boundaries were extremely sharp, making it look unnatural. Xiao Lin returned to the lab, grabbed his Tang sword and pistol, strapped on a dagger, and hurried toward the direction of Satellite Town. After 20 minutes, Xiao Lin reached the edge of the gray mist. Looking at it from here, the swirling mist resembled a massive wall. His pupils began to dilate and split as he activated his wisdom demon vision to observe the mist. It wasn't spreading outward, showed no signs of thinning. The density was uniform throughout the area, and it was dry. Most importantly, these mists didn't seem to have any physical substance. They were merely visible. This is definitely unusual. Although his body had high resistance to extreme environments, Xiao Lin didn't recklessly rush in. He first reached a hand into the fog. His essence wasn't being drained, so it should be non-toxic and harmless. Xiao Lin took a deep breath and stepped into the fog. Inside, the world was chaotic and silent, with nothing visible but a sea of gray. He tried to gather information using his wisdom demon vision, but found nothing. The insulation provided by the mist seemed extremely potent. The deeper he went, the more he felt a sense of alienation. It was as if he were no longer in the real world. He didn't know how long he had been walking, maybe 5 minutes, maybe longer, before he began to hear the sound of rain and the air turned damp. As the sound of rain grew louder, Xiao Lin finally stepped out of the mist. Under a dark, stormy sky filled with lightning, a violent downpour washed over Satellite Town. Large raindrops hit the bluestone ground, splashing into ripples. The atmosphere felt wrong. It wasn't just deserted. There was no sign of life at all, as if this town had been dead for a very long time. Satellite Town, what happened here? Xiao Lin drew his Tang sword and stepped slowly into the heavy rain, his clothes drenched in moments. Furthermore, the storm interfered with his wisdom demon vision. With the chaotic trails of pouring rain, it was difficult to capture the surrounding details. He felt as if he saw signs of people, but when he looked closely, there was nothing there. Xiaolin steadied his mind and continued walking forward. He stopped at a crossroads where 5 or 6 tall wooden poles stood, each bearing a bloody, impaled corpse. Most of the bodies were mutilated, deformed and unrecognizable, with scarlet and black fluids mixing with the rain as they dripped down. Among them, Xiaolin spotted a familiar face, Zhou Zheng, the most senior member of the enforcement team. He was still alive, his chest was still rising and falling and his mouth was twitching, but he no longer looked human. His legs were gone, his body was covered in grotesque tumors and severe ascites made his belly abnormally swollen. Xiaolin instinctively wanted to approach, but stopped himself immediately. No, Zhou Zheng was already dead. The rise and fall of his chest and the twitching of his mouth were merely illusions created by the movement of tumors growing inside him. It was like a trap specifically staged to be seen. Just then, the sound of rhythmic splashing came from the rain. He turned back to see that a group of people had appeared behind him. There were men and women, all dressed in filthy gray robes. They were barefoot, with sunken cheeks, dark eye sockets, and skin stretched so tightly over their bones they looked skeletal. Most notably, they were all hunched over, with huge, translucent textured tumors growing on their backs, inside which something seemed to be wriggling. Another head of cattle fooled. They are so stupid. Catch him. Don't let it run. Cut off his legs, peel his skin, and hang him up as fresh bait. They whispered as they slowly approached Xiaolin. They all carried weapons, but they were extremely primitive. A wooden staff with a blackened bone spearhead tied to it. Xiaolin didn't say a word, he simply raised his tang sword. Raindrops hit the blade and slid off instantly in tiny trickles. The cattle wants to resist. The cattle shall become food for the gods. His body will become a breeding ground for the gods to spread. They kept whispering, and those whispers piercing through the rain and into Xiaolin's ears made him feel deeply uncomfortable. He glanced back at the corpses hung high and thought, I might as well kill them all. But suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a massive figure. The figure was nearly 3 meters tall, wrapped in pitch-black leather, wearing a top hat and a mask. It held a sharp axe in its left hand and a jagged iron hook in its right. It looked terrifying. The moment Xiaolin spotted the figure, it lunged at him, and Xiaolin didn't hesitate to swing his sword. His style had always been to attack, never to defend. Clang! The incredibly sharp blade sliced through the rain, forming a cold, shimmering light. The giant figure seemed taken aback and immediately blocked with its axe handle. The two weapons collided, sparking a bright flash of light in the sky. In that split second of contact, Xiaolin realized this guy didn't seem to be malicious, and its eyes looked somewhat familiar. 2. Cattle. All returned to the gods. The whispers rose again, turning into a unified low chant. Several spears tore through the air, churning the wind and rain with heavy force, leaving dark arcs behind. Xiaolin and the giant turned simultaneously, brandishing their weapons. Xiaolin's technique wasn't great, but his wisdom demon vision granted him exceptional dynamic vision, making the trajectories of the flying spears clear in his eyes. He easily blocked a few, while the giant batted the rest away with its axe, the immense power creating a strong gust of wind in the pouring rain. Xiaolin swung his blade, ready to charge into the fray, but the giant suddenly hooked his arm, holding the sword with its iron hook. Don't fight them, we're retreating, the giant said in a deep, terrifying voice. Xiaolin frowned slightly, but chose to retreat. The strange crowd seemed to want to attack, but the heavy rain suddenly intensified, instantly cutting them off and causing the eerie figures to vanish before their eyes.
It is not safe to stay here. Come with me. The giant grabbed Xiaolin's arm and ran quickly toward a building on the side of the street. By now, Xiaolin had vaguely guessed his identity. Mayor Lan, what is going on? Who are those people? Let's talk once we reach a safe place. Lan Xiu's voice was heavy and terrifying. The two broke through the curtain of rain and entered the building. It was only then that Xiaolin noticed Lin Nianian was also here, along with several unfamiliar members of the law enforcement team. Seeing him, Lin Nianian was overjoyed. She rushed over, grabbed him, and started feeling him up and down. Mr. Xiaolin, are you hurt? Did any of their blood splash on you? As she spoke, the girl's shoulders slumped and her lip quivered, tears streaming down her face. You haven't appeared for so long, I was worried to death. I thought you had been retaliated against by Simon. Lan Xiu took off his mask, and his clothes and physique began to rapidly return to normal, transforming back into the gentle and dutiful mayor. He pushed Lin Nianian aside, pulled a glass bottle from his pocket, poured the transparent liquid into his palm, pressed it against Xiaolin's head, and whispered, Invisible Rain, please wash away this person's traces in the world and protect him from danger. When he finished reciting, Shaolin felt a slight stinging sensation, and a mark of clouds and a rainstorm appeared on his forehead. Shaolin's pupils returned to normal, and he asked, "What is this?" Lan Shiyu explained, "This is the invisible rain. As long as you are stained with it, you will be hidden by the storm, and they won't be able to see you." So that was it. No wonder he couldn't see anyone after entering the satellite town, yet he could always vaguely feel someone watching him. So what exactly happened in the town? Who are those people? He pressed on. It is a long story. After finishing the ritual, Lan Shiyu sighed softly. "Since we last parted, we have been preparing to confront Simon, but the process has not gone smoothly. We have been calling for aid, but for the past 2 months, all the letters we sent out have gone unanswered. Not a single person we sent out has returned, and your laboratory has been locked." Shaolin suddenly felt something was strange. "Wait, what did you say? 2 months?" "That is right, starting from the last time we met," Lan Shiyu replied. "No, this is completely wrong. When was the last time we met? Have you forgotten? It was when we were negotiating with Simon. It was during the negotiations with Simon 2 months ago, and you haven't appeared since then." Shaolin's mind roared. Lan Shiyu was right. Their last meeting was indeed after the negotiations with Simon. But that wasn't 2 months ago, it was only a few days ago. Shaolin's expression turned grave. He asked seriously, "Mayor Lan, what month is it now?" Lan Shiyu didn't know why Shaolin reacted so strongly, but he still replied, "It's May." Shaolin took a deep breath. "Mayor Lan, I came here because I saw the satellite town covered in fog, and when I entered, the date was March 15th. Simon fooled us with narrative techniques. He didn't give us any time to prepare at all." As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. Lan Shiyu's pupils trembled slightly. "You mean to say that our time is out of sync with the outside world?" Lin Nianian also muttered, "That's right, that explains why we didn't receive a single reply or see anyone return for 2 months. Shaolin felt a surge of fear. Only a few days had passed in the outside world, but 2 months had already gone by in the satellite town. Perhaps if he had arrived a few hours later, the satellite town would have been destroyed. Is this the power of fictional narrative? Just as everyone was immersed in the shock, there was a loud crashing sound. Several glass panels near the building's entrance were shattered simultaneously, and fragments sprayed everywhere. Then, the sound of soft footsteps and whispering began again. Cattle here surround them. Don't let them get away. They must die under the Holy Spirit's blade and become food for the gods. Lan Shiyu became alert instantly. He looked toward the door and said, "It seems they have realized we are here." Shaolin looked in the direction of the sounds but saw nothing. "So we can't see them either?" "Yes, Mr. Bai's invisible rain works both ways. We can't see each other. However, if we get close enough or collide, the invisible rain will fail. We must be very careful." Lan Shiyu sounded slightly nervous, which puzzled Shaolin. Although those guys looked strange, they were slow, had primitive weapons, and confused minds. Like uncivilized savages, they shouldn't be cause for such concern. "They don't look strong. Why not just wipe them out?" Shaolin asked. Lan Shiyu shook his head. "They are indeed weak, but we cannot kill them, otherwise the consequences would be even more severe." At this point, Lin Nianian's eyes turned slightly red. Uncle Zhou Zheng could have survived, but because we weren't allowed to harm them, he was eventually captured and tortured to death. The whispering grew louder. It seemed they were closing in. Shaolin narrowed his eyes to focus, using his wisdom demon vision to see faint gray silhouettes in the room, looking like thin mist. At this very moment, they were linking arms to form a human wall, sweeping slowly from the far end of the room toward where they were. Although these creepy guys looked insane and dull, they actually had a sense of group hunting. "Anyway, let's leave first. Let's leave from the second floor." Lan Shiyu pointed to the stairs behind him. It seemed the situation had already been anticipated by him. They quickly reached the second floor and opened the balcony door. Lan Shiyu picked up Lin Nianian and jumped down lightly, followed by Shaolin. When he returned to the street, he noticed that in the vast curtain of rain, townspeople were standing sporadically along the streets. While members of the law enforcement team stood on rooftops, blades and pistols in hand, silently watching over the town. There were pillars erected in more than one place in the city, each pierced with corpses. Under the gloomy sky and the pouring rain, the scene appeared cold and solemn, like a grotesque funeral. "Where are we going? Back to the administrative building?" Shaolin asked. "The administrative building has already been occupied. Our current stronghold is the church. Let's head there first." The church is located in the church district in the northeast of the town, an area primarily consisting of buildings like the church itself, schools, parks, and a cemetery. Since the satellite town hasn't developed to the point where a church is really needed, and the area isn't suitable for living, you don't usually see many people there. But now it has become the most crowded area, with people gathered under umbrellas, looking anxious and terrified. Everyone thinks the closer they are to Mr. Bai, the stronger the protection of the invisible rain, but in reality it doesn't mean much, Lan Shiyu said while weaving through the crowd. Is the situation still under control? Xiaolin asked Lan Shiyu. I cannot guarantee that yet, but these days will be very difficult. Anyway, let me take you to meet Mr. Bai first, then we can talk slowly. While the three were talking, they had already arrived at the entrance of the church. The church is the largest building after the administrative center, built in a Gothic style. It has intricate spires, patterns, and a towering bell tower, all submerged in the curtain of rain, looking gloomy and grim. The main doors of the church were wide open, revealing a spacious and solemn chapel, where a dozen or so people were standing loosely. As soon as Lan Shiyu walked in, people immediately swarmed around her. Mayor Lan, the news brought back by our scouts shows that the total number of pillars in the town is 33. There are at least 33 victims, if not more. The personnel census results are also out. The known number of missing persons is over 50. The environmental monitoring team and the supply protection group also have intelligence coming in. Everyone was talking at once, and the scene became somewhat chaotic. Lan Shiyu frowned, pulled Lin Nianian out from behind her, and said, "Report these matters to her first." Lin Nianian hunched her shoulders, enduring the barrage while squinting her eyes, and said, "Take it easy, everyone. Speak one by one. There are too many people. Slow down." Lan Shiyu led Xiaolin through the office area and met Bai Xiaoyun in a spacious and elegant office on the second floor. He stood by the window in a black suit. Even though he was indoors, he still held that black umbrella. Outside the window, the chaotic rain left a thin film of water on the glass. The incarnation of the rainstorm, Bai Xiaoyun. The powers of the transcendent are all unique, and Bai Xiaoyun holds the power of the rainstorm. He turned his head. He looked a bit more exhausted than when they last met, but he still offered a slight smile to Xiaolin. "I'm truly sorry. I can't entertain you properly this time." Xiaolin forced a smile. "You're already having a hard enough time maintaining your spell. Let's skip the formalities." "Thank you for your understanding. Once this is all over, I will make up for my lack of hospitality," Bai Xiaoyun said with a gentle smile. Lan Shiyu interjected, "Mr. Bai needs to focus, so let's go to another room and I'll brief you on the current situation." The two went to the lounge next to the office. Lan Shiyu poured Xiaolin a cup of tea and said, "We are short on resources and don't have fresh clothes for you, but drink this to warm up." Xiaolin did not stand on ceremony. He took the cup and took a sip. The warmth slowly spread through his body, making him feel a bit better. He set the cup on the table and asked, "When did the attack start?" "Yesterday morning, around 10, exactly as described in the manuscript. First, the entire town was shrouded in thick fog. Then a steam train stopped on the abandoned tracks on the west side of town," Lan Shiyu replied. "Those creatures came from that train." Simon referred to them as the Tumorkin in his manuscript. But fortunately, Mr. Bai was prepared and used the invisible rain to hide the townsfolk, which is why there haven't been massive casualties. Tumorkin. Xiaolin recalled the enormous tumors pressing against their spines and felt a sense of unease. That thing really was quite nauseating. He continued, "But they don't seem that strong. Why can't you just kill them?" At this, Lan Shiyu looked frustrated. "That is our biggest problem right now. The Tumorkin came to the town to slaughter the residents and sacrifice their bodies to a deity called the Lord of the Wild Feast." "A deity? Is there any real-world basis for it, or is it something Simon made up?" "It should be an original creation. It is said to be a god of infection, food, corpses, and flaying. As long as there are enough bodies, the Lord of the Wild Feast will be awakened and descend here." Lan Shiyu paused, "But our corpses aren't the only sacrifices. There's Count too." Xiaolin was shocked. He finally understood why Lan Shiyu didn't dare to organize a large-scale extermination. Once they started killing, they would only drag the satellite town into an abyss. "If we don't kill them, what if we just injure them?" Xiaolin asked again. "They don't kill each other, but they will finish off companions who are too severely injured, so that's not realistic. Besides, their blood is highly infectious, an infection that even Mr. Bai cannot immunize against. If you get it on you during a fight, you must have seen Zhou Zheng's body." Zhou Zheng's horrific state of death flashed through Xiao Lin's mind. He had been nailed to a wooden pillar, his entire body covered in tumors. Xiao Lin pursed his lips and swirled his cup, lost in thought. After a while, he said, "So your current plan is to hold your ground?" "Exactly. We analyzed the manuscript, and it only goes up to the 7th day. That is to say, once the 8th day arrives, the influence caused by Simon will vanish. It is the safest method. With Mr. Bai's invisible rain, all we have to do is hide and minimize casualties as much as possible to survive these 7 days." Xiao Lin rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a while. Finding no better idea, he nodded and said, That really is the best way for now." Lan Xiyu smiled. "Mr. Xiao Lin, since you have come in, you won't be able to leave for the next few days. I will arrange a room for you so you can stay." Xiao Lin agreed immediately. "Sure, if there is anything I can help with, let me know, and I'll do my part." "That would be wonderful. If you are willing to help, things should be much easier for us over the next few days," Lan Xiyu said, standing up with a grateful look. "Just don't give me any tasks that are too exhausting," Xiao Lin joked. But just then, the door to the lounge was slammed open. Lin Nian grabbed the frame, panting heavily. She didn't even have time to catch her breath before stuttering, "Mayor, Captain Yan Jie is in trouble. He's been surrounded by the tumor kin in the commercial district. The number is overwhelming."
The torrential rain in Satellite Town was boundless. Amidst the downpour, Lan Xiyu shifted back into his giant rain butcher form, with Xiao Lin following closely behind, both sprinting across the rain-soaked streets. It took them about 10 minutes to reach the business district. Though Lan Xiyu was fast, Xiao Lin was much slower by comparison. They entered a building marked with a special symbol, where a group of law enforcers and combatants had already gathered. Seeing Lan Xiyu arrive, everyone crowded around him. "What happened?" Lan Xiyu asked solemnly. "This morning, Yin Qi from Tianhong Grain asked us to help transport supplies, but as soon as we arrived, those tumor creatures appeared, as if they had been waiting for us there." The speaker was Qi Jianyuan, one of the 5 core members of the law enforcement team. A slightly stout middle-aged man beside them immediately barked in anger. "Don't talk such bullshit, as if I deliberately lured you here." It appeared he was Yin Qi. His words filled Xu Guang of the enforcement team with rage. His delicate face twisted slightly as he grabbed Yin Qi by the collar. "Stop trying to shift the blame, isn't this your fault? To hell with you. I fulfilled my obligation to provide you with supplies, and he fulfilled his to protect my safety. What's wrong with that? If he met with disaster, it's just his bad luck," Yin Qi retorted without backing down. "Enough, everyone shut up." Lan Xiyu's gravelly voice silenced the room. He said coldly, "Let's go check the situation first." They went up the stairs to the roof and looked down. A short distance away at a crossroads, Yan Jie sat alone in the pouring rain, drenched in blood with horrific wounds. The invisible rain on him had been dispelled, meaning he was now fully exposed to the townspeople's vision. Besides him, there were 4 or 5 other corpses scattered around, including both enforcement team members and grain company employees. Their invisible rain also dispelled. "They are turning the invisible rain against us to hunt us down," Xiao Lin realized suddenly. Lan Xiyu didn't reply, instead asking Xu Guang, "Is he infected?" "No, I can guarantee he's not. I've observed his wounds many times. There's no sign of infection," Xu Guang said anxiously. Not being infected meant that if they could save him, he still had a chance to survive. But Xiao Lin felt something was off. He asked, "Why is there no infection?" Yin Qi let out a cold snort. "Isn't it obvious? They know we won't rescue the infected, that's why they didn't infect him. This is clearly a trap. If you ask me, just leave him." "Say that one more time and you're dead," Xu Guang snapped in a fresh burst of rage. "Am I wrong? Whoever goes is just throwing their life away. Don't act like there's still hope and send others to their deaths." "I'll say it again, enough." Lan Xiyu cut off their argument. "I will make the decision myself." Lan Xiyu was the proxy for Bai Xiaoyun, and his supernatural power derived from him, giving him the ability to see through the invisible rain. He took a few steps forward, eyes shimmering behind his mask. Because of the mask, people couldn't see Lan Xiyu's expression, but he stood there for a very, very long time. 5 minutes later, Lan Xiyu said softly, "He can't be saved. Prepare to retreat." Qi Jianyuan and Xu Guang panicked. "Mr. Lan, there must still be a way we—" Lan Xiyu cut them off. "There's no way. Retreat. Mr. Yin Qi is right. This is a trap set by the tumor creatures. We can't save him." Yin Qi didn't say anything this time, nor did he look triumphant. He just gave a cold grunt. The heavy rain poured down, and Yan Jie's figure looked increasingly small in the curtain of rain. Just then, he seemed to notice something and looked up from afar. His face was covered in bloodstains. He looked exhausted. After several violent heaves of his chest, he began to inhale deeply and then shouted, "Town Mayor, I know you've come. Don't think about saving me. I'm beyond saving, there are too many of them." His voice pierced through the rain and fell into everyone's ears, plunging the scene into dead silence. Listen to me. After I die, hand over the captaincy of the enforcement team to Qi Jianyuan. He is excellent and capable of taking this position. Qi Jianyuan's body trembled violently. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath but couldn't seem to exhale. Let Xu Guang inherit Zhou Zheng's position as deputy captain and remind him to work on his temper. Xu Guang knelt on the ground, covering his face with his hands, his whole body shaking. My work logs are in the second drawer of the desk. Make sure Qi Jianyuan reads them from beginning to end. They are very important. If there's any problem you truly can't solve, go find Mr. Xiaolin. He is truly remarkable. Finally, Lin Nianian. Remember to take good care of her. She can't leave Satellite Town, and you are her only family left. Before he could finish, his head suddenly snapped back, and a gaunt figure slowly appeared behind Yan Jie. It was a larger tumor creature whose hunched back and long limbs made it look like an arthropod, the massive tumor on its back pulsing constantly. One of its hands gripped Yan Jie's hair, while its other arm cradled a 5-meter-long wooden pole, an execution tool. Following that, more tumor creatures appeared in the rain, smeared with Yan Jie's blood so that everyone could see them. They surrounded him, clutching bone spears and whispering, "This pig has been abandoned. It can no longer serve as bait. Kill him, skin him alive, sacrifice him to our gods." Seeing this, silence and despair spread through the confined space. Is there really no other way? Yan Jie has served Satellite Town for so many years, are we really just going to watch him die? Xu Guang roared, suppressing his fury. Lan Shiyu didn't argue, only saying quietly, "There are too many of them." Xiaolin was watching the rain through his wisdom demon vision. He had to admit that Bai Xiaoyun's invisible rain was truly powerful, but he could still vaguely see the figures like black mist. They were densely packed, hiding in the buildings around the crossroads. Some guarding the roadside, others wandering in the rain, numbering nearly 100. As Lan Shiyu said, at this scale, the chances of rescuing Yan Jie were slim to none. But after a moment, Xiaolin spoke softly. "I'll go give it a try. Maybe there's a way." "Mr. Xiaolin, do not act on impulse." Lan Shiyu rejected Xiaolin's proposal without hesitation. This caught Xiaolin off guard for a moment. "What do you mean? You don't even trust me, an extraordinary?" "It's not that I don't trust you, but even Mr. Bai was not spared from the infection of these heterotumor creatures." Lan Shiyu replied urgently, And besides what? "I don't mean to belittle you, but based on my observations, your physical constitution and combat abilities are not much better than an ordinary person's. You have absolutely no advantage in this situation, and it would be very dangerous to be surrounded." Xiaolin felt a bit embarrassed for a moment, but it was indeed true. His physical fitness and combat skills were probably not even as good as Yan Jie's. However, he still patted Lan Shiyu on the arm gently and said, "Don't worry, I'm just going to try. If it doesn't work, I'll turn around and run. I'm actually quite good at running." "Mr. Xiaolin." Lan Shiyu wanted to say more, but Xiaolin had already jumped down from the building. Lan Shiyu shouted his name anxiously, but he paid no attention, simply stepping through the puddles on the road and heading towards the intersection. At this very moment, the bizarre ritual of the heterotumor creatures was nearing its end, and the leader of the heterotumor creatures was slowly raising the pillar in its hand. And just then, Xiaolin wiped away the mark of the invisible rain from his forehead. He vanished from the sight of the townspeople, visible only to Lan Shiyu. At the same time, over 100 heterotumor creatures appeared in Xiaolin's field of vision, and they saw him too. Yan Jie also sensed something. He suddenly looked up and said, "Mr. Xiaolin, don't come over, it's a trap." But Xiaolin ignored him. He scanned the densely packed heterotumor creatures and walked forward with big strides instead. The heterotumor creatures began to gather. They slowly leveled their spears and shuffled toward Xiaolin, slowly swarming in his direction. At the same time, more heterotumor creatures were crawling out from the buildings behind. In no time, Xiaolin was completely surrounded. Figures of heterotumor creatures were everywhere, their expressions greedy, their looks ecstatic, and the sound of their whispering was everywhere. "Another piece of livestock has taken the bait. These creatures are so stupid, hehehe." Base livestock are perfect as sacrifices for the gods. There were too many of them, far more than he had seen before. Lan Shiyu's heart was pounding and his breathing became extremely labored. Xiaolin could not kill them, because killing them would cause the lord of the frenzied feast to draw near. And if their weapons even grazed Xiaolin, or if their blood splattered onto him, Xiaolin would surely die. Lan Shiyu's mind was a blank slate. He could not think of any way to cope with this desperate situation. Seeing Lan Shiyu's body trembling slightly, Qi Jianyuan asked hurriedly, "Mayor, how is it going? Mr. Xiaolin, he is surrounded." Lan Shiyu tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. "There are many of them, nearly 200. Upon hearing this, a deathly silence fell over the scene. "I said it was a trap. He insisted on going to his death. I just don't understand." Yin Qi's face turned pale. "Yin Qi, stop being so excessive," Xu Guang roared. "Excessive? Am I wrong? How many times have I said it? You can't save them. Evacuate as soon as possible. Did you listen to me? Do you think I want to watch you go to your deaths?" Do you think I want to watch him go to his death? Shut up, Lan Shiyu shouted angrily. As soon as he spoke, the heterotumor creatures below had already closed in on Xiaolin and launched their attack. A dozen pitch-black spears thrust toward him simultaneously. However, the expression on Xiaolin's face remained unchanged. His pupils suddenly split from one into several and he whispered, "Think." Woo! It was as if an invisible wave surged outward with Xiaolin at the center. The heterotumor creatures that had been closing in a second ago all stopped suddenly. The spears in their hands drooped as they stood blankly on the spot, their eyes wide open, pupils trembling incessantly. All sorts of information from the surroundings was rushing madly into their minds, constantly spawning new knowledge and data, forcing them to think continuously and completely forgetting that they were supposed to attack Xiaolin. The leader of the heterotumor creatures fared slightly better. It still stared at Xiaolin with hostility, but it could not attack, as if frozen in place, unable to figure out the right way to deal with this enemy. Standing on high, Lan Shiyu watched this scene and was suddenly stunned. To him, the heterotumor creatures had suddenly fallen into a strange state of paralysis just before they were about to attack. But he could not understand, having no idea how Xiaolin managed to do it. After a long while, he managed to gasp out 4 words. "My God, that is impressive." Xiaolin looked around. Good, caught them all in one go, Xiaolin thought to himself. This was an ability he had learned from the wisdom demon, mental corruption. Because he could not judge the range of the mental corruption, and this move was essentially very taxing, he had chosen to let the heterotumor creatures gather first. It seems he had overthought it. The range of the mental corruption was not small at all, and it had easily affected all the heterotumor creatures. Xiaolin walked through the heavy encirclement in a light and airy manner, strolling leisurely until he reached Yan Jie, then extended his hand towards and said, "By the way, what did you just say? What was a trap?" Yan Jie remained kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at Xiaolin. After a while, he grabbed Xiaolin's hand and said, "Mr. Xiaolin, has anyone ever told you that you can be really dramatic sometimes?" Xiaolin gave a wide grin. "Just tell me, was it cool or not?" "It was too cool. I will never forget your life-saving grace today. Yan Jie will do everything in his power to repay your kindness in the future." Xiaolin pulled him up from the ground. "If you want to repay me, then drop this bizarre, archaic way of speaking." Yan Jie. Afterward, Xiaolin looked at the leader of the heterotumor creatures and asked, "By the way, in Simon's manuscript, when the number of corpses in the town reaches a certain point, the Lord of the Frenzied Feast will descend, right?" Yan Jie paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's right. Then one more corpse shouldn't make much difference, right?" Yan Jie immediately realized what Xiaolin meant. "Don't worry about that, we've kept the casualty rate well under control." "That's good." Xiaolin drew his tang sword, stabbed it into the neck of the heterotumor leader, then slowly pulled it out. There was no spray of blood, only a faint gurgling sound. The heterotumor leader fell to the ground, and the blood on the blade was quickly washed away by the rain. He draped Yan Jie's arm over his shoulder and said, "Let's go, I'll take you back. Otherwise that girl Lin Nyanian will be worried to death."
Yan Jie was severely injured and he was limping as he walked. However, Xiaolin was in no rush. He helped Yan Jie bypass the tumor beings that were still contemplating life and headed toward the assembly point. Only then did Lan Shiyu suddenly snap out of it, shouting hurriedly, "Quick, get ready to provide cover for them." His words left everyone feeling confused, and Qi Jianwan couldn't help but ask, Cover for who?" "Xiaolin and the others, they made it out alive, and they are completely unharmed," Lan Shiyu said with excitement, which sounded quite strange when mixed with his low, eerie voice. But the others weren't as thrilled as he had expected. Instead, they just looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, it was Yin Qi who spoke up first. "Wait, I don't quite understand. 2 minutes ago, didn't you say Xiaolin was surrounded?" "That is correct." "And 2 minutes later, you are telling me they both came out without a scratch?" "Yes." "Can you tell me what on earth happened in that time?" "I don't quite understand it either, but they both made it out alive and are completely unharmed." They all looked at one another, not knowing how to react. Lan Shiyu, unsure how to explain it to them either, could only say, "You guys wait here. I will go down to meet them and have them return to the invisible rain as quickly as possible." With that, he leapt off the roof and walked toward Xiaolin and Yan Jie. He still found it hard to believe that Xiaolin had managed to bring Yan Jie back so easily. He had almost thought he was about to lose this old subordinate who had followed him for nearly a decade. And as for Xiaolin saying it was just a test, he was definitely just messing with him. Just as Lan Shiyu was happily rushing over, a silhouette suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. For some reason, his heart skipped a beat. He tracked the figure with his gaze. That was a tumor being. It seemed to be a leader as well, tall and lanky, looking like a withered old tree. It had tumors on its back and arms were long enough to nearly touch the ground. It wasn't on the battlefield, but rather on a street behind it, positioned right at Shaolin's back. It stood there quietly, holding a bone spear, like a spectator who had nothing to do with any of this. But the moment Lan Shiyu noticed it, the creature seemed to sense him and began to move. It slowly lifted the bone spear in its hand, pointing it obliquely toward the sky, while its other hand reached out toward Shaolin's position, looking just like a javelin thrower. A sense of overwhelming crisis engulfed Lan Shiyu, and he screamed, "Shaolin, look out!" But it was too late. The eerie tumor being raised the spear in its hand and hurled it with tremendous force. The tip of the spear was made of black bone, looking primitive and coarse, yet it carried a fatal, incurable infection. It shot up from the creature's hand into the sky as if carried by the power of fate, flying hundreds of meters to land with unerring precision. It pierced Shaolin through the back and burst out from the front, skewering his heart entirely. Lan Shiyu felt his head explode. Shaolin was killed right before his eyes. He looked at the tumor being that had launched the attack. It just stood there with a flicker of disdain and satisfaction in its eyes, a smile curling at the corners of its mouth. "What is that thing? What the hell is that?" "It's not a tumor being, definitely not. It wields some kind of power, a power that is completely beyond this story. But screw this, that monster has to die." Pure rage flooded every nerve in Lan Shiyu's brain. "Kill it." Lan Shiyu's eyes suddenly flared crimson. He leapt onto the rooftop with a burst of power and sprinted toward the tumor being at a terrifying speed, like a monstrous grizzly bear, silent yet frantic. As he closed in, his figure suddenly vanished from the rooftop. The special tumor being was instantly shrouded in darkness, and the heavy rain suddenly intensified, forming a dense, impenetrable curtain of water. Within the curtain of rain, the sounds of clashing metal and heavy footsteps seemed to echo from all directions. Clang! A thunderclap boomed, and a massive figure appeared before the tumor being, bringing a raised battle axe down without hesitation. Lan Shiyu's signature skill. The darkness brings fear, the rain blocks the senses, and the sounds cling like leeches. The more the target fears, the stronger his power becomes. But the next moment, the tumor being showed no fear at all, simply dodging the terrifying blow with a graceful sidestep. Then it clenched its fist and struck Lan Shiyu in the abdomen with a perfectly executed combat maneuver. A surge of impossible, overwhelming force erupted, sending the massive Lan Shiyu flying nearly 5 meters before he crashed to the ground. How is this possible? Lan Shiyu propped himself up, staring in shock at the creature, only to see it slowly approaching with a gait that was strangely seductive. "Do you really think you can beat me? You are truly foolish and pathetic." The tumor being looked at him, its mouth curling in disdain. "It's a pity that a major turning point has already occurred, and I cannot kill off important characters. Otherwise, killing something like you would take only a second." Lan Shiyu's eyes narrowed, and his figure instantly vanished. He activated murder again, this time choosing to attack from behind. But the creature seemed to have known exactly what he would do, suddenly stepping back and throwing an elbow strike that sent Lan Shiyu flying again. In the next heartbeat, Lan Shiyu disappeared again, moving in for a close-quarters hunt. The third time. This time, before he could even launch an attack, the creature grabbed him by the throat and threw him aside with force, smashing him into a nearby building. The fourth time. Still a failure. The fifth time. Still a failure. After over a dozen consecutive attacks, as Lan Shiyu was knocked back yet again, he knelt on the ground, leaning on his axe and gasping for air. This creature was able to pinpoint his attack position and counter with perfect precision every single time. The creature looked at its fingers with boredom. "A brainless idiot. Was I not clear enough? Or do you just enjoy being toyed with by a girl? It's really disgusting." These words reignited the rage in Lan Shiyu's heart, but just as he was about to strike again, a wave of dizziness hit him, and blood began to drip from his nose. This was a sign of overexerting his superpowers. The creature sneered, "Looks like you've been taught enough of a lesson. I'll be off now. Remember to collect your companion's body, and I hope you can come to your senses and stop these futile struggles." It waved its hand airily, turned around, and walked toward the end of the long street, calm and completely unconcerned. Until a black bone spear suddenly sliced through the air, clattering to a halt at the tumor being's feet. The creature turned back to see Shaolin standing there, rolling his wrist. "Sorry, I wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine, but I didn't realize this thing was so hard to throw." He smiled at the creature. "By the way, you don't happen to be the type who survives even after having your heart pierced, do you?" Seeing Shaolin standing in the rain unscathed, the Tumorkin was no longer so composed. Its pupils contracted slightly, and its tone was full of surprise. "How is this possible? Weren't you dead?" Shaolin stared at this strange creature with interest, his tone flippant. "I suppose you must have been mistaken. With rain this heavy, it's easy to see things wrong." He had only arrived after ensuring Yanjie's safety, and standing before this thing now, he could sense how bizarre it truly was. It moved with agility, possessed clear logic, and wielded some kind of terrifying power. That spear throw just now had consumed nearly half of his total essence in a single strike. That was not something achievable through ordinary means of attack. The Tumorkin ignored Shaolin's nonsense. It watched him warily, slowly assuming a professional combat stance. Non-human creatures don't study human combat techniques, Shaolin thought to himself. It's highly likely that this thing is a human. "So what are you planning to do?" He curled the corner of his mouth slightly. "Kill you again," the Tumorkin said. "Is that so? Are you really planning to get close to me?" Shaolin pointed toward the intersection, where the other Tumorkin, affected by the psychic pollution, still stood motionless. The Tumorkin before him narrowed its eyes slightly, clearly realizing that getting too close to Shaolin was definitely not a good idea. Suddenly it used its nails to slice open its own palm, and black-red blood surged out immediately. Shaolin remained calm. "If infection had any effect on me, I wouldn't be standing here right now." The Tumorkin faltered again. That was right. It had just pierced Shaolin's body with a bone spear coated in infectious blood, yet Shaolin showed no signs of infection. The Tumorkin was suddenly at a loss. It realized it seemed to have no way to kill Shaolin, and subconsciously turned its head to look into the distance. "If you are planning to run, I can remind you that it's pointless," Shaolin said. But as soon as he finished speaking, the Tumorkin leapt up onto the roof of a building. Lan Shiyu tried to pursue, but Shaolin grabbed her. In that brief moment, the Tumorkin leapt again to a building across the street and quickly vanished from Shaolin's sight. "We can't let that thing live. Its threat level is too high," Lan Shiyu said, her tone rapid and urgent. "I know," Shaolin replied. He looked up at the sky, and in the vast pouring rain, his pupils instantly turned pitch black. After an extreme leap, the Tumorkin returned to the ground, but it was already 2 blocks away. The near-limit exertion of movement left its body in intense discomfort. It couldn't understand why Shaolin hadn't died. That previous strike should have been a guaranteed kill. There was no way to dodge or survive it. Just as it was gripped by confusion, a massive roar suddenly echoed from the sky. It looked up. At some point, a gargantuan object had come to hover above this Victorian-style town, and that roaring sound was coming from it. That a satellite? The Tumorkin could not believe it. The next instant, the artificial satellite angled itself toward it, accelerated abruptly, and came crashing down with a boom. It was enormous and moved with incredible speed. By the time the Tumorkin reacted, it was already right upon it. As a warrior's instinct, it instinctively raised its hands to brace against the behemoth, but it was impossible to withstand such a massive object. The massive kinetic energy carried by the satellite crushed it instantly, dragging it underneath as it continued to surge forward. The bluestone pavement shattered inch by inch, accompanied by the Tumorkin's heart-wrenching screams. By the time the satellite's momentum was spent, it came to a halt at the end of the street, while the Tumorkin had been reduced to a pulp, smeared across the entire street and washed away by the rain. The moment it died, in Simon's residence in Red River City, Lily suddenly snapped awake and then curled up on the sofa, wailing in agony. Her avatar in the story had been killed. Although this wouldn't cause her to truly die, the horrific sensation of being crushed still lingered on her. The feeling of flesh being ground into mud and bones crushed into powder, that experience of death made her nearly break down. After a few minutes, she finally broke free from the intense phantom pain, already exhausted and drenched in sweat. This was her first time experiencing death, her first time being killed in one of Simon's stories, and it should have been Shaolin who died. Her strike had clearly landed. She scrambled up, stumbling as she left her room to find Simon upstairs. But when she reached the door, through the ajar crack, she saw Simon chatting with someone else. Right, today was the day the guest from the House of Sieges was visiting. That guest was an envoy of the house. He was an old man with graying hair, a square face, short hair, and an eye patch over his right eye. He clearly noticed Lily's presence but paid no mind, continuing to speak to Simon. "How are the preparations for the promotion coming along?" "I've been working on it constantly. It shouldn't take much longer," Simon replied, head bowed slightly. "Simon, you should know that, given your qualifications, you wouldn't normally be eligible to join our House of Sages. It is only because your abilities happen to be what we need. Please don't let us down." "Please rest assured, I will have everything prepared within a month," Simon promised nervously. Good." The envoy took a sip of tea and then pressed, "How many people will your promotion preparations affect this time?" Simon paused slightly. "What? Did you think we wouldn't know?" The envoy raised an eyebrow. "Of course not. It involves about 30,000 people. They will all die for the mission of the House of Sages. It could be said they are dying for a worthy cause." The visitor shook his head and said, "Killing is just killing, that is the fact. We don't need to beautify it. Just accept it." Simon fell into a brief silence. The envoy leaned back and the leather chair creaked. He continued, "However, this will be your final time killing. Once as you enter the House of Sages, your life path will take a different route." "Then what will I do after that?" "Still writing stories, but not horror stories anymore. Instead, those that can provide guidance for people's lives, such as the ship of Theseus or Sisyphus." The envoy's tone was dismissive. "Your abilities can be used to construct experimental grounds, to customize laws, and to let people survive in specific scenarios, thereby verifying our viewpoints. You are our bridge to practice. We will provide ideological guidance for the direction of human civilization, and you will become a writer forever remembered by the world." Simon listened in a daze, his eyes filled with anticipation and longing. He immediately declared, "I will do everything in my power." The envoy nodded. "Then let's leave it at that for today. I look forward to your good news." He stood up, left the room, nodded at Lily standing outside, and then calmly walked away.
After the envoy left, Simon still hadn't recovered from the excitement. He grabbed Lily's shoulders, his face flush with agitation. "Lily, did you hear that? I am going to be a writer who goes down in history." Lily squeezed out a smile. "Actually, I have believed in your talent from the very beginning." Simon still couldn't calm down. He paced back and forth in the room, then suddenly turned around and asked, "How are things going? Is the destruction plan for the 7 locations proceeding smoothly?" Lily hesitated slightly, then answered carefully. "The story progression in 6 of the locations has already exceeded 40%. The situation is completely under our control. But there is only one place where it is very difficult to push forward." Simon was slightly stunned, looking a bit surprised. "Where?" "Satellite Town." Simon's brows furrowed instantly. Now, when he heard the name Satellite Town, he didn't think of that Victoria town where a satellite had crashed, but rather that mysterious transcendent named Shaolin. He said, "I lacked the talent to be a writer," but he was wrong. "I will go down in history, and all of humanity will remember me." Simon's expression grew serious. After a moment, he said, "We have a wager with Satellite Town, so we won't write an ending for their story." "That is correct," Lily nodded. "But the wager didn't forbid us from guiding the story's development." He looked at Lily with fervent eyes. "Lily, I want you to intervene in the story and then destroy them." Lily recalled her recent brush with death and shuddered gently. She hadn't told Simon about that previous intervention. She had intended to kill Shaolin and surprise Simon, but she hadn't expected to be the one killed instead. "What is it?" Simon asked softly, feeling a bit confused by her reaction. "Nothing, I will do as you command," Lily replied respectfully. Since Shaolin wasn't easy to deal with, she just wouldn't deal with him. She only needed to guide Satellite Town to its destruction. Shaolin was all alone and couldn't stop it. Satellite Town Temporary Infirmary. Yanjie was lying on a medical cot. Although he was severely injured, fortunately he hadn't been infected, and after his wounds were dressed, he fell into a deep sleep. A doctor, having heard that Shaolin had also been injured, insisted firmly on giving Shaolin a checkup. Shaolin couldn't refuse him and had no choice but to agree. Half an hour later, the doctor was crouching in a corner with his head in his hands, muttering to himself, "Medicine doesn't exist anymore. Biology doesn't exist either. Everything has just gone to hell." He couldn't comprehend Shaolin's physiological structure, because Shaolin didn't have any such thing as a structure. Shaolin could only pat the doctor's back to comfort him. "It's all there, it just happens to be missing today. Calm down." Having finally calmed the doctor, he left the infirmary. Just as he stepped outside, he saw the members of the law enforcement team forming a wall of people. Before Shaolin could react, Qi Jianyuan suddenly shouted, "Salute to Mr. Shaolin." Shaolin was startled by the roar, and then the members of the law enforcement team bowed to him at a 90-degree angle. At that moment, Shaolin felt that he shouldn't be standing here, but rather framed and hung on a wall. He pressed his chest and took 2 steps back. Why do I feel like I'm about to die? Qi Jianyuan was slightly alarmed and quickly stepped forward to support Xiaolin, looking incredibly flustered. Mr. Xiaolin, are you okay? Don't tell me your infection is acting up? No, it's just that I'm being embarrassed to death by you all. I'm suffering a social death. Xiaolin's face twisted. Qi Jianyuan. He scratched his head. Actually, we just wanted to thank you for saving our captain. All right, I've received your thanks. Now hurry and disperse, Xiaolin said with difficulty, before stumbling away while leaning against the wall. Qi Jianyuan didn't follow him, but instead watched Xiaolin leave with a helpless expression, then turned to the others and said, "See? I told you not to make such a big scene. Now we've annoyed him, haven't we?" Everyone looked at each other. Xiaolin walked around a corner and suddenly stopped. In this narrow and quiet stairwell, a slightly plump man was leaning against the wall alone, completely out of place with the bustling noise just a wall away. Yin Qi, the grain merchant representative from Tianhong Grains. He seemed to be pondering something until he looked up and saw Xiaolin. The two stared at each other for a while, and Yin Qi said slowly, "I still miscalculated. I didn't think you could actually save Yan Jie from that desperate situation. I just happened to have the ability to do so," Xiaolin responded indifferently. He didn't actually think that Yan Jie being trapped was Yin Qi's responsibility, so his response was fairly friendly. But Yin Qi grew slightly angry. "Now they all hate me, all because of you. It's possible I won't be able to stay here anymore. So you're here to blame me?" Xiaolin found it somewhat amusing. Yin Qi became even more annoyed. "Do you think I really wanted Yan Jie to die? At the time, I just thought he was truly beyond saving. I didn't want those idiots in the law enforcement team to think there was still hope, only to go and throw their lives away one by one, and in the end, mess everything up." He raised his hands in frustration, but then put them down helplessly. "I just wasn't as capable as you. I chose the optimal solution. Is that my fault?" Before the two could finish their conversation, footsteps approached. It was Lan Shiyu. Upon seeing Lan Shiyu, Yin Qi swallowed the rest of his words. "Mr. Yin Qi, I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Xiaolin," Lan Shiyu said flatly. Yin Qi let out an unpleasant huff from his nose and strode away. Lan Shiyu looked at his back and said, "He's had some friction with the law enforcement team, so his mood probably isn't great. Don't take his words to heart." "I know, I don't mind," Xiaolin replied. "But as for you, you were a bit too impulsive during the rescue mission today." Lan Shiyu didn't express any regret. He shook his head. "Actually, I had my own considerations, but that special individual is dangerous, so no matter how you look at it, eliminating it was necessary." Saying this, he paused for a moment. However, during the fight with it, something quite interesting happened. Something interesting. Yes, it said it could kill me in an instant, but it couldn't kill me. Besides that, it seems to identify as female. Xiaolin stopped walking. He suddenly thought of the girl who accompanied Simon, Lily. Although it remained debatable whether this counted as breaking the wager, one way or another, it seemed Simon had still intervened in this story. "I just hope that guy is the only one. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem for us," Lan Shiyu said with some concern. Xiaolin began to ponder. If she had the ability to intervene in the story, why wouldn't she just kill all the Tumor tribe members and let the Lord of the Frenzied Feast descend directly? After thinking for a moment, he said, "Mayor Lan, did it mention anything else worth noting? For instance, the reason it didn't kill you?" "It did. It said something about a critical turning point." Night fell rapidly upon Satellite Town, as if the small town had vanished into the curtain of rain. The tumor beings wandered the streets aimlessly, oblivious to the rainwater streaming down their soaked, filthy clothes. Lily intervened in the story once more. She transformed into an ordinary tumor being, gazing silently toward the church district. Due to the limitations of her abilities, she could not directly attack the townspeople, nor could she drastically alter the current trajectory of the plot. But she had already thought of a way that was impossible to stop. After tonight, Satellite Town would no longer be able to resist the torrent of destiny. Dong 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 dong. A deep, resounding bell echoed throughout Satellite Town, marking the end of another day and the reset of her ability to a usable state. "Let's call this chapter something. Let's call it the Night of Betrayal," she whispered. At the same time, Yin Qi lay in a cramped room shared with over a dozen others, curled up under a blanket that wasn't quite warm enough, falling into a deep sleep. At some point, the huge, magnificent sound of a bell began to ring in his mind. He opened his eyes and cursed. "What the hell is that? Can a guy get any sleep?" But immediately after, he realized he was no longer in that crowded room. The place was incredibly vast, with floors paved in rough, 1-meter square stone slabs that stretched beyond his sight. 2 rows of massive columns stood tall, with roaring flames burning at their summits. It was like an ancient temple. "What the hell kind of place is this?" Yin Qi grumbled as he climbed to his feet, only then noticing a person standing before him. It was a figure draped in a white cloak with a white hood, standing perfectly still not far away, her face obscured from view. Yin Qi frowned slightly. Who are you? Stop playing these goddamn games. This is a dream, right? Can't you tell who I am? The person was a woman, her voice melodious yet tinged with a hint of disdain. Only then did Yin Qi notice the pattern on her hem, the quill of Simon. His heart skipped a beat and he panicked instantly. Are you one of Simon's people? The stranger didn't answer the question directly, continuing in a calm tone. Let's get straight to the point. Satellite Town is doomed and you are all going to die. But right now, Mr. Simon is willing to offer you a way out. The woman paused. As long as you provide us with a little help. Yin Qi was stunned for a moment before he realized. You want me to betray Satellite Town and act as your spy? Betrayal? The messenger chuckled. Do you really think they treat you as one of their own? Have you already forgotten what happened today? You have excellent judgment and a grasp of the big picture, and you have leadership potential, yet they follow the lead of a clown. Do you really intend to die alongside people like that? Yin Qi's breath hitched as scenes from the day flashed rapidly through his mind. After the rescue, he had clashed with several young members of the law enforcement team who accused him of wanting to get Yan Jie killed and even tried to fight him, though they were stopped in time by Lin Nianian. But he knew he was right, and he wouldn't be wrong in the future. What do you want me to do? Yin Qi asked, his voice somewhat raspy. Help us break the invisible rain. You can hide in a place I designate, and the tumor beings will not attack you. How? Yin Qi pressed. The method is simple. Just let Bai Xiaoyun get infected. As for the specifics, you haven't given me your decision yet. My decision? Yin Qi laughed darkly, raising his hand to give her a fierce middle finger. My decision is to tell you all to go to hell. There may be a few scumbags among them, but I haven't forgotten that you motherfuckers are the root cause of it all. The suffering I've endured was brought on by you, and now you have the nerve to ask me for help. Scum, bitch, go to hell. His words were biting and merciless, but the stranger simply stood there listening quietly, showing no sign of anger. Only after Yin Qi finished, panting from his outburst, did she speak slowly. In that case, perhaps others will be willing to help me. Suddenly, figure after figure appeared around Yin Qi, 400 or 500 people in total. Each of their faces was obscured by some force, and their voices were distorted. But Yin Qi knew these people must all be from Satellite Town. Then, the messenger spoke slowly. I have already spoken to each of you individually. Now it is time for you to decide. Mr. Simon only needs 20 people. Only these 20 will survive. Everyone else will die. Her tone was cold and haughty. Those willing to help Mr. Simon may come to my side. Stop playing these games. You think we'd believe you? Yin Qi shouted. He expected a response, but the crowd remained silent, his own voice echoing in the empty air. Yin Qi suddenly felt uneasy. He looked at the crowd, where someone asked in a trembling voice, If I help you, will I survive? Yes, the messenger said. Yin Qi quickly interjected. You idiots, can't you see she's lying? Besides, we have 2 transcendents. Why are we afraid of them? But Simon is one of the top transcendents in the entire red zone. We don't stand a chance. The person slowly walked toward the messenger and said, I'm sorry, I just want to live. The messenger did not reply, only raising her head slightly to say 19 more needed. Everyone looked at one another. After a moment of silence, more people began to walk toward the messenger. Have you all lost your minds? The entire Satellite Town enforcement team risks their lives for you, and you're going to betray them? Yin Qi shouted in a frenzied manner. But his words were meaningless, and soon others stepped out of the crowd to stand by the messenger's side. And as the number decreased, the frequency of betrayal accelerated. 18, the messenger said. 17, 16, 11, 10, 9, 8. The crowd began to grow restless, and even Yin Qi started to feel nervous. He could feel his heart pounding wildly. Was his choice wrong? Was joining them truly the only chance of survival? The slots were running out. If he didn't seize the chance now, would he really be doomed?
7, 6, 5. The numbers were getting smaller, and the remaining spots were dwindling. The fear of death and the primal instinct to survive turned the crowd increasingly chaotic. In fact, even Yin Qi was wavering. His mind was a mess, and he couldn't stop swallowing as he subconsciously shuffled toward the front of the crowd. The messenger seemed to notice his movement and suddenly let out a scornful laugh. Go on, grab one. If you don't fight for it now, you won't have another chance at survival. For some reason, an unnamable fury surged up within him. Yin Qi gritted his teeth and cursed, "Fuck you!" But while he could restrain himself, he couldn't stop the others. The moment he finished speaking, people had already begun scrambling for the remaining spots. The last few places were filled in an instant. The 20th spot was clearly mine. He pushed me aside. Someone shouted, starting an argument. Can you add a few more spots? Please, I beg you. I'm very capable. I can help you. I can make a huge contribution. The crowd had reached a state of near total hysteria. Yin Qi suddenly flew into a rage, gritting his teeth as he spat, "A bunch of losers! Do you really think I don't recognize you all?" Just wait. I will hunt down every single one of you. By tomorrow morning, I will hand all your names over to Shaolin and you are all dead." As soon as he finished, the scene fell deathly silent. Until the messenger's voice rang out again. "Shaolin? In Mr. Simon's eyes, he's not even worth a rat, and besides—" A playful glint flashed beneath the hood. "Do you really think you'll survive the night, Mr. Yin Chi?" Yin Chi's mind felt like it had been blown apart. The other party had exposed his true identity. He knew exactly what that meant. It meant that in a little while, someone might sneak into his room and slit his throat. "You pieces of trash, even if I die I will never be a traitor," Yin Chi gritted out. "Is that so? Well then," the woman's smile deepened. "Let's add one more spot. Whoever kills Yin Chi will take that place." Almost every eye turned toward Yin Chi, making him feel as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. He wouldn't survive this. It wasn't just these traitors. Anyone who hoped to survive might try to kill him. Yin Chi stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. For some reason, the crowd had moved away from him. The hostile glares flickering through the group finally filled him with true terror. He wanted to hurl a few more insults, but he had lost his nerve. His heart was pounding. "We can't do this. We can't betray them," Yin Chi said, but there was no response. Just then, someone gently patted his shoulder and whispered to him, "Don't worry, you'll be fine. I will ensure your safety." Yin Chi startled and turned to look at the man. He couldn't make out his face, but he felt a sense of familiarity. He too was someone pulled into this dream, yet he appeared calm and unruffled. "Who are you?" Yin Chi asked instinctively. "Didn't we meet earlier today?" The man's gaze swept over the crowd. "I am Shaolin." As he spoke these 4 words, all sound vanished into dead silence, and those 20 people began to tremble in fear. Simon was 1,000 miles away, but Shaolin was right here with them, capable of killing them at any moment. Until the messenger said coolly, "Don't worry, this is a dreamscape constructed by Mr. Simon. There's nothing he can do to you. He can't tell who you are, nor can he hurt you. He can only stand there and watch." Shaolin chuckled. "So Miss Lily, how was the experience of dying earlier today? Was it enjoyable?" Lily stiffened instantly, shocked by being recognized, while the fear of being crushed was reawakened. She clenched her fists, then slowly relaxed them, sneering, "What use is a war of words? You're already finished. Tomorrow, these traitors will dismantle the satellite town's defenses. When that happens, you'll only be able to watch, unable to do a thing, left to wait for death." Shaolin looked toward the group standing behind Lily. "Betrayal? They aren't betraying anyone. They just happen to be standing there." Shaolin suddenly announced loudly, "Does anyone here actually intend to betray Satellite Town, or are you just doing this out of fear?" The 20 people remained silent, not a word from anyone, while Lily found herself catching her breath. Shaolin looked at her calmly. "Lily, they aren't betraying Satellite Town. They are just terrified of you. This is human weakness and the instinct for survival, not a matter of their convictions. So what? They'll still do exactly what I tell them. For now, yes, but once I prove to them that you are actually nothing, they won't be afraid anymore." Lily replied with disdain, "So how do you intend to prove that?" "The method is simple. I will do something you think I can't." Shaolin raised his gaze, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "I will kill you again in front of them." Lily finally looked up, revealing a sharp, fierce expression. She sneered, "I remember saying this just a moment ago. This is the dreamscape constructed by Mr. Simon. Acting against me here is just asking for humiliation." She slowly spread her arms, and the surroundings began to darken. A massive quill mark, exclusive to Simon, appeared in the sky, followed by blood surging out like a tidal wave. From within the waterfall of blood, a colossal entity slowly crawled out of the mark. It was a blood-red monster, its pale skin drenched in gore. Although it looked extremely ferocious, its body was in a meditative posture, eyes closed like a holy monk. The Lord of the Blood Abyss, Shaolin had read about this in Simon's Blood Abyss. It was the puppet master and the source of the calamity, the most powerful existence in the entire book. When it opened its eyes, everyone who met its gaze would fall into the deepest, most hopeless hallucinations. "It seems that within the dream Simon built, you can control all of Simon's creations. Is that right?" Shaolin laughed. "You don't deserve the answer." Shaolin looked at the giant monster and suddenly began to laugh for no apparent reason. Dreamscapes! He had been playing with those 200 years ago. Dreamscapes were the origin of his transcendence. Seeing Lily make such a grand display, he truly found it amusing. "Lily, I have to correct a mistake. This isn't actually Simon's dreamscape, it's mine." He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The space shattered and the boundless, magnificent scene vanished abruptly, along with the creatures Lily had summoned and the blood. They were now standing in a spacious white room, the white cold light from the ceiling illuminating the room brightly. This was Xiaolin's dreamscape, the Tianyan Research Institute. Xiaolin had realized more than 10 minutes ago that something was interfering with his dream. Only later did he discover that Lily had dragged everyone who was asleep into her own dream. And because his own sleep schedule was so regular, he had been affected as well. Consequently, his dream clashed with Lily's, and he ended up consuming hers. Unfortunately, Lily was not the true master of the dream, so she remained completely oblivious to this change. It was only when she looked at the cold white walls all around her that she suddenly realized with a jolt. "Wake up," she whispered to herself, but after trying several times in a row, there was still no reaction at all. "It is useless, stop trying," Xiaolin said with a calm tone. Lily stared at him fiercely, her arms trembling slightly. Suddenly, she pulled out a dagger from her waist and stabbed it toward her own throat without hesitation. But Xiaolin had been prepared. Before Lily could strike, the dagger had already vanished, and then a tremendous force pressed her heavily down onto the floor. Xiaolin's tone remained calm. "I told you I am in charge here now, including your life and death." Lily struggled for a moment, then laughed in spite of her extreme rage. "So what? What can you do? You don't know my ability, and you can't stop me. Even if you kill me 100 times in this dream, I won't truly die. By tomorrow, all of you will be dead, and no one will be able to escape." Her mocking voice was extremely jarring, yet it made everyone present catch their breath. At the very least, she was right about one thing. Killing her in the dream would only make her wake up in the real world, which wouldn't help their predicament in the slightest. She even looked nonchalantly at the traders, stating without reservation, "My offer still stands. If you want to survive, cooperate with us." Xiaolin, however, completely ignored Lily's posturing. He looked toward the door and asked, "Professor, what do you think?" That plain alloy door opened from the outside, and Yu Taizhou walked in slowly, his eyes lowered and lost in thought. After pondering for a while, he walked over to Lily and looked down at her. "I have a few questions for you." Lily sneered dismissively. "Why would you think I would answer you?" Yu Taizhou did not answer, but instead gripped her chin, forcing her to look at him. "The first question, your ability should be called Ignition, correct? Its function is to guide the development of a story and trigger major turning points, is that right?" Suddenly, the disdain on Lily's face vanished. Her pupils contracted slightly, and shock mixed with fear exploded in her heart. She had always regarded her ability as her biggest secret, and aside from Simon and herself, no one knew about it. But Yu Taizhou had blurted it out, even guessing the name correctly. It seems that is correct." Yu Taizhou observed her pupil reaction. "This ability has many limitations, including that it cannot be used continuously, it cannot contradict logic, it must fit the story's development, and you cannot have two major events occur in the same turning point, right?" He guessed correctly again. Panic began to turn into terror. After you die in a story, your body remains unharmed, and you can still re-enter the story. You view this as your ultimate trump card, don't you? Yu Taizhou paused for only a few seconds, then said, "Well, it seems I guessed correctly once more." Lily suddenly became somewhat hysterical. "Even if you guessed right, so what? What Mr. Simon bestowed upon me is not something you can contend with. Tomorrow, all of you will die." Yu Taizhou shook his head gently and stroked Lily's cheek. "Poor girl, you won't live to see tomorrow." Lily was startled. For some reason, the pity in this old man's eyes made her feel exceptionally afraid. "What do you mean? Do you really think we have no way to kill you?" Yu Taizhou countered. Lily froze, then suddenly grew manic again. "Impossible, this is impossible, you can't kill me." Yu Taizhou straightened up and looked at Xiaolin. "Xiaolin, my deductions were all correct, you can take care of her now." Leaving those words behind, Yu Taizhou turned and walked out of the room. Xiaolin crossed paths with Yu Taizhou. A dagger appeared in his hand, which he then stabbed into his own forehead, carving out a deep bleeding hole. The wisdom demon was summoned and began to head toward their location. This was his first time summoning the wisdom demon within a dream. Yu Taizhou said it was theoretically feasible, much like how he could bring outside objects into a dream. It was just that he had to bear the dual burden of manipulating both the wisdom demon and the research facility. A withered hand reached out from the bloody hole as the wisdom demon slowly descended into the dream, shocking the residents of Satellite Town. Lily felt an intense wave of terror. She said in a panicked tone, "Wait, don't! Mr. Simon, save me!" But the next moment, her mind began to fracture. She stopped speaking and simply knelt there blankly, her eyes gradually losing all emotion. The wisdom demon walked toward her slowly, pages of books fluttering from its head, and a massive amount of black text instantly engulfed her completely. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the Red Holy City, Lily's body sat blankly in a pitch-black room. Her fingers trembled slightly, and then she began to lose her hair. Her gendered characteristics began to fade, and dense characters and symbols started to emerge on her body, quickly covering her entirely. She began to thinking without a single moment of rest. The last remaining shred of reason deep within her tried to stop it all from happening, but it couldn't. She couldn't even let out a desperate scream. She just sat there quietly. Xiao Lin pushed the door open and walked out. Yue Taizhou was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Done? Done. But I'm not sure if there's anyone on their side who can break through mental corruption, Xiao Lin replied. Don't bother thinking about that. There's no point in considering it anyway, Yue Taizhou said with a detached perspective. Xiao Lin nodded. Actually, I was worried about something just now. Worried I might soften up and have you let her go? Yue Taizhou raised an eyebrow. No, you could even guess that? Yue Taizhou didn't answer, but patted Xiao Lin's shoulder. Xiao Lin, ensuring your own survival is the top priority. Even if it requires inhumane methods, we will do whatever it takes. Xiao Lin was stunned for a few seconds, then let out a wry laugh. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier. You are much more ruthless than me, Professor. Yue Taizhou then gave him a big eye roll. By the way, Professor, how exactly did you guess her ability? Guess? It was written all over her face. You just have to stand from the reader's perspective and think about what you experienced yesterday, the professor said nonchalantly. The moment she attacked you yesterday was a classic dramatic moment. At that instant, she possessed absolute lethal power, but later during the fight with Lan Shiyu, that power vanished. It was the same tonight. She was pushing for a dramatic betrayal, trying to drive the story forward. So her power is to trigger turning points, such as the deaths of important characters or sudden reversals. Academically speaking, that is called an ignition. Impressive, Xiao Lin praised sincerely, though it's a pity she's already dead, so it seems knowing this is useless now. Yue Taizhou shook his head. No, it's still very useful. For example, why does Simon need a living ignition to help him push the story along? Perhaps we can use that to reverse engineer his weaknesses.
Thump, 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 thump. The dull sounds of impact echoed through the cramped room. Simon stood in the doorway, watching Lily. Lily was crouched beside the coffee table, mechanically slamming her head against one of its corners. Blood flowed slowly across the table. Her forehead was a mangled mess of flesh, with a deep indentation where the impact was constant and sickening. Lily was muttering to herself, repeating the same phrase over and over, "Mr. Simon, save me." But Simon was standing right there, and yet she looked right through him. This is a severe form of mental corruption. It acts quickly and is incredibly lethal, designed to completely shatter the subject's psyche. The envoy from the House of Sages standing next to Simon remarked. It is rarely used by humans. She was likely attacked by some kind of malign entity. A flash of anger crossed Simon's eyes as he asked in a low voice, "Is there any way to cure her? Her somatization is severe. It looks like she has been exposed to the mental corruption for over 10 minutes, which is quite rare. While she can be saved, the cost will be significant." "No matter the cost, I must save her," Simon said. "Then I must warn you, even if we succeed, the physical deformities from her condition will be permanent." Simon stiffened slightly. Looking at Lily's ugly, horrifying appearance, his anger quickly turned to disgust. Although he still couldn't bear to see Lily like this, he also couldn't imagine having such an ugly thing as his agent. He felt torn for a moment, not knowing what to say, until the envoy cast a side glance at him and said, "Mr. Simon, you should keep your focus on the affairs of the House of Sages. We can discuss this matter later." Simon finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Understood, thank you for the reminder, envoy. However, the fact that Miss Lily was attacked means there's trouble in Satellite Town again. Mr. Simon, are you certain that things are still under your control?" Simon's face paled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Rest assured, the story in Satellite Town is the most dangerous one I have ever created, and the 7th day happens to be the climax of the story. Very well, go attend to your own affairs. I will investigate what exactly happened to her," the envoy said, looking at Lily. "You do not mind if I damage her a little, do you?" Simon wanted to say something, but in the end he just shook his head and said, "Not at all, please proceed, envoy." The envoy walked into the room, closed the door, and flipped the light switch. The room immediately brightened, revealing a cozy interior. It was laid with soft rugs and decorated with aromatherapy candles on the table, along with a photo of Simon looking up at the sky while standing among a crowd. Lily did not react at all to the change in lighting. continuing her mechanical headbanging until the envoy reached out to steady her forehead. She raised her head and stared at him blankly. The envoy sighed softly, gently caressed Lily's eye socket, and whispered an obscure incantation. Lily's pupil began to twitch. 4 tiny, sharp legs sprouted from the white of her eye, bracing against the socket as her eyeballs slowly stood up. The little insect-like thing scurried along the envoy's arm and onto his shoulder. The envoy removed his eye patch to reveal a pitch-black socket, and the legged eyeball crawled right into it. "Come now, let's see exactly what you saw yesterday." The eyeball vibrated rapidly within his socket, and images flashed before his eyes. These were the things Lily had encountered in her dreams the night before. Seeing what Lily had done, he suddenly chuckled. "Poor girl, you are truly not worth any pity at all." Then came the appearance of Xiao Lin, who began to take control of the situation and easily consumed the dreamscape Lily had constructed. It looks like this Transcendent was the one who turned Lily into this. The Transcendent ability seems to be related to the mind, so her symptoms of mental corruption are not surprising. The envoy, losing interest, prepared to end the investigation. But at that moment, the metal door in the footage opened. As he looked at the person walking in, his pupils dilated sharply, as if a bomb had detonated deep within his mind. He recognized this person. Yue Taizhou, the pioneer and founder of the Transcendent World, who was believed to have died before the pre-Transcendent era, allegedly murdered by the current Lord of Justice City. Very few people knew this name, and over half of those did not even believe he existed, because it was rumored that he possessed the technology to turn ordinary people into transcendents. Others said he knew the whereabouts of Transcendent Zero, the first transcendent in the world, the true pioneer. The envoy abruptly stood up and threw open the door. Simon was sitting right outside. The envoy looked at him and said sternly, "I am taking this woman." Simon hadn't processed it yet and asked instinctively, "But why?" The envoy replied coldly, "I am not asking you, this is an order." Simon paused for a long while before finally saying, "Very well, I understand." He suddenly felt that, compared to him, the House of Sages seemed to value the corrupted Lily more, though he had no idea why. The envoy went to great lengths to bring Lily to his temporary residence in Red River City. He locked her in a cage, but Lily was entirely indifferent to her situation. After wandering aimlessly for a while, she resumed her repetitive headbanging. However, the envoy was too busy to pay her any mind. He paced back and forth, thinking about how to report this to the House of Sages as quickly as possible. Use the internet? That should be the fastest method. No, that won't do. The internet is an asset of Wisdom City, and they have always been extremely interested in Yue Taizhou. There are even rumors that they participated in his murder. If they discovered this information related to Yue Taizhou, they would likely interfere. Although the House of Sages uses encrypted communication, there are vast amounts of their digital records on the internet, and the possibility of them being decrypted cannot be ruled out. The safest way is to write a letter, and considering the possibility of it being intercepted, he cannot be too detailed. In the end, he only wrote a few words, found a clue regarding the research subject Yue, meet up as soon as possible. Afterward, he handed the letter to a servant and said, "Deliver this to the contact station immediately. The faster, the better." Watching the servant leave, the envoy let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he looked back at Lily, who was still in the corner, repeating her mechanical movements. He had one more important thing to verify next. He had to determine whether that dream belonged to Yue Taizhou or Xiao Lin. Both had independent self-awareness in the dream and acted like real, living people. If the dream belonged to Yue Taizhou, they could investigate in secret until they found his location. If it were Xiao Lin, then he must know Yue Taizhou's whereabouts, and the House of Sages had many ways to make him talk. In any case, the most crucial thing now is to infiltrate that dream. Dreams have always been a field of great interest to transcendents. Their nature is similar to a mental internet but far more localized. They construct stable dreams to serve as their palaces of thought, secret parlors, and meditation chambers, while some are still exploring how to break the boundaries between dreams and reality. Now that Lily has visited the dream where Yue Taizhou appeared, her brain can serve as a conduit to re-enter that dream. The emissary straps Lily to the operating table in the basement and retrieves a scalpel and a medical drill from the wall. He uses the scalpel to scrape away the rotting flesh from Lily's forehead, exposing the white bone underneath, and then picks up the medical drill to carefully bore a thumb-sized hole into her skull. He then removes his eye patch, revealing empty eye sockets. With a squelching, writhing sound, red and white fluid flows out, followed by a tentacle slowly extending from his socket. He leans his face close to Lily's, and the tentacle slithers into the hole in her skull. Their consciousnesses fuse together. In that instant, the emissary finally understands Lily's plight. Her mind is filled with chaotic, disorganized information, trapping her in a state of unending, profound contemplation. She still has conscious reactions, but those reactions are no longer enough to save her. However, this information is meaningless to the emissary and causes him no harm, so he simply leans against the edge of the operating table, closes his eyes, and drifts into a slow sleep. When he opens his eyes again, he is standing in a corridor, with people brushing past him and a constant buzz of chatter lingering in the air. The emissary is shocked. He has never seen a dream so close to reality, and there are so many people moving about as freely as if they were truly alive. However, these people seem unable to see him, just busy with their own affairs. Walking out of rooms, entering rooms, or talking to each other. He walks down the corridor for about 20 meters and spots Yue Taizhou working through the crack in the door of a semi-open office. He is really here, the pioneer of the transcendent world, the trailblazer sought by countless scholars, the man who was once closest to saving the world. The emissary's breathing quickens. He stares blankly at the man, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. They will find Yue Taizhou and obtain his knowledge, his techniques, and perhaps even his brain. Yue Taizhou's brain could likely be used to create many unimaginable things, enough for their house of sages to change the world. Just then, a melodious voice sounds from behind him. Do you know? I also love watching him work. Every time I see him focused on his tasks, I feel as if there is still hope, as if one day we could return to how things used to be. The emissary is stunned for a moment, then gripped by a sudden terror. He turns around and sees the person behind him, as if confronted by something deeply horrific. His pupils dilate as he collapses to the floor, screaming in panic. How can this be? How is it you? You are supposed to be dead. Xiao Ningyu, in a white dress with a slightly distant look in her eyes, appears calm and gentle. Actually, I am not sure either. Maybe it is because he could never forget the coffee I made, so here I am. The emissary doesn't hear a word she says. His mind is in such chaos he can barely think. He knows her, one of the bloodiest and craziest transcendents from the time of the Third World War. Every place she destroyed became a sea of corpses with not even a single intact body left behind. And she has been declared dead for a long time, killed by the Lord of Justice City. Why? What is going on here? The ghosts of the last era are wandering everywhere. I am so sorry, you have found the secret garden I am most fond of, so I must put you to death. Xiao Ningyu does not look at him, but gazes at the bustling hallway with a tone of regret. No, that is impossible. You have no way to influence the real world anymore. You are dead. Long dead, the emissary says through gritted teeth. Deceiving yourself will not solve the problem. When you return to the real world, you will die, Zhao Ningyo says gently. The emissary's expression shifts drastically as he quickly changes his tune. I can keep your secret as if this place never existed. If I die, my colleagues will definitely come looking for you. Hearing this, Zhao Ningyu finally looks at him and breaks into a radiant smile. That would be wonderful. I haven't killed anyone in so long. I am about to burst. And do you know? I actually played a little trick on this dream. Anyone who observes it will find a reason to enter it against their better judgment. Then I can locate them in the real world and take care of them. In other words, this is a trap itself, so the more of you there are, the better. The emissary goes pale, as if plunged into an ice cave. With the overall strength of the House of Sages, it is impossible for anyone to defeat her. All right, you may go now. After you return to reality, try your best to stay alive, Xiao Ningyo says with a smile. The emissary exits the dream without hesitation and returns to the real world. He snaps his eyes open, tears the tentacle connecting him to Lily from his body, grabs his eye patch and sprints out of the room. Even though he doesn't know where to flee, he knows he must run. He rushes up from the basement and bolts, knocking over several attendants in his path. Plates and glass shatter, and the servants scream as they scramble to get out of his way. Bang! He bursts through the front door. Outside is a fairly wide street. Although the sun is hidden in Red River City today, the weather is decent. He takes a step forward, then misses his footing. His legs do not touch the ground. The ground seems to have drifted away from him. What follows is a sharp pain in his neck and a feeling of suffocation as something wraps around his throat and lifts him into the air. He does not lose his cool. His body rapidly disassembles like a puppet. His arms and legs detach, his abdomen opens like a door, and the internal organs crammed inside start growing legs. Run, any part that can escape, the emissary whispers. Those organs scurry away like spiderlings that have lost their mother, but in the next instant, they are all suspended in midair by some invisible force. At this moment, he looks bizarre, with his body torn apart and his internal organs dangling everywhere, resembling a puppet that has yet to be assembled. Do you really mean not to give me any way out? I promise I won't say a word, I swear. Spare me, he shouts at the sky. But no sooner are the words out than he is yanked violently into the depths of the sky. The servants inside and passers-by outside all witness this eerie scene, but by the time they step out to look, the emissary has already vanished into the dark red sky. Then, a drizzling rain falls, accompanied by all sorts of debris, fragments of organs and bones raining down from the heavens. 10 seconds later, a heavy object falls from the sky and slams into the ground. It is the emissary. His body is twisted like a rag, and blood flows from his pores as if forced out by an invisible pressure. He is dead.
It was not until the next morning that the other two members of the House of Sages rushed over. One of them was in his 30s, tall and thin, wearing a white suit and carrying a cane, looking elegant and handsome. The other man also wore a black suit, stood a head shorter, had dark pitted skin, wore small round glasses, and sported a thick beard. The attendants stood to the side cautiously, all keeping their heads bowed in silence. They knew the names of these two men. The former was the pianist, and the latter was the captain. The envoy's corpse lay on the operating table with his internal organs neatly arranged beside his body. The pianist poked at the organs with his cane and said, "One is missing. His brain has been taken." The culprit knew what he had discovered. I heard the whole process took place within a minute. The adversary is very strong and ruthless, the captain remarked from the side. The pianist retracted his cane, wiped the blood off it with a handkerchief, and fell into deep thought. The strange thing is, wasn't he here to recruit Simon? Why would he get involved with Yue Taizhou? The captain shrugged, indicating he had no idea. Do you think it could be the work of Wisdom City? There are rumors that Yue Taizhou has always been under their control. The captain let out a scoff. If Yue Taizhou were truly in the pocket of Wisdom City, he wouldn't have contacted us. That information is worthless. Fair point. The pianist sighed, a flash of pity appearing in his eyes as he looked at the body. So, what now? How do we handle this? The captain pressed his temples, thought for a moment, and said, "Act as if that letter never existed and focus on handling Simon's situation. If this truly involves an early-stage transcendent, all the transcendents in the House of Sages combined wouldn't stand a chance." Just then, a noise came from the side room. The pianist raised his cane, and the door flew off its hinges with a bang, crashing heavily into the room. That was when they saw Lily in the room. She was squatting there, vacant-eyed, with one eye socket empty and a large hole in her forehead, looking incredibly eerie. The pianist looked uncomfortable, turned around, and asked the servants, "Who is she?" "She was brought here by our master yesterday during the day. She seems to be Mr. Simon's agent," the butler replied with a bow. They were all unified under the House of Sages and were trained to respect every member of the organization. The captain walked over, took her hand, and examined her eyes. "She's still conscious, but the optimal window for rescue has passed." He then touched her forehead and frowned slightly. "She has been interfaced. When was the surgery performed?" "Yesterday at noon. It seems the master was attacked right after the surgery was completed," the butler answered. The pianist and the captain exchanged a look, both realizing that the clue regarding Yue Taizhou was likely hidden within the brain of this biological entity. "What do we do?" the pianist asked. The captain's expression was unreadable. After a while he said, "Send her back to Simon first and observe the situation. Once Simon finishes his task, find an excuse to bring her back to the House of Sages." "This thing makes me uncomfortable. Can we just take her brain? I can extract her brain and nervous system intact without affecting its utility, and it would be easier to transport." "That would be too inhumane," the captain said. "Heaven and earth are heartless, Captain, and so is philosophy. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it." It was Shaolin's third day here, or the fourth day since the story began. This was the calmest day of all, because Lily would never return. It was also Shaolin's busiest day, as he had gradually become the backbone of the satellite town. At 10 in the morning, Shaolin was handing over tasks to Lin Nianian, while Yin Qi paced around nearby. After pacing for 10 minutes, he suddenly strode over, stood still in front of Shaolin for a dozen seconds, and said, "About last night, you were amazing." Shaolin glanced at him. "Looks like you're too used to being the boss, and have forgotten how to thank people." Yin Qi felt a bit awkward, but it was true. His personality was consistently strong, he trusted his own judgment, and he rarely bowed to anyone. "But you were also impressive. You performed quite well last night." Yin Qi's face flushed slightly. Lin Nianian stared blankly at the two men, her small eyes filled with massive shock. These two men, what on earth happened last night? But then Yin Qi turned serious again. "Those bastards in the enforcement squad won't listen to a word, but I have something to tell you." "I'm part of the enforcement squad too, you know," Lin Nianian said, waving her pen. Shaolin pushed her head aside and said, "Go ahead, what is it?" Yin Qi's expression was grim. "Regarding the resource transport, Yanjie and I were supposed to move resources yesterday, but we were ambushed by the Heterotumor clan, so I suspect... No, I am absolutely certain that all our supply points are being monitored by them. They've made the commercial street their base. About that, Lin Nianian started to say, but Yin Qi held up a hand to stop her. Let me finish my point, then you can speak. Xiaolin nodded, signaling him to continue. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning sharp once more. It's difficult to move supplies right now, so the optimal solution is to cut off the food supply. Cut off the food supply? Lin Nianian gasped. Exactly. Plus, Simon's script's only 7 days long, and today is the 3rd. We prioritize food for combat personnel and give ordinary civilians the bare minimum. Yin Qi's tone was rational and cold. Xiaolin asked him, and what about you? I am also an ordinary civilian, Yin Qi said without hesitation. This guy is truly ruthless, whether toward others or himself. Xiaolin flipped through the documents in his hand and said, actually, it doesn't have to be that way. I've already sent the enforcement squad to retrieve the supplies. Yin Qi was stunned, his face flushing with anger, not expecting Xiaolin to make such a mistake, but then he quickly calmed down. Xiaolin is not the same kind of person as him, he is a transcendent. Do you have a way to retrieve the supplies safely? Yin Qi asked, knitting his brows. They've already left, and they should be back soon, Lin Nianian said with a mysterious air. She suddenly pointed out the window. Look, they're back! A 15-meter-long deep space eye drifted silently over the top of the buildings and appeared in their line of sight. Below the satellite was a huge cargo basket, actually an old pickup truck tied to the satellite with steel cables and hooks, filled with several enforcement squad members and a large amount of supplies. Yin Qi was completely dumbfounded. Is that how you use a satellite? Yin Qi knows what the aerial cargo route means for Satellite Town right now. With this route, they can minimize contact with the tumor tribes, and enemy ambushes will no longer pose a threat. They can easily secure supplies and leave before the tumor tribes even realize what is happening. Besides, the transport capacity is far greater than manual labor. They won't have to worry about supplies for the next few days at all. Anything else? Xiaolin asked Yin Qi. Only then did Yin Qi snap back to reality. Still, another problem is defense. You don't need to worry about that either, Xiaolin said, patting him on the shoulder. You know what? Someone helped me analyze the characteristic data of the tumor tribes yesterday. We uploaded that data to the satellite, and with Mr. Bai's help, the Eye of Deep Space can now track the distribution and movements of the tumor tribes in real time. Xiaolin pulled out his phone and opened the satellite map. The map was covered with dense red dots, especially in the commercial district, where the numbers were massive. Lin Nianian chimed in. The way it works is this. If you are walking down the street and there happen to be a few tumor tribes nearby, the Eye of Deep Space will zoom right over you, so you will know not to move forward. The satellite will even guide you on a path to leave the area. In other words, you could even go for a walk now if you wanted to. Of course, we wouldn't recommend it. Yin Qi. Any other questions? Xiaolin picked up the documents Lin Nianian had prepared and got ready to head out. Yin Qi was somewhat at a loss. He suddenly realized that Xiaolin had seemingly solved all the difficulties they were facing in just one day. The betrayal, the food, the safety. And he solved them quickly and perfectly without sacrificing anyone. To him, this guy felt like a dimensionality strike. He held his breath for a long time before saying, No more questions. All right, then go get some rest. I have some other things to attend to. Xiaolin left Lin Nianian's office and turned to find Bai Xiaoyun. Bai Xiaoyun sat in a chair holding an umbrella. His gaze was still calm, but his complexion had deteriorated further. Xiaolin walked up to him and handed him a folded piece of paper. He opened it, revealing the names of 20 people written inside. Lin Nianian helped me compile this, and only the two of us know about it, Xiaolin said as he pulled up a chair and sat down not far from Bai Xiaoyun. Bai Xiaoyun silently finished reading the list and chuckled softly. There are indeed some people here I didn't expect. I won't ask how you plan to handle this. Let's wait until 3 days from now, Xiaolin said. Bai Xiaoyun folded the list, tucked it into his jacket, and looked at the curtain of rain. Today is already the 4th day, he remarked. That is correct. 3 days left, Xiaolin nodded. How was yesterday? Everything okay? Quiet as a lake. Nianian predicted 7 casualties, 2 of whom were our own, and the other 5 were tumor tribes near the church district. But my integrated defense and transport system is ready now, so we should be able to avoid further losses. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyun laughed. Who would have thought that someone in this world would use a satellite as a crane to haul cargo? You really are a business genius. Actually, I rarely use satellites for cargo. I usually just throw them like stones, Xiaolin joked. I have heard as much. I can only say your approach to combat is quite unconventional. Bai Xiaoyun was happy to banter with Xiaolin, and a bit of spirit returned to his pale face. Then he became serious again. But Mr. Xiaolin, there is one more thing I need to discuss with you regarding the seventh day. The seventh day? The seventh day, the final day of the story. Bai Xiaoyun pointed to a table nearby and said, "Yes, there is a manuscript on the table. You can take a look. I am not in a condition to stand up right now." Seeing Bai Xiaoyun's weakened state, Xiaolin didn't intend to say anything concerned. After all, they now relied on Bai Xiaoyun's formless reign, and concern would be useless. He stood up, took the manuscript, and brought it back to his chair to read. This was not the original manuscript, but a copy made by Lin Nianian. It appeared to be the final page. He finished reading the manuscript in a minute, which detailed the events that would occur on the night of the seventh day. The seventh day, steam roars, the town trembles. The king of the alien races has had enough of the long wait and decides to lead this hunt personally. The king of the alien races, Xiaolin, keenly caught the term. Bai Xiaoyun nodded. That's right, it must be the king of the tumor tribes. The seventh day is the climax of the whole book. Although Simon didn't finish it, he already wrote the most troublesome part. If we can't defeat it, all our previous efforts will be for nothing. Does the manuscript mention any other information about it? Xiaolin asked. No, Bai Xiaoyun replied. Xiaolin frowned slightly and said, Fine, I will find a way. Bai Xiaoyun was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Mr. Xiaolin, you probably cannot handle it. I know your ability level is higher than mine, but as a transmigrator you have barely developed your transcendent powers. Bai Xiaoyun coughed softly. Mental contamination likely won't work on the king of the alien races, and while the satellite can deliver a devastating blow, the king will surely be surrounded by a massive number of tumor tribes. A wide-area attack will only summon the Lord of the Frenzied Feast. Xiaolin could not refute this, and was stunned to realize that his development of abilities and combat skills was indeed still too crude. He didn't think he could solve the king of the alien races just by holding a blade. Bai Xiaoyun laughed. Actually, you've only been in this world for a month, and reaching this level is already terrifying. As for the king of the alien races, leave it to me. Xiaolin was startled. But aren't you still maintaining the formless reign? He had heard from Lan Shiyu that maintaining the formless reign over such a large area for so long took a heavy toll on one's mind and body, making it nearly impossible for Bai Xiaoyun to do anything else. Yes, so I must take out the king of the alien races in one hit, Bai Xiaoyun said. Can you do it? 10 out of 10, but there is one problem, Bai Xiaoyun said, looking at Xiaolin with deep meaning in his eyes. Simon, Xiaolin said. Exactly. The seventh day is the last for us, and it is the same for Simon. If we get through it safely, all of Simon's plans will fail. Bai Xiaoyun's voice became grave. Though he will definitely intervene that day to stop us. If he is within the story, my attack will never succeed.